playoff in the second first-round game, the first one today, but the college football playoff got underway last night in a 7-10 matchup from South Bend. The Notre Dame Fighting Irish taking on Indiana. The Hoosiers had not won at Notre Dame Stadium since the 19th century. You go back to 1898. Two teams do not play all that often, but Notre Dame trying to continue what has been a great run since their shocking Week 2 loss against Northern Illinois. Meanwhile, Indiana, a strong season for them, but the one time they were truly tested against Ohio State, they came up short, so trying to show that they belong in the college football playoff. We picked this one up scoreless in the first quarter. Fighting Irish have the ball deep in its own territory.
He's got it, numbers high, hands off to Love. There's a hole to the left side. He's to the 10. First down and more to the 20, up the near side, 30 to the 40. He's got everybody behind him trying to go 98 yards for a touchdown, and Jeremiah Love does just that. Touchdown Notre Dame, and it's 6-0 Irish. A 98-yard sprint to the house.
That run by Jeremiah Love, the longest play from 98-yard scamper back in 2015 against Wake Forest puts the Fighting Irish on top 7-0. Still 7-0 early in the second quarter. This time a little bit more methodical for Notre Dame. They take 15 plays to march 78 yards down to the 5-yard line.
Second and goal at the 5. Leonard the snap, play action, throws into the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown. Jaden Thomas, the senior wide receiver. And the Notre Dame sideline erupts in celebration as the Irish sprint into the end zone and celebrate their second touchdown of the night. It's 13-0 Notre Dame.
14-0 after the extra point. Two teams trade field goals, 17-3. Fighting Irish at the end of the first half to 20-3 lead at the end of the third quarter. Then late in the fourth, the Irish in front comfortably and looking to put it away.
And the snap is back. Leonard, a keeper up to the right, wide open, and he strides into the end zone for a capper on a fantastic Friday night for the Irish. Touchdown Notre Dame, and it's 26-3 over Indiana, and Notre Dame is already thinking about January 1st and a matchup against Georgia.
That's exactly where they're headed, to the All-State Sugar Bowl. Riley Leonard throws for 200 yards, 2 touchdowns on the day, 1 pass, 1 rush. Leonard and Love, the first duo to have 15 or more rushing touchdowns for the Fighting Irish in the same season in the history of the program. Notre Dame, a 27-17 win over Indiana. They will move on, and they will take on Georgia. And Riley Leonard, a big part of the reason why. Here's head coach Marcus Freeman on the quarterback.
He's been a terrific leader, competitor, leader by example. You know, I think there's a progression for anybody as you get into a new place, a new coordinator, to get to the level you want to be at. And I think the first game of the season, the score maybe the outcome masked some deficiencies that we had. And what you saw was a coordinator and a quarterback really be intentional about the time they spent together and the game plan. And we're asking him to do things that he can do really well. And he's making really good decisions, taking care of the football, and leading us to a really good play.
Marcus Freeman, Riley Leonard, and the rest of the Fighting Irish on to the All-State Sugar Bowl against Georgia. Should be a good one. The Irish opened as 1.5-point favorites. The line has since swung back the other way. Georgia minus 1.5. Basically a pick 'em. We'll see how that one plays out on New Year's Day on ESPN and ESPN Radio. The Verbo Fiesta Bowl also set following Penn State's win over SMU this afternoon. They will take on Boise State in a 3-6 matchup. We've had chalk so far with 2 first-round games still to come. College football on ESPN Radio is brought to you by Dr. Pepper. Don't forget to tune in to today's trivia question airing later on in the broadcast. That's brought to you by Dr. Pepper. We are taking you up to Clemson and Texas in a 12-5 matchup in Austin. The kickoff just about 20 minutes from now. But coming up next on the College Football Live postgame show, we look ahead to the nightcap from the shoe. This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Every fantasy football player has a date with destiny, and this week is yours. The Fantasy Football Playoffs are here. Listen to SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio and dominate your competition with expert analysis from a fantasy perspective to help you set a winning lineup.
And he spins his way into the end zone.
Go home a champion or just go home.
At this point of the year, I want to be invested in teams that are playing for something.
The Fantasy Football Championship, Channel 87, and on the SiriusXM app.
Kick off the college football playoff with the chance to score a VIP trip to the 2025 National Championship in Atlanta from SiriusXM. Entering is easy. Just post a photo or video to Instagram showing your tailgate or watch party, tag and follow at SiriusXM College and include the hashtags TakeMeToTheCFP and SiriusXM Sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. Ends January the 5th, 2025. Visit SiriusXM.com/CFP2025 for official rules and complete entry instructions.
Hear that? Holiday spirit is soaring on the SiriusXM app. With exclusive seasonal specials from Jimmy Fallon.
Thank you so much for listening. I love this time of year.
Christmas Queen, Mariah Carey. Every Monday, deck the halls with a little bit of me. Pentatonics and more.
That's Christmas.
Plus over 20 pop-up holiday channels full of endless cheer. Just search Holiday to feel the joy on the SiriusXM app.
After your college football Saturday wraps up, it continues on College Football Overtime. Here are the top plays.
Touchdown! My goodness!
And from the top playmakers.
Will Howard good enough to join us?
It's College Football Overtime with Denton Day.
He's an alien! He's a freak! He's a mutant! He's the best player in college football!
Every Saturday starting at 11 p.m. Eastern on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84, and on the SiriusXM app.
This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
I'm Chris Villani. Moments ago, Penn State wrapped up a 38-10 drubbing of SMU to move on to the college football playoff. Less than 20 minutes from now, we get the kickoff from Austin. The number 5 Texas Longhorns taking on 12th-seeded Clemson. The second game of 3 here on ESPN Radio in the college football playoff. The nightcap features a chance for redemption for Ohio State. The Buckeyes will be taking on Tennessee at home. Ryan Day and company trying to bounce back from yet another loss to Michigan. Fourth in as many tries for Day and the Buckeyes. Tennessee just trying to make a deep run in the playoff and maybe compete for its first national title since 1998. That was the year after Peyton Manning left Rocky Top. For a look ahead, let's send it to the crew that will have the call tonight on ESPN Radio with Ian Fitzsimmons and Kelly Stoffer. Here's Mark Kestisher.
It is the calm before the college football playoff storm in Columbus. Fortunately, no weather storm. It'll just be cold. Kickoff temperatures in the mid-20s. Kelly, we have 2 outstanding defenses tonight. Could be a low-scoring game. It will be a line of scrimmage game. What are you expecting?
Well, Kesty, first of all, start with, I think the college football playoff, the new 12-team format, is delivering exactly what people wanted. The SEC, warm weather, they have to come north, December, never been a game like this at Ohio Stadium, so we get what we've asked for. The second thing I would hang my hat on is the fact that I don't think you win games like this without quarterbacks playing exceptionally well. Will Howard is about 3 plays away from being exactly what everybody wanted in Columbus in the quarterback position. And then the youngster on the other side, Nico Iamaleava, has progressed exactly the way Josh Heupel has wanted him to progress. And so now it's time for both of those guys to put everything out there. Whichever quarterback plays better today, their team wins.
Well, they're trying to scarlet the shoe, they're calling it, 102,000 seats. There will be some orange in the building. I heard some Rocky Top being sung around Columbus last night. Ian Fitzsimmons, you got more on that.
All right, boys, I'm in our hotel lobby right now, and it's a sea of orange down here. So we don't need names. We just say I got a bunch of Vols fans around me. What made you come up here and brave the elements? Because, you know, I'm going to be down there in the field. It's single digits. You guys came up here and paid, and we got Buckeye fans rolling in right now. What made you come up here for this game?
Why wouldn't we be here? And the tickets are so cheap. I'm amazed that there are not more Buckeyes. If this were in Knoxville, these tickets would be $2,500 each. What a deal. This is like a game at Vanderbilt.
What'd you pay? Going shot at Vandy, by the way.
First row, $300. It's a joke. It's unbelievable. I wish we hosted our games here. Maybe we should have a game offsite here once a year.
What about you, sir?
Well, this is a historic opportunity. First playoff game. We came up here to win. We want to witness history.
How about you?
Yeah, first playoff game, really hard to turn that down. So I drove up from Tampa.
Tampa?
Drove up from Tampa, yeah. Got here yesterday. And, like you said, $200 for a ticket. Like, I paid twice that for a seat in the upper level in Neyland, so hard to turn that down.
2 more, go.
Man, it's a bucket list trip to come up here to Columbus. First playoff game and cheap tickets, cheap hotels. Can't beat it. Why not come watch us win a game?
Last one?
Yeah, this is a big moment for us. These temperatures, they're not too bad. It gets cold there in Tennessee.
You're out. No, screw you, man. You're out. No. Single digits and wind chill. We got a guy from Tampa over here going,
Neyland North. We own this city.
All right, let's get a little crazy. Back to you. Ian Fitzsimmons, man of the people, still the mayor of Columbus. We'll all be headed to the Horseshoe in just a little bit. Ohio State and Tennessee in the nightcap to close out our triple header Saturday here on ESPN Radio.
Mark Kestisher, ESPN Radio, will be joined again by Kelly Stauffer and Ian Fitzsimmons, who will, of course, leave the cozy confines of the hotel lobby and be down on the sideline at the Shoe where, the get-in price may not be that bad. The temperature, I don't care what that last guy's saying, it will be cold. It's already about 25 degrees in Columbus. The mercury continuing to drop down into the single digits, as you heard Ian say. We got our kickoff just after 8 Eastern on ESPN Radio. Number 8, Ohio State, and number 9, Tennessee. Ohio State looking to bounce back, as I mentioned, after that loss against their arch rival, Michigan. Their head coach, Ryan Day, joined College Game Day and told the guys what his message will be to his team, trying to move on from that loss to the Wolverines.
Everything was about moving forward. Everything is in front of us right now, and we have an opportunity to go win a national championship, and that starts tonight. Building momentum in the playoffs, and the playoffs is different. It is, and where we are right now is different than where we were in the middle of the season, the beginning of the season. Every team's going to have issues going into the playoffs. So the teams that know how to address them and get them fixed going into the playoffs is going to give themselves the best chance to win. And so our guys coming into this game have had a great week of practice, great focus, and are fired up to play in this game.
I know you can't focus on any outside distractions and everything like that. They're talking about the Tennessee Volunteer fans making the trip up here to Ohio State. How do you think that stadium's going to be tonight, and what are your expectations for the game?
Well, it's the first time it's a playoff game here, but Ohio Stadium's going to be rocking tonight, and we have great fans, and it's going to be really loud, and there's 105 of them in there. So, I'm sure there's going to be something to travel, and 2 great fan bases, but it's going to be a lot of scarlet, and we're going to be loud tonight, and it's going to be an electric atmosphere.
Coach, since you guys have some extra time to prepare for this Josh Heupel offense, what are some of the adjustments and concerns you may have defensively trying to defend? They go tempo, they spread you out wide. What are some of the adjustments you have to make defensively to defend that offense?
Well, the first thing is they're trying to get you out of alignment. So you got to get lined up. That's the first thing they're trying to do when they go fast. Yeah. So that's the second thing is they're trying to get you to not communicate very well and get everybody on the same page. Yeah. The third thing is they're spreading you out and trying to create space and trying to get explosive plays out of that. So you got to get lined up, you got to communicate, and you got to make sure you're keeping things in front of you and not allow for explosive plays.
From an offensive standpoint, being able to create balance and to be able to run the ball. Right. And some of the issues you had against Michigan with the inside guy you mentioned.
That's it. And they're built similar. They're big up front. They have really good corners, and they're a very good defense statistically. And when you watch them play, they run to the football and play physical. So to your point, we have to make sure that we're maximizing our strengths and minimizing our deficiencies. And so, without getting into the scheme of all that, we have to make sure that we're doing that and finding that balance. And a big part of that's going to be running the football. But, we have great skill players, and we got to make sure that we get them the ball in space.
Right. It's amazing. You go back 2 years ago, you guys had a disappointing game against Michigan. You put it behind you. Go to Georgia. And everybody's like, they can't deal with Georgia. But the mindset of that Ohio State team, you guys were like, pretty much screw the world. We're going in there we're going to be the aggressor. We're going to attack. Do you sense that kind of energy as far as the week and the prep and the mindset of you? And and Chip in the approach.
There's no question. I mean, that's what we have to do in this game. You have to go attack. You have to bring it right from the jump, set the tone early in the game. But that's really what football's all about. And you're going to have wins, you're going to have losses, but how you respond to those things ultimately define what type of season you're going to have. And so we have to respond in a big way. I feel like we have the way we've practiced, and I feel like we are going to go attack tonight.
Coach, you've been getting slaughtered, obviously, all over the place, especially here in Ohio. Comes with the gig. You understand that. You knew that whenever you came in. What I saw from your guy, Jack Sawyer, after that Michigan game, I would have loved to have been a teammate with that guy no matter what. Can you tell me about this team that you have taking the field tonight for the last time?
There's a lot of passion.
I've seen 4 games here for the last time as Buckeyes.
There's a lot of passion with these guys, and that passion and that fire. We have our senior tackle that's been going on for over 100 years. I don't know if you remember senior tackle here at Ohio State, Coach, and it's an amazing opportunity for our seniors to get up and speak in front of the group and just to hear the love they have for Ohio State, for their program, for their teammates, and the passion and the fire that you saw right there, like that runs deep within this team. And so that's what, coming off of that loss, you have a week to kind of identify what the issues are, get together, and then 2 weeks of unbelievable practice. But now they have an opportunity to go back in the stadium and finish it the right way, and they're going to do that.
Did it kind of, I don't want to say that type of thing can galvanize a group, but it can. That can really rally a group, especially when something like that happens after the game. Have you felt that amongst the boys?
Well, now we have to go do it, though.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it. And I think you go and you win this game, then it galvanizes us even more. But now we got to go do it. Everyone's got to do their job. And we can want it. We can do all those things. But ultimately, we have to go do our job and execute on the field in the game.
Ryan Day and the Buckeyes looking to get a win tonight against Tennessee. And if they do, they can move past that Michigan loss like it never even happened. Brought to you by ServPro, the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Join me, Dusty Dvorak, and Danny Cannell Monday morning at 6 Eastern as we break down all the action from the weekend on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
I'm Chris Villani. Coming up next to the College Football Live pregame show, we send it out to Austin for the kickoff. 5th-seeded Texas, 12th-seeded Clemson. This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Great game. You got into the end zone again and again. How'd it feel?
Awesome. Like getting a new iPhone again and again. I just got the new iPhone 16 Pro today.
Really?
Yeah. And with AT&T Next Up Anytime, I can upgrade early every year.
Very nice.
Feel like an MVP again. Learn how to get the new...
What's up, football fans? Thanks for hanging out with us tonight for Texas and Clemson in the College Football Playoff here on TSI. Please take a second, hit that like button down below. As well, please share this link out. Social media, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, whatever you got. Any social boards, send it out. That's how we get more football fans here in the chat, chatting it up, cheering on your team, whoever you're going for. So thank you for doing that. We have 4,000 people in the chat right now on the SMU and Penn State game live at the half because people are doing exactly that, liking and sharing. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for being here and being a part of our awesome community. Now let's get back to the football.
You need to never miss a play, like North America's #1 home fire safety brand, Kidda. Because on a day full of football sounds you love, like fight songs, roaring crowds, and your favorite commentators.
Like me, Kirk Herbstreit.
The last sound you want to hear is... Defend your game time with Kidda and the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Based on total household installations as of December 2023.
Timeout. Your body goals don't have an off season. GNC is ready to help you get a stronger start on the new year with help building more muscle and proven weight loss support. Need a boost? We're ready with GNC vitamins for your longest winter days. Want the best energy drinks? They're at GNC. Never tried creatine before? Get ready to be amazed. GNC coaches are ready to help you in stores everywhere. And you can shop our full collection of flavors and online exclusives at GNC.com. GNC, live well.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
I'm Chris Villani. We're moments away from kickoff. Clemson in Austin to take on Texas at the College Football Playoff. Dabo Swinney, the head coach of the Tigers, spoke with Dana Boyle.
Coach Sweeney, you told us this week that you and your team are wearing this 12 seed with a badge of honor. What resonates with you being part of the first 12-team college football playoff?
Well, it's history. You know, it's a historic opportunity. I've told our team I got to play in the first ever championship game in the '92 SEC championship. So I'm 55, but I still remember that and how awesome that was. And so this is a new era, and it's a first. And you know, to be a part of the first one, it's really cool. Whether you're the 1 seed or the 12 seed. It just so happens we're the 12 seed. So, hey, man, all you want's a shot at it, and we got one. And man, what a beautiful day that we've got today to go play football, a game we love to play in an unbelievable environment against a great team.
Yeah, Texas defensively, very stout up front. How does Cade Klubnik and your offense find efficiency this afternoon?
Yeah, it's been a problem for everybody. You know, nobody runs it on them and nobody throws it on them. But wait, we've had great preparation. We like our guys. Guys got to make plays. You got to get enough done up front to just find a little bit of efficiency in the run game. You're not going to have a track meet in the run game against these guys, especially with how they play, with their scheme. You know, they're built to stop the run. But you gotta take what's there. You gotta make some guys. You gotta break a tackle, make a guy miss, create some explosives. They don't give up many of those. So when you get those opportunities, you gotta finish. But hey, we look forward to it. It's a great challenge, and that's the way it should be in a playoff game.
Well, the Tigers with Cade Klubnik and Bill Maffa, their running back, providing a balanced offense. Steve Sarkisian, the Texas head coach, has talked about how challenging it'll be to try to slow the Tigers down. The head coach of the Longhorns also caught up with Dana Boyle.
Coach Sarkisian, lots of excitement surrounding this 12-team playoff. It's a historic day. What does this playoff game mean to Texas?
Well, it's an honor, you know, to be an inaugural home game in the 12-team playoff is an honor. We're excited about it. You know, we were in the 4-team playoff a year ago, and now they expanded 12 teams, and we're the only one of those 4 to make it back in. So it's tough to get into the playoff, and so now we just want to make the most of the opportunity.
Quite an accomplishment. Kevin Banks back at left tackle after missing the SEC championship game. What consistency does he bring to your offense?
Well, it's huge. You know, he's been a 3-year starter for us since day one when he arrived on campus at left tackle, and so I know there's a comfort level for Quinn, obviously at left tackle, but you know we need to have balance today. We got to make that run game go, and he's an integral part to that.
I'm under the impression you speak with your parents when you do the walkthrough on the field. Did they give you any advice today?
They always tell me go have fun, and that's probably a great reminder on games like this.
Well, it'll be a lot of fun for Coach Sarkisian and company if they're able to get a win over Clemson and move on in the college football playoff. It is time for kickoff from Austin, Texas. Number 5 Longhorns, the number 12 Tigers. Let's send it out to DKR Texas Memorial Stadium right now. Once again with Dana Boyle on the sideline and alongside Matt Stinchcomb. Here's Taylor Zarzer.
Find out what channel your team is playing on by going to SiriusXM.com/sports.
All right, a little technical difficulties. Try to get it out to Texas. We'll have it out there in just a moment. I'm Chris Villani. Moments ago, Penn State wrapped up a convincing 38-10 victory over SMU. Our trivia question is brought to you by Dr. Pepper. Against SMU, Penn State became the 3rd team to win a college football playoff game without a passing touchdown. They did it thanks in large part to a couple of pick sixes early on in the game. Your question, who is the last school to do so? Bonus points if you get the other school to do it too, because there were a couple of them. One of them was pretty recent. That's brought to you by Dr. Pepper. It's not bowl season without the delicious taste of an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. College football, it's a pepper thing. Just a couple of minutes away from the kickoff. We'll get it out there momentarily. The second game of 3 in our college football playoff first round bracket. Of course, the action started last night with Notre Dame picking up a 27-17 victory over Indiana. The Fighting Irish continue to rattle off the victories since that really shocking, probably the most shocking outcome in all of college football this year, their Week 2 loss against Northern Illinois. But that's way in the past for Marcus Freeman and company as they improved to 12-1 after a 10-point win over Indiana that really wasn't all that close. As I mentioned and Penn State, a 38-10 victory over SMU. Lions will move on to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. That's where Boise State awaits in a 6-3 matchup. Notre Dame, by the way, is going to be in the All-State Sugar Bowl for the next round of the college football playoff. They'll take on the number 2 seed, the Georgia Bulldogs, who are able to earn a first-round bye. In just a couple of minutes, Clemson and Texas will kick off. The winner will advance to the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl, and another New Year's Day matchup. Number 4, Arizona State awaits there. And then the nightcap, the game we were talking about just a couple of moments ago with number 9, Tennessee, and number 8, Ohio State. A big one for, of course, both these programs, but also for Ryan Day, despite the fact that he's got the best record in all of FBS of the regular season over the last 4 years. 4 straight losses to Michigan. If they can't get out of the first round, I don't know. Buckeyes fans are fickle. There's already been some talk that maybe his job could be in jeopardy. It could be just speculation. Of course, he could put that to bed with a win tonight. If Ohio State is able to pull off that win, or Tennessee, either one, they'll move on to take on Oregon in the Rose Bowl presented by Prudential. Again, that's on New Year's Day. Just moments away from the action between Texas and Clemson. The Tigers have a number of talented players on both sides of the ball. Here's Jordan Reed with some players to watch for Clemson.
The Clemson Tigers.
The Clemson Tigers finished with a 10-3 overall record this year, and they entered the college football playoff as the 12th and lowest seeded team. It was a season of highs and lows for the Tigers as they opened the year in week 1 with a disappointing loss to Georgia. Going on to win 9 of their next 10 games, their year ended with an eventual win in the ACC title game over SMU. They are led by junior quarterback Cade Klubnik as he passed for over 3,300 passing yards, 33 touchdowns to only 5 interceptions. On the defensive side of the ball, they are led by linebacker Barrett Carter, who finished the season with 79 tackles and 3.5 sacks. Carter projects as a day 2 possible selection in the 2025 NFL Draft, as he is an instinctive and versatile linebacker that is likely to play as a weak side linebacker on the next level. The Tigers are searching to win their first national title since 2018.
Yeah, Dabo Swinney has a lot of experience in the college football playoff, but it was in the old 4-team format, including a couple of national titles, the most recent in 2018. We are ready for football in Austin, Texas, so let's get it out there now with Dana Boyle on the sideline, and alongside Matt Stinchcomb, here's Taylor Zarzer.
41-yard return, which is a few seconds remaining, gave his Clemson Tigers a chance to get in field goal range and win the game. He's waiting at the end line. And we're ready to go as the left-footed Stone puts his foot into it and kicks it over Randall's head, and Clemson will start at the 25-yard line. Cade Klubnik, what is going through this guy's head right now? An Austin kid who grew up 5 minutes away from the stadium, goes to Clemson for college, and gets to come back home to play in the college football playoffs.
You really couldn't script it any better. And you think about the road that it took for Clemson to get into this game, effectively a play-in game for them. They're the outside looking in, had to win their conference championship, and still came in as the 5th seeded conference champion. And now here he is back in his hometown, competing for a chance at a collegiate championship.
He's in shotgun formation. He has Maffa back there in the backfield with it, throws it to Phil on the first play, and Maffa is ridden out of bounds by Anthony Hill. It's a minimal gain, just of a couple of yards. It'll be 2nd and 8. So as Dana just said, Maffa's going to give it a go today. The graduate player from Loganville, Georgia, great tailback for the Clemson Tigers, makes the first catch of the game, a 2-yard completion. It'll be 2nd and 8 from the 27-yard line. Clemson in shotgun again, 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Klubnik's going to roll right instead of throw to Maffa. He throws down the field. It's a good ball to T.J. Moore, the freshman from Key West, Florida. It's a first down catch of 13 yards.
Now about to open this game, so a couple of easy passes. You move the pocket. It's like a dash concept, so they are able to get away from what will likely be a very challenging pass rush from Texas. You start the game with an easy pass to Maffa out on the perimeter, and move the pocket, get more involved. A lot of young receivers on the field today for Clemson.
Yeah, T.J. Moore and Bryant Wesco, 2 true freshmen that have been vital to Clemson's success this year. At the 40-yard line, Klubnik fakes to Maffa, throws across the middle, and that's incomplete. Was throwing into traffic to Bryant Wesco, that other freshman you were talking about, Stinch, but he was covered up. Jahdae Barron, the Thorpe Award winner, given to the best cover corner in all of college football.
with another pass breakup.
And we'll likely see Barron opposite Wesco the entire game. Wesco stays on the left side of the formation for Clemson offensively almost exclusively. You won't see him flip-flopping around on the field. That'll be a matchup we'll see all day.
2nd and 10 for Clemson at their own 40-yard line. Again, Klubnik in shotgun, throws underneath, a good ball, and it's caught for a 7, maybe 8-yard completion to Antonio Williams. As great as those freshmen are, make no mistake, Williams is the difference maker at receiver for Clemson. He's caught a ball in all 33 games he's played for the Tigers. Terrific sophomore player. Gets 8, so it's going to be 3rd and 2 for Clemson at their own 48. They have to get to the 50 to move the chains. Just a couple minutes into the game. In fact, 13:20 to go first quarter. No score here in Austin between the 12-seed Clemson and the 5-seed Texas. Klubnik, shotgun, has 3 receivers to the left. Looks to the right to Maffa, can't get it to him. He escapes the pocket under pressure, dives, and has the first down. Good play by the local kid to give up his body there and get enough to move the chains.
And this will be another storyline throughout the game is Klubnik's ability to make a play when there isn't one. Nowhere to go with the football. And again, Clemson with the challenge up front and protection. Protection broke down. Texas brought a game where they twisted the tackle in the end. Klubnik able to escape up through the pocket and get the yards needed for the conversion.
6'2", 210 pounds from right here in Austin, Texas. Junior for the Tigers. Gives Clemson another first down. They're now in Texas territory at their 49. Klubnik's in a muddy pocket trying to escape. Across his body, it's another good ball. That's thrown to Wesco, and Wesco's down at the 40-yard line, just short of another Clemson first down. It'll be 2nd and 1.
That time protection held up versus zone coverage, and Wesco was able to just kind of sit down. Klubnik had nowhere to go with the football initially, but he was able to escape the pocket once again, leaked to his left, able to throw against his body to Wesco for the big game.
4 for 5 is Klubnik on this drive for 32 yards, and of course had that 3-yard rush. He's found 4 different receivers on those 4 different completions as well. 2nd and 1, maybe a foot to go for a first, and it's Maffa with his first carry, and it's a first down carry for the graduate player from Loganville, Georgia. Picked up 3 yards, only needed 1. And again, how will that shoulder hold up today? He's been nursing it the last month of the season and visiting with our crew this week, Matt. You could tell it's something that's on his mind.
Yeah, it's definitely weighing on him. In fact, when we saw him out here to start the game, I thought, okay, this will be interesting to see if this is just to show that he's out there and then maybe doesn't play much. I didn't know, based on our conversation with him earlier this week, how involved he was going to be in the game plan. He's been out there, although we've only seen one handoff. This run game has been largely non-existent so far.
He did get the first there, though, and he gets down to the Texas 38. He gets it again, and he goes straight ahead behind his guard and center in the A-gap, they call it in college football. Then he gets behind the 35 up near the 31. That's going to be a pickup of 7 yards for number 7.
Great push. Great push by this Clemson offensive front. Offensive line coach Matt Luke, we were visiting with him in pregame. He said, look, I've tried to coach these guys up. We got our hands full. He knows it's a size advantage for Texas up front. That time, that was just a simple downhill, inside zone run, an attitude run. The Tigers were able to get great movement at the point of attack.
Good drive for Dabo Swinney and the Clemson Tigers on the opening drive of the game. Almost 5 minutes in, no score. It's 2nd and 3. Klubnik throws again, and it's a caught ball, first down ball, down to the 25 to his big tight end, Jake Brenningstool, one of the best at that position in all of college football, his 46th catch of the year.
And Garrett Riley in his bag right now, so that time they emptied the backfield. They sent Phil Maffa all the way to the outside to the Clemson sideline, right side of the formation. Open things up underneath, pulled the defender out there, and Brenningstool once again just gets over the football and shows the quarterback his hands.
It's an impressive looking drive here. 5 minutes into the game. Clemson about to snap it for the 10th time on this first drive, and they're down to the Texas 25-yard line. 1st and 10 from there. Play clock is down to 2. It's down to 1, and they're going to have to burn a timeout. Clemson will call timeout with 9:48 to go here in the first quarter as they're on the march with the football first against the Texas Longhorns. You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Sports Grid Radio on Sirius XM has you covered this NFL season.
The Saints and Packers wrap up Week 16 of the NFL season on Monday Night Football. The Packers open as a massive 14-point favorite with a total of 42. Can the Saints pull off a massive upset, or will the Packers keep rolling? Make sure you tune into Sports Grid Radio to stay up to date on all the latest.
The place to get the winning edge over the sports books this football season is Sports Grid Radio, channel 159 in the car and on the SiriusXM app.
Kick off the college football playoff with a chance to score a VIP trip to the 2025 National Championship in Atlanta from SiriusXM. Entering is easy. Just post a photo or video to Instagram showing your tailgate or watch party, tag and follow at SiriusXM College and include the hashtags TakeMeToTheCFP and SiriusXM Sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. Ends January the 5th, 2025. Visit SiriusXM.com/CFP2025 for official rules and complete entry instructions.
Deck the halls with boughs of holly. With a channel featuring generation after generation of country stars.
Hey, football fans, thank you for hanging out with us tonight for Texas and Clemson for the college football playoffs. We really appreciate you being here. Now is the time for us to find out how many people, where are you all gathering from, listening to the best radio feed and hangout on YouTube. Man, we have USA covered. We probably have all 50 states. Let us know your city and state and those USA flags in the chat. Canadian flags in the chat. Do we have any Canadian fans in here? Or are you all hanging out at the Leafs game that's live right now as well? Thank you guys. And international, so many people from all over the world. Let us know in the chat. Thank you. Now let's get back to the football. Good luck to your team.
His current quarterback, Cade Klubnik, when he played here locally at Westlake High School. Now he's watching Klubnik play for the Clemson Tigers, and Klubnik's team is on a 10-play drive that has amassed 50 yards, and they're now down to the Texas 25-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 from there with 9:48 to go in the first quarter.
We talked about coming into this game, Taylor, that Cade Klubnik was going to have to play maybe the best game he's ever put together. So far, they could not ask anything more of their quarterback. Got that big third down conversion on the scramble. Is 5 of 6 passing on this drive. They've only had just the 2 handoffs.
They've taken Phil Maffa out of the game, and they've put in freshman David Eziomume next to Klubnik as they get ready for the snap here. 2 receivers to the right and 1 to the left, with Eziomume standing to Klubnik's left. On a 1st and 10 with 9:48 to go in the first quarter. No score. Clemson with the football first. Here comes pressure from Texas around the edge, and it gets to Klubnik, who's going to lose yardage. Jalen Gilbo on a secondary blitz there got home to Klubnik, and it's a loss.
They tipped it. They tipped it early. Clemson had an opportunity to see this, so they bring pressure from the field. Gilbo was lined up. He's a star position, effectively a linebacker. Was just outside of the tackle box and came shooting in off the edge. Was on the backside of that play. They could have handed it off and didn't.
It counts as a sack, Matt. 1-yard loss. 2nd and 11 now. Back at the 26. Klubnik goes up to the line of scrimmage to change the play call. 3 receivers to his left and 1 to his right. Eziomume in the backfield with him. Cade will take off on a design quarterback run, and he's going to get down to maybe the 22-yard line. Pick up of 4 yards. Took on tacklers, too. Ionga Leafau on the tackle. It'll be 3rd down for Clemson.
Yeah, we saw in the ACC championship game, Cade Klubnik took some huge shots. And by that, I mean not throwing the football downfield. About getting absolutely grilled by SMU defenders. He is not scared to get behind his pads. Leafau brought it on that hit tackle right there just to get Klubnik down. Now the question is, does Texas bring pressure? They brought some earlier to get that negative yardage play by Gilbo.
You hear the fans, they're bringing the noise. 3rd and 7 for Klubnik at the Texas 22. He drifts, he throws, it's complete inside the 10, 5, touchdown, Antonio Williams on a crossing pattern. It's Williams for the first score of the game, and Clemson strikes first.
What an opening drive by the Clemson Tigers. We talk about coming into this college football playoff, 12 seed. Conference champion, but 12 seed. They march right down the field. What a decisive, really a commanding opening drive. Had the 3rd down, got the conversion, converted the 2nd 3rd down, able to get just enough but it's the passing game that was able to carve up this Texas defense early.
What a drive indeed. 12 plays, 75 yards. Nolan Hooser, the freshman from Cornelius, North Carolina, makes the extra point at 7-0. It's the first touchdown pass for Klubnik in 6 career games versus the SEC. And number 12, Clemson, leads number 5, Texas, 7-0 with 8:14 to go in the first quarter. This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
With Eckrich, the official smoked sausage and deli meat of the College Football Playoff, it's super easy to score big flavor, even when you have no time between the laundry, your laundry list of responsibilities, and kickoff. You're still ready to go with perfectly seasoned smoked sausage you heat up and eat up. Whether it's Grandpa's famous chili dogs or your famous almost forgot the potluck deli sliders, Eckrich makes every game day taste and feel like a win. For extra delicious game days, just add Eckrich.
If it's hot, it's at GNC, and we bring you the best new stuff first. GNC has this winter's newest in weight loss, muscle building, and wellness, and the best energy drink flavors anywhere. If it's at the top of your feed, it's already at GNC. Ask a GNC coach about the newest drops from Rise, Mutant, Alani Nu, Drip Drop, and more at your local GNC store, or shop our full collection of flavors and online exclusives at GNC.com. If it's hot, it's at GNC. Live well.
Great game. You got into the end zone again and again. How'd it feel?
Awesome. Like getting a new iPhone again and again. I just got the new iPhone 16 Pro today.
Really?
Yeah. And with AT&T Next Up Anytime, I can upgrade early every year.
Very nice.
Feel like an MVP again. Learn how to get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us and the latest iPhone every year with AT&T Next Up Anytime. AT&T. Connecting changes everything. Offer subject to change. Additional fees, terms, and restrictions apply. $0 offer may not be available on future iPhones. Next Up Anytime feature may be discontinued at any time. See att.com/iPhone for details.
I'm Chris Villani. SMU won all 8 of its ACC games this season en route to a spot in the College Football Playoff, but it came to an end with a 38-10 drubbing at the hands of Penn State. Mustangs head coach Rhett Lashley looking back on the season.
I hope it gives you guys something else to write about. And nothing disrespectful to anybody here. You should have been writing about it. We've been revived. That's over. That chapter is closed. We've moved on. It's a part of our past and history, just like everybody's got parts of their past and history. But that's what I mean by this team raised the standard and the expectations for SMU football. They made our entire school proud. They made our entire city proud. We got Tim in here. I see him over here. Like, we've got guys recognizing what they did.
Season does come to an end, though, for SMU. Penn State moves on to the Burbo Fiesta Bowl, where Boise State awaits on New Year's Eve on ESPN Radio and ESPN TV. Back we go to Austin once again with Dana Boyle and Matt Stinchcomb. Here's Taylor Zarzer.
Thank you, Chris. Not much of a game today between SMU and Penn State. Some early pick sixes by SMU's quarterback. And yesterday, it wasn't as close as the 27-17 score would indicate as Notre Dame beat Indiana. But you know what's great about the postseason in college sports? The 12 when they beat a 5. Well, that's basketball, right? Well, here, the 12 is beating the 5. Clemson strikes first. And that's the first time Texas has given up any points in the first quarter in their last 6 games. Now their offense comes onto the field for the first time today, Matt, with Quinn Ewers at quarterback.
And Quinn Ewers, a guy we talked about, Cade Klubnik, the familiarity between the two quarterbacks. He's not as much of a run threat, but will be more so this game. And speaking with the Texas coaches and staff, learned that Ewers is as healthy as he's been all season, no longer braced up on his leg, that injury he incurred during the regular season. He's not a big runner, but can.
He's statistically one of the 4 best quarterbacks in Texas history. He will turn and hand to Quintravian Wisner on the first play of the game. And as much as we talk about Ewers and his great receivers, Wisner's had a terrific year. Jonathan Brooks ran for over 1,000 yards last year, and you wonder who would shoulder the load. Jaden Blue started the season in that spot. It's been Wisner in the back half of the year. Wisner picked up 4, maybe even 5 yards on that first play. Now here is a swing out to Wisner again in space. Quintravian has the first down. He gets up to the 36-yard line where he's tackled by Avion Terrell.
You think for Texas, they have to be thinking, we got to have that ground game going. You heard Coach Sarkisian when he was visiting with Dana in the open talk about they need that element of their offense. They didn't have it versus Georgia. Now, they could have a real difficulty getting that ground game established, but Wisner clearly going to figure prominently in the play calling today.
Ewers in shotgun, Wisner behind him, fakes to him, wants to throw over the middle. He's got his big tight end there, Gunnar Helm, and Gunner's breaking tackles, and he's free for a first down up to midfield at his own 49-yard line, a 14-yard completion to the big senior from Colorado.
They saddle him up. And you see coming up there trying to make the tackle was Barnes, and Barnes went for a ride, another 4 or 5 yards.
He's the team leader in receptions with 50 now. And now out to the receivers, it's Ryan Wingo, the true freshman. Wingo makes the catch, and that's another first down for Texas, as Texas is moving the ball quickly down the field. It's a pickup of 13 without Isaiah Bond. As Dana talked about in the open of our broadcast, look for a new player like Wingo to emerge today.
And Coach Sarkisian messing with the tempo. They were kind of over the ball quickly those first couple of snaps, now breaking out of the huddle. You expect a new formation or a shift, and here it comes now to make the defensive line.
4 plays, and they're already inside the Clemson 40-yard line, down to the 38. This is where their drive stalled against Georgia 2 weeks ago. And this is where Ewers is in trouble, sacked back near midfield by Trey Williams, the graduate player from Windsor, Connecticut. It's a loss of 10.
This is the matchup to watch in this game. Texas thought to have a very strong offensive front, but that's the strength of the Clemson defense, is their defensive line. Can they hold up in protection? That time, Ewers just did not like what he had downfield, and the pocket collapsed.
Delvin Banks, the big left tackle, is out there on the field. Missed the SEC championship game. Ewers throws sideline ball to Wingo. Wingo gets past the 40, back near the original line of scrimmage, and it'll set up a 3rd and 10 from there. Avion Terrell on the tackle again.
That time, Clemson heating them up a little bit. Wes Goodwin, defensive coordinator, deciding to bring pressure. Ewers had to unload that football quickly out in the flat and just see if you can't pick up yards after a broken tackle.
Ewers moved into 3rd all-time in passing history in Texas, past Major Applewhite with that completion. On 3rd and 10, he'll run it this time to Wisner, an inside carry around the 25, inside the 20, and Clemson wasn't thinking about the run there on the 3rd and long. Wisner goes around the right end for 22 yards, and it's a Texas first down all the way down to the Clemson 16.
What a fantastic, this is a good play call, not just because it worked. So you've got Clemson on a 3rd and 10. They're running a big stunt. They looped their defensive end inside. It was easy to get to the perimeter.
And again, it's Wisner. Wisner on a similar play gets a couple of yards down to the 14-yard line. He 61 times combined against Kentucky and Texas A&M in the last 2 games of the year. Wasn't as effective against Georgia 2 weeks ago.
Not a lot of running room versus Georgia, but you're right. They leaned really heavily on the ground game, did Texas. Really thinking as if that was going to have a bigger role offensively. Obviously able to get it going early here in this contest.
He leaves the backfield, Wisner does, meaning Ewers is back there by himself. 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right, 2nd and 8 from the 14-yard line underneath the Helm. Helm turns, makes a cut towards the goal line, down to the 8-yard line, just short of a first down. It'll be a completion of 6+ yards. It'll be 3rd and short from inside the Clemson 8 for Texas.
Well, this is, you mentioned earlier, Taylor, a difficult part of the field for Texas offensively.
And look who's coming into the game, Matt. Quinn Ewers goes to the sideline. Arch Manning, the redshirt freshman from New Orleans, into the game on this 3rd and 2 from the 6.
But in the shotgun. No, not necessarily.
Going crazy with Jaden Blue behind Arch, who, as you mentioned, is in that shotgun, and he'll try to hand to Blue. Blue gets the carry, and he's fighting for yardage. He's going to not make the first down. Barrett Carter on the tackle. There's a high snap there, Matt, and Manning had trouble delivering the ball to Blue.
Screwed the timing up entirely. See, Manning was trying to read the edge defender, the defensive end, and by the time at that mesh handoff, the defensive end was practically in his lap.
And Ewers is coming back onto the field, Manning off, and the offense stays on a 4th and let's say 1.5 from outside the 7-yard line. It's a handoff to the fullback, and it's a first down carry down to the 3-yard line. 1st and goal from there, as the carry there goes to Jarrett Gibson, the freshman from Gainesville, Florida, the big fullback. moves the chains, 1st and goal.
You'll see that very often. So give them an I formation, a power I downfield, quick hitter. Defense just did not feel it coming. It's almost like option football. You get that B back, that dive back in the A gap, right there next to the center, right downhill.
What an answer by Texas here. 12th play of the drive from the Clemson 3. Weisner is behind Ewers. Weisner patiently to the end zone. Touchdown. Extra effort by the big sophomore from Glen Heights, Texas. And Texas responds to Clemson's opening drive score with their own.
Right down the field, and you got to be, if you're Clemson defensively, you're going to look back on that opening possession and go, gosh, we had a chance to get off the field on the 3rd and 10 on a 4th down, couldn't do it. Fantastic answer by Texas, as you mentioned, Taylor. So you get a big 3rd down conversion. After giving up a sack, it's 3rd and 10. You run the football and get a conversion there, and then you're able to pound it right downhill on a 4th and short.
Bert Auburn, the senior from Flower Mound, Texas, has never missed an extra point. School record 169 in a row for him. Make it 170. Clemson scored on a 12-play, 75-yard drive to start the scoring. Guess what Texas just did? 12 plays, 75 yards. Tie ball game, 2:04 to go. 1st quarter, this is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check that your guests like spicy first before serving atomic hot wings.
Who's hungry?
Oh my gosh. What are these?
You don't like them? Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Water.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
At the Home Depot, we know Saturdays are for college football. That's why we have everything you need to never miss a play. Like North America's #1 home fire safety brand, Kidda. Because on a day full of football sounds you love, like fight songs, roaring crowds, and your favorite commentators...
like me, Kirk Herbstreit.
The last sound you want to hear is... Defend your game time with Kidda and the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Based on total household installations as of December 2023.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The College Football Playoff is in Austin, Texas, where both teams have scored 7 points, each going 12 plays and 75 yards the first time they touched the football. With Matt Stinchcomb and Dana Boyle, I'm Taylor Zarza. How about this start for both offenses?
It couldn't get any cleaner than that. Now you got to think, you've got Clemson. They had the 2 third-down conversions on their opening possession. Texas looked like they were stopped on a 3rd and short. Arch Manning with the high snap, couldn't quite handle it, ended up converting on a 4th down. But right now, these offenses able to march the football down the field, the 75 yards needed to knot up the scoring.
And so Texas will kick it back to Clemson here for the second time. With 2:04 remaining in the first quarter, the winner draws Arizona State in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. Texas was just there. They just played Georgia 2 weeks ago in the SEC championship game and lost to the Dogs for the second time this season. If they were to win today, they'd go back there again. If they won that, they go to the semifinals. And if they won that one, they'd go back to Atlanta for a 3rd time, which is sort of interesting and unique with this new postseason format. Stone, the left-footed kicker, kicks it to the goal line, and Adam Randall puts his hand up, calls for the fair catch, and Clemson will get the football at the 25-yard line. Yesterday, Notre Dame beat Indiana 27-17. Notre Dame will play Georgia in New Orleans in the Sugar Bowl on New Year's Day. Today, Penn State squashed SMU 38-3. Penn State's headed to the Fiesta Bowl to play Boise State. We mentioned that the winner of this game will play the Arizona State Sun Devils in Atlanta. And then tonight, it's Ohio State and Tennessee that follows us here on ESPN Radio. The winner of that game in Columbus gets the #1 seed, the Oregon Ducks, in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, what a contest that's going to be tonight, because everyone's talking about, is this going to be a road game? Yeah, geographically for Tennessee, but they had that season ticket sale code leak out, and all of a sudden they said a glut of tickets started getting sold to the visitors there with the Tennessee Volunteers, and they got to be thinking, look, it's a drive to Columbus, Ohio. Pasadena's nowhere close to Knoxville, Tennessee, so you got to think, I'll be interested to see what that stadium composition looks like on game day. It looked like the Vols were going to be very well represented, well beyond that 3,500-seat ticket allotment.
Here, Matt, we see pockets of Clemson fans in the upper deck of Darrell K. Royal Texas Memorial Stadium. Long trip to make from the Palmetto State of South Carolina over here to Austin, Texas, over 1,000 miles to watch the Clemson Tigers play the Texas Longhorns for the first time. But there are over 100,000 Texas fans in this stadium today. This is a true home environment for the Longhorns.
I mean, it looks like standing room only. I mean, as difficult as it is to maybe discern one orange from the other, it's distinct enough, right? What'd you say, bright orange, ripe orange versus burnt orange? No question. They kind of have that corner of the end zone opposite of where we are, away from the Texas sideline, and you think, other than that, this looks like a Texas home. It looks like a Texas spring game, almost entirely Texas fans in the stadium.
We had some snow yesterday in South Bend before the game started. Some snow this morning in State College before that game started. It is cold enough to snow in Columbus, Ohio tonight. It's in the 60s here in Austin, Texas today as these two teams meet up for the first time ever. Clemson and Texas, both programs in operation for over 125 years. Clemson has been to this state on a number of occasions. In fact, they played Rice 6 times over in Dallas. They played once against TCU, and they played in College Station against Texas arch rival, the Texas A&M Aggies 3 times. In fact, they played there 6 years ago when Clemson went on to win the national championship. And they also beat Notre Dame that year in Arlington, Texas, in the semifinals before winning Dabo Swinney's second national championship. He looks on in his bright Clemson sweater as his quarterback, Cade Klubnik, comes onto the field after a media timeout. And the Austin, Texas product will start his second drive at his own 25-yard line. Phil Maffa and Adam Randall both on the field. Randall is to Klubnik's left as Klubnik's in shotgun formation, and it breaks down. The pocket does, and he's sacked back at the 20-yard line. Baron Sorrell got home, and it's Texas' first sack. It's a loss of 5.
That was a question coming into this possession. Is Texas going to be able to assert themselves along the defensive front? We talk about the strength of this defense in general. Excellent versus the pass. But they got dinked and dunked all the way down that opening possession, and Clemson lucky to retain possession. Sorrell almost stripped the ball from Klubnik on that sack.
2 receivers to the right, 2 to the left, and a back is next to Klubnik. That is Adam Randall on a 2nd and 15 after a loss of 5. Klubnik drifts back, throws short to Randall. Randall makes the catch, takes on Texas defenders, doesn't get much, maybe a yard. It'll be 3rd and long for the Clemson offense.
Clemson effectively playing without a running back in the personnel grouping now. Adam Randall in the backfield, both of the previous snaps. Now Phil Maffa substituting in, perhaps to help and assist in protection, because it's 10-plus yards, and the crowd is starting to really get amped here on the 3rd down.
Yeah, you can hear them fired up here, yelling at the local kid Klubnik, who's in shotgun here on a 3rd and 14 from his own 21-yard line. Maffa next to Klubnik in the backfield. Klubnik takes the snap, drifts back, throws underneath. Maffa on a screen pass. He could get the first down. Where was he pushed out? Just short at the 34-yard line. Anthony Hill, the linebacker, pushed Maffa out just a yard shy of the first. It'll be 4th and 1 as Clemson will have this at their own 34.
You can see the Clemson offensive players looking to their sideline. What's the decision going to be? And at the very least, they're going to line up as if they're going to go for it. Offense is still on the field.
Dabo Swinney is looking at the play clock and the game clock, which are neck and neck. 10 seconds to go in the quarter, 10 seconds to go in the play clock. Let's see if they snap it here on the 4th and 1. Klubnik looks like he's trying to draw these Texas defenders offside. He's going to let the clock go all the way down, and flags will come out. Let's see, did the play clock expire before the game clock did? Here's our referee, Ron Snodgrass, with the explanation.
There is no foul on the play. That's the end of the first quarter. Timeout on the field.
There you have it. Game tied at 7 at the end of the first quarter between Clemson and Texas. This is the college football playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
When you switch and save with Progressive, you could use that money towards scoring courtside seats for your favorite team. Progressive cannot guarantee that you can score courtside seats. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds on average, but courtside seats can be astronomical. Maybe if your team plays in a smaller market, you could swing it. Even still, it's unlikely. Maybe 4th row, which are still incredible seats that you'll enjoy greatly. Savings possible. Courtside, long shot. Switch and see if you could save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Progressive cannot guarantee that someone really tall will not sit in front of you at the game, rendering your excellent seats just okay.
Harry Douglas here for Technique's new noise-canceling True Wireless AZ80 earbuds. Techniques has been revolutionizing the audio game for almost 60 years. With multi-point connection of up to 3 devices at the same time, the AZ80s let you go from leading a meeting to listening to a podcast to taking a call seamlessly. Visit us.techniques.com/sports for special holiday deals on the AZ80s today. That's us.technics.com/sports.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources. Programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
And we are here at Darrell K. Royal Stadium in Austin, Texas for the first round of the College Football Playoff, games playing on campus for the first time ever in the playoffs. What a treat that is. With Dana Boyle and Matt Stinchcomb, I'm Taylor Zarzer. As we start the second quarter, Clemson has the football. It's 4th and 1, and almost an entire yard to get the first down. The offense stayed on the field at the end of the first quarter, but now the punt team is out there now, Matt.
Makes sense. Yeah, right here, especially when we look at the circumstance and the location on the field. This is totally different from what we saw from like Indiana last night, down late in plus territory, right? There's no reason to gamble right now. Both the offenses got marched on in those opening possessions, but a chance to play field position here.
The 6th-year senior Aiden Swanson from Tampa is out to punt for Clemson, and Silas Bolden is the return man for Texas. Swanson punting in the sunshine, and it's Bolden have to run up to make a leaping fair catch out at the 35-yard line. It's a 31-yard punt, short punt for Swanson there. And Texas will take over at their own 35-yard line. Quinn Ewers back on the field after an impressive first drive. He was 5 for 5 passing for 48 yards. His tailback, Quintravion Wisner, 4 carries for 32 yards, including a 22-yard run for a first down on 3rd and 10.
That was a big play. Obviously, Clemson thinking they're rushing the passer on that one, and they just caught the Tigers' defensive front in a stunt. And that defensive end just vacated his edge position.
Ewers almost exclusively in the shotgun, play-by-play, is in it now, 5 yards behind the center, and he'll turn and hand to Wisner, who's bouncing off linemen, and he'll get a couple of yards. Wisner about 1.5 yards there for the sophomore to the touchdown run. The last time he touched the football, already 6 carries here in the first half for Wisner. I haven't seen Jaden Blue but once so far. Wisner gets it again, finds a hole, gets into the Clemson secondary, and is tackled there up past the 48-yard line, a pickup of 13 yards.
And you can see Texas early in these possessions, they're going tempo. That time out of the pistol, and again, just an inside zone run right downhill, and they're quick again.
They're very quick, and they hand it to Wisner again, who gets through the hole, and he gets up past the 45-yard line for Clemson. So another pickup there, this time 7 yards. Wisner has handled the ball exclusively on this drive and already is into Clemson territory. He does leave the field here, and Jaden Blue comes in, the junior from Houston. He has 112 carries on the season. Coming into the game, Wisner had 176. A 1-2 punch for Texas in the backfield this season. 2nd and 3 for Ewers here in shotgun. Fakes to Blue. Now on a reverse. Throws behind. It is Ryan Wingo breaking tackles by Clemson defenders and gets around the edge inside the 40. It'll be a first down. They had him too. Clemson did in the backfield for a loss where they couldn't make the tackle, and instead it's a 7-yard first down carry.
Avion Terrell had this play read perfectly. Should have been like a 5+ yard tackle for loss. Instead, Wingo just breaks his tackle. Then he breaks the would-be tackle. Looked like it was Venables coming up. You got to tackle better in space. Texas that time able to get on the perimeter and get some yardage.
Down to the Clemson 38-yard line where it's 1st and 10 for Ewers there with Blue in the backfield behind Quinn. There is a receiver to the right and to the left. Play clock down to 1. Here's the turn and hand to Blue. Burst past the 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Jaden Blue, 38 yards around the right side, and Texas has its first lead.
Really well-blocked play. They're running right off tackle. An excellent hole up front. Very well executed at the point of attack. And Jaden Blue on that run looked like he had a gear that no one else on the field had. Clemson should have had angles coming in from the secondary. They were running to the wide side of the field. And Jaden Blue just outran everybody to the sideline and then to the end zone.
Bert Auburn onto the field to attempt the extra point, and it's good. They lead 14-7. Quintravion Wisner 3 carries, Ryan Wingo 1, and then Jaden Blue a 38-yard touchdown run. 5 plays, 5 runs for 65 yards, and Texas has the lead over Clemson 14-7 with 12:49 to go in the second quarter. You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Tiger is back! Tiger Woods is returning to the golf course with his son Charlie in the PNC Championship.
Eagle has landed! A big fist pump for the big Tiger!
Hear all the coverage right now on PGA Tour Radio.
His golf swing, in my opinion, is as good as it's ever been. I've never seen it cleaner. I've never seen it easier on his body, ever.
Your home for golf is PGA Tour Radio. Channel 92 in the car and on the SiriusXM app.
Kick off the college football playoff with the chance to score a VIP trip to the 2025 National Championship in Atlanta from SiriusXM. Entering is easy. Just post a photo or video to Instagram showing your tailgate or watch party, tag and follow at SiriusXM College and include the hashtags #TakeMeToTheCFP and SiriusXM Sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. Ends January the 5th, 2025. Visit SiriusXM.com/CFP2025 for official rules and complete entry instructions.
Deck the halls with boughs of holly. With a channel featuring generation after generation of country stars.
'Tis the season to be jolly.
And their heartfelt holiday sounds.
Have yourself a merry little Christmas.
From back then to right now.
It's officially Christmas.
Country Christmas, now through December 25th on Channel 58 and on the SiriusXM app.
Chris Villani, the final game of our three-fer in the college football playoff first round. 8th-seeded Ohio State and number 9 Tennessee. The Buckeyes reeling from that 4th straight loss to arch rival Michigan. Ryan Day, their head coach on game day, on how they move on.
Everything was about moving forward. Everything is in front of us right now, and we have an opportunity to go win a national championship, and that starts tonight. Building momentum in the playoffs, and the playoffs is different. It is, and where we are right now is different than where we were in the middle of the season, the beginning of the season. Every team's going to have issues going into the playoffs. The teams that know how to address them and get them fixed going into the playoffs is going to give themselves the best chance to win.
Buckeyes were a top 5 team for most of the season. Their only other loss was a close one against Oregon back in October. Kickoff set for just after 8 Eastern on ESPN Radio, ABC, and ESPN TV. Back to Austin we go once again with Dana Boyle and Matt Stinchcomb. Here's Taylor Zarzer.
And of course, Chris, if they win the game, Ohio State tonight, they get Oregon again in the Rose Bowl on New Year's Day. Either of those teams playing tonight look like a team that can win the national championship, and the winner plays the number 1 only undefeated team left in college football. Doesn't seem like the most favorable draw for the Oregon Ducks.
No, it really doesn't. You think about from a bracket route to get to the championship, Oregon was not gifted a very easy path as the number 1 seed.
Will Stone kicking in the sunshine to the shade. And as the sun will be down about an hour from now, and Adam Randall from his 1-yard line is going to take this towards the 20 and not get there. He's going to be stopped at the 19-yard line, and that's where Clemson will start its 3rd drive of the game. 12 plays, 75 yards rather for Clemson on the first drive. But on the second drive, unable to convert a first down and had to punt on a 4th and 1.
Now, I go back to that play, Taylor, because really Phil Maffa, he was shoved out of bounds from behind by Anthony Hill. Great play by Hill. But he was right at the line to gain to get that first down. I don't think he had a great feel for where he was on the field. Should have been able to extend that football if he just switched it to his inside arm for a first down.
Maffa's off the field on this first down from their own 19. Adam Randall is next to Klubnik in the backfield. 3 receivers over to the right side. It's a handoff to Randall. Burst of speed into the secondary. Past midfield into Texas territory and pushed out in the Clemson bench near the 40-yard line. That's a 41-yard carry for Adam Randall, the junior from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Yeah, they were begging. Texas was basically begging Clemson to run the football right there. They had 2 safeties at high, so they're back there in coverage. There was only 5 defenders to defend that run. Very well blocked at the point of attack, and really it was only Lee Fowl at linebacker in the box that could have made that play. Now you see the officials, they have respotted this football about another 5 yards further back.
That's where we had it marked out of bounds, was at the 40. They originally gave Randall the 35-yard line of Texas, but it's moved back, I think, properly to the 40-yard line. After that big carry for Randall, who really has been a receiver all season, they haven't had an effective backup to Maffa, so they bring a receiver in Randall to back up Phil here in this game. And Adams still on the field, takes this ball, breaks tackles, and takes defenders down to the 36-yard line. He could have lost a yard or two, but the big physical receiver converted to tailback, picked up 4 yards there.
You look at Randall at 6'2", 225 pounds. This guy is not one of those kind of lithe-looking receivers. He's got some heft to him. That was a heck of an inside run.
And as our statistician, Kevin Maloney, points out, these are his first carries of the season after playing receiver all year. But you need him with Phil Maffa and his banged-up shoulder. Someone to spell Phil throughout the game. Randall leaves the backfield. Klubnik's in trouble, and down he goes. He's sacked back near the midfield. Ethan Burke got home to him, and it's a big loss on the play of 10 yards.
The Klubnik, I think, thought he was going to be able to escape from Ethan Burke. He was trying to get out of the pocket. Once again, protection breaking down inside out. Clemson really struggling on the right side of their offensive front. The twists, the ends and tackles, exchanging responsibilities. It's been a handful.
I wonder if Ethan said, hey, remember me? They played in high school together at Westlake High School. And now Burke sacking his old teammate Klubnik for a 10-yard loss. Play clock is down to 2, down to 1. And a whistle. It'll be another timeout for Clemson with 10:35 to go here in the second quarter. It's 3rd and 16 for Clemson. They trail Texas 14-7 with 10:35 to go until halftime. It's the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Maui and Moana, together again.
Can I get a chee-hoo?
This holiday season, if you can watch one movie,
Hey, you wanted to come this time.
make sure it's
Moana.
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 Moana. You might want to hold on.
Disney's Moana 2, rated PG. Parental guidance suggested. Now playing only in theaters. Tickets available now.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
We now pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Once the games are over, relive the biggest plays of the day with me, Denton Day, on College Football Overtime on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
With the College Football Hall of Famer Matt Stinchcomb, I'm Taylor Zarzer. Dana Boyle is on the field. Owen Murphy, Dave Sniff, Russ Moore, Kevin Maloney, all here with us in Austin, Texas, to watch the Longhorns play the Clemson Tigers for the first time ever. Texas leads Clemson 14-7. Clemson has a 3rd and 16 from the Texas 46 with 10:35 to go here in the first half. They do have a great kicker in Nolan Hooser, but they need a few yards to give him a chance. Otherwise, maybe get the first down, but they got to get 16 yards to do it.
And they've emptied the offensive backfield, keeping in mind that Cade Klubnik always a threat to run the football. But Texas with 5 potential rushers up on the line of scrimmage.
Empty backfield for Klubnik. He has 2 receivers to the left, 3 to the right. Sun is going down here at Darrell K. Royal Stadium as he looks directly into the sunshine here. Klubnik takes the snap, drifts back, throws across the middle of the field into double coverage. It's incomplete. Bryant Wesco was covered up by 2 Texas defenders, including Jahdae Barron. It'll be 4th down, another punting opportunity for Clemson.
It would have been well short of the conversion, but as you pointed out, Taylor, just maybe trying to gain enough yardage for a field goal attempt. Boy, that sack looms so large, so you forfeit what was otherwise a fantastic advantage in momentum off that 41-yard run, and then you end up going backwards, and now at best can hope to pin your opponent inside the 10.
So Swanson, only a 31-yard punt the first time, will try to pin Texas deep. Left-footed punter puts his foot into it. Fair catch called at the 12-yard line by Silas Bolden, but there are flags down on the field. And so we'll see what this is all about. It looks like it is going to be declined. That's at least the initial call from one of the officials here is Ron Snodgrass with the call of what the penalty is all about on this 4th down.
Illegal shift, kicking team, 5-yard penalty added to the end of the play. First down, Texas.
Clemson, and so 5 additional yards for the Longhorns, meaning they'll start at their own 18 instead of their own 13. And they're up 14-7 with the football with 10:23 to go in the first half. 2 terrific-looking drives for Texas so far. Ewers was perfect passing on the first drive, 5 for 5. And on the second drive, it was all running for Texas. Wisner 3 carries, 1 for Wingo, and then a 38-yard touchdown run by Jaden Blue on the last carry. Now Wisner's back there with Ewers, who will throw on this first down up to the 25-yard line. It goes to Silas Bolden, who makes the catch, and Bolden stays in bounds. It'll pick up of 8 yards. There was a whistle, and Bolden then squirted free. He wanted to keep running towards the end zone, but the official said, hold on, you're down, 2nd and 2.
So did about 100,000 Texas fans in this stadium. They all just thought, oh, wow, he's not on the ground. Avion Terrell, again, struggling to get the ball carrier on the ground, but they said his progress was stopped.
Ewers is in shotgun with 2 receivers to the right and 1 to the left. Here's a handoff that goes to Blue. Blue and Wisner both in the backfield there. And Jaden carries the ball forward for 3 yards. All he needed was 2. 1st and 10 Texas at their own 29.
Right now the question is, if you're Clemson, do you remain aggressive along your front? Because what's happened is Texas has caught Clemson numerous times running stunts, a lot of movement along their defensive front. It's cost them in their run defense.
2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Now Blue will come in motion behind Ewers. Ewers looks to the right, doesn't have anything. Instead will throw it deep. He has a man down there, and it is in. No, it's caught. Caught inside the 30, down to the 28-yard line. Matthew Golden banged into Avion Terrell, somehow made the catch. First down Texas after a 43-yard completion.
Excellent protection. Plenty of time for this to develop. Terrell had an opportunity to run into this play. He just kind of half-hearted, put that right arm up. I don't know what he was doing in that coverage. Had a chance to blow the receiver up as the ball arrived.
And with a fresh set of downs, it's Wisner with a burst of speed. He gets inside the 25, down to the 22. A pickup of 6 for the big tailback after the 43-yard completion on the previous play. Again, no Isaiah Bond playing today for Texas with an ankle injury. He hopes to come back for the quarterfinals if Texas gets that far. But Wingo, Moore, Golden, Bolden all picking up the slack so far with Bond out of the lineup. And it was Golden on 2 plays ago to give him a 43-yard completion. And they're down to the Clemson 22. Again, a handoff to Wisner. Wisner tries the right side, and he's pushing Tigers backwards for a first down. It's down to the Clemson 16-yard line.
The Wisner just getting downhill. R.J. Mickens came up, could have made the play from his safety position. Wisner ran right through that would-be tackle. And right now, you can see Texas. They're running right. They're leaning hard right to their formation, getting a lot of yardage, and already 7.1 yards per carry on the ground.
They're in the shadows now as they're down at the 16-yard line. Wisner again inside carry. Nothing but green grass in front of him. Touchdown, Texas. Wisner wasn't touched on a 16-yard touchdown run, and now Texas is up 2 scores.
Well, Texas made it look easy on this possession. We had to know that when you get that ground game going, they talked about it, the Clemson coaching staff knew, if they're able to get the ground game going, you know the play action's going to come. Quinn Ewers able to hit the downfield shot in the passing game. But once again, the last 2 possessions, Taylor, it's been the rushing attack of the Longhorns. It's been the difference.
Bert Auburn on to attempt his 3rd extra point here of the first half, and it is up and it is good. Clemson scored first on a 12-play, 75-yard drive, but they've had no answer for Texas, who have scored 3 touchdowns all 3 times they've touched the ball. 7:26 to go in the first half. Texas leads Clemson 21-7. It's the college football playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Great game. You got into the end zone again and again. How'd it feel?
Awesome. Like getting a new iPhone again and again. I just got the new iPhone 16 Pro today.
Really?
Yeah, and with AT&T Next Up Anytime, I can upgrade early every year.
Very nice.
Feel like an MVP again. Learn how to get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us and the latest iPhone every year with AT&T Next Up Anytime. AT&T. Connecting changes everything. Offer subject to change. Additional fees, terms, and restrictions apply. $0 offer may not be available on future iPhones. Next Up Anytime feature may be discontinued at any time. See att.com/iPhone for details.
At the Home Depot, we know Saturdays are for college football. That's why we have everything you need to never miss a play. Like Bear Dynasty interior paint, their most durable one-coat hide paint ever. From a team color statement wall to a fan cave, complete with a mural honoring Nick Saban's 17-year dynasty.
Hey, I like that idea.
Nothing beats Bear Dynasty interior paint. It's everything you need all in one can.
Defend your game time with Bear and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Valid only when intended to colors from the Bear Dynasty and Marquee Interior One Coat Hide Color Collection.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
With the former first-round draft pick from the University of Georgia, Matt Stinchcomb, I'm Dana Boyle. I'm Taylor Sarzer. Dana Boyle's on the field. Stinch, it's hilarious that Georgia is gone through all of these ups and downs all season, and yet here they are in the quarterfinals to play in New Orleans against the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Notre Dame wins yesterday, and they'll play Georgia in the Sugar Bowl. Georgia beat the two teams we're calling today. They beat Texas twice. They beat Clemson to start the season.
Yeah, you think about heading into the postseason, Georgia's already gotten a taste of what playoff football can look like in the regular season, and then obviously in that conference championship in Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, which is some bit of foreshadowing. That where the national championship will be played. The winner of this game will play in the Peach Bowl. Fantastic venue, to say the least.
Yeah.
Really interesting, though, somewhat poetic. You think about Georgia's 1980 national championship win in the Sugar Bowl over Notre Dame. So you kind of revisit that matchup once again, and be interesting to see how those teams deploy, because you think Notre Dame did not have to play in the conference championship game, no conference to play in, and they had that extra day because they played yesterday versus today.
Enjoyed eating dinner with Dana so much last night I became Dana to start this game here in the second quarter. 21-7, Texas leading Clemson, and on the return there by Randall, he gets up to the 20-yard line, and that's where the Clemson offense will start. Clemson's offense moved the ball effectively on its first drive, and they were in Texas territory on the third drive. But they better sustain these drives and score points if they're going to keep up, because this Texas offense is humming.
Well, we hadn't seen a takeaway. This is the formula for Clemson coming into this game was you knew you were going to have to pop a couple of big plays. Well, in the opening possession, they didn't. They went right down the field, dink and dunk. Then you get the big play that you need to be able to answer, and you basically forfeited it with the negative yardage play on the sack. They got to be more efficient on first and second down with this possession.
And still no Phil Maffa in the game. Klubnik in a shotgun takes the ball on a quarterback design run, and he moves straight forward. He gets up to the 27-yard line. So pickup of 6 by the tough-minded Austin product, the Clemson quarterback, Cade Klubnik. No Phil Maffa out there on the field. On that last play, David Eziomume was out there. On the previous drive, Adam Randall was on the field, and here comes Randall again. So Maffa and his shoulder must be an issue. We haven't seen him the last 2 times Clemson has touched the football. Keith Adams is also on the field. He's spread out as a wide receiver. On a 2nd and 3, it's a directly to Randall, and Randall will lose yardage. He's back to the 23-yard line. It's a loss of 4, as Texas was all over it in the backfield.
You can see Texas communicating. They noted Klubnik had moved out wide. And what's interesting in watching this game, you have to wonder, what's going on with Jay Haynes, one of the leading rushers coming into this game, number 26 for Clemson. We've not seen him.
It's 3rd and 7. After the direct snap to Randall, lost 4 yards. And Klubnik in shotgun looks to his left. Nothing open. Throws across the middle. Deflected up in the air and intercepted. Texas picked it off. It's Colin Simmons off the carom. Texas gets the first turnover of the game, and they'll have a short field to play with, too, inside the Clemson 30-yard line.
Whenever you see deflections over the middle of the field, and that time the ball was right over the left side of the offensive front. One of the defenders for Texas able to deflect the ball up. You see that? It is dangerous whenever it happens, because you got all those defenders, and once again it was just a twist game that got home. Clemson has struggled to handle that, It was a great job. It was Sorrell who had kind of worked his way inside from his defensive end spot, got his hands up, deflected it. One of his defensive line mates able to come down was Colin Simmons, and Dabo Sweeney's over there just trying to calm down his quarterback.
So now Texas will operate inside the Clemson 26 to start this drive. And it's Blue putting a foot in the dirt, or the turf, I guess I should say, inside the 20, redirects, and is tackled at the 19. It's a pickup of 8 for the tailback from Houston who had the long touchdown run earlier in this half.
Man, Jaden Blue, that guy, he is twitchy. That was one heck of a cut in the hole.
Well, you were impressed by that field turf earlier, Matt. Here's Blue again on a 2nd and 2, and he's met by Clemson interior defenders short of the line to gain. It's only a pickup of 1. It'll be 3rd and 1 for Texas near Clemson's 17-yard line.
I'll say right now, this Texas offensive front is getting after Clemson's defensive line repeatedly. Clemson's trying to move, trying to gain an advantage, and when they have it, when they're just playing it straight up, they are getting bounced off the line of scrimmage inside.
Under 5 minutes to go in the first half, Texas is up 21-7 and threatening to score more. On a 3rd and 1, it's a fullback handoff to Jarrett Gibson, and Gibson is stopped short of the line to gain. It was Wade Woodaz that came in there to make the tackle. 4th down for Texas, and their offense stays on the field.
A heck of a play by Woodaz. He was unblocked, able to get into the backfield. That was a form tackle. He's able to get up underneath Gibson and knock him backwards. But no hesitancy from Texas. They feel like they can push Clemson around up front in the ground game right now.
They've got Gibson and Blue behind Ewers under centers. Tosses it back to Blue. Blue needs to make a cut. Gets near the 1st down marker. He's short. He was tackled again by Woodaz, short of the line to gain. And what a stand by this Clemson defense. After turning the football over, they get a turnover on downs and get the football back with 4:09 to go here in the first half. Texas up 21-7, but Clemson gets the ball back.
At that time, what Texas tried to do was try to see if they could bait Clemson into thinking it was going to be an inside downhill run, like that 4th down conversion by Jarrett Gibson, and instead they flipped it out on the edge, and a great job by Sammy Brown, true freshman. Great read, gets out on the perimeter. A huge stop by the Clemson defense, much needed.
Meanwhile, Clemson's trying every tailback they've got, not named Phil Maffa. Jarvis Green next to Klubnik in the backfield. Here's a line of scrimmage pass to T.J. Moore, and the freshman only is going to get a couple tackled at the 20-yard line after a pickup of 2.
Right now, earlier, we saw Phil Maffa on the sideline for Clemson, working on that left shoulder. Had some TheraBands over there trying to get that thing warmed up. And it's not just Maffa that's the story right now. As we mentioned, Jay Haynes has been AWOL in this game. Jarvis Green now at running back.
In shotgun, Klubnik drifts to his right, looking for something, throws to the sideline. Ball caught by Antonio Williams. The Texas bench said it was incomplete. The officials are huddling together. Now they say incomplete. He did catch it, it looked like, but was he out of bounds? We're getting a look at the replay monitor, and it doesn't look like Williams put a foot down.
It's really close, and the question is, did he possess the football with his toe still on the ground? they're going to take another look at this. It's really tough.
Ruling on the field of an incomplete pass is under further review.
The officials were all over it, Taylor, in perfect position to call it, and I will say, the question will be, will they say that he established possession while his left toe was still on the ground, because it was beginning to come up off of that turf, synthetic turf, I might add, shockingly, here in DKR. But it was ruled incomplete on the field. Don't know that there's going to be enough to overturn this as a catch in bounds.
Thomas Kissinger is the replay official that's taking a look at this, and to your point, it would be hard to overturn what was initially ruled an incompletion on the field. If the call stands, it'll be 3rd and 7 for Clemson at their own 21-yard line with 3:33 to go in the first half. If it is overturned, it will be a first down for Clemson at the 29-yard line, but it doesn't sound like you're seeing enough to overturn it.
I will say that they're showing us now freeze frames where the left toe is down. Williams' toe is down. His hands are on the football.
On the field, stands is called, incomplete pass.
So there you have it. It'll remain 3rd and 7 for Clemson at their own 21-yard line.
There was another bobble. After he had his both hands on the ball, it wasn't as if it was firm control immediately. Good job by the officials. They were both in perfect position to make that call.
Clemson is 2 for 5 on 3rd down so far today. Let's see what offensive coordinator Garrett Riley draws up for his quarterback, Cade Klubnik. Klubnik 9 of 13 for 77 yards and a touchdown, playing back in his hometown of Austin. He has 3 receivers to his right, 1 to his left. He's looking right, nothing open. Now looks across the middle. It's deflected again. The last time he tried that, it was intercepted off the deflection. This time it goes to the ground. Vernon Broughton was the one that deflected it. It's 4th down for Clemson. They'll have to punt again.
Well, the challenge it's been all game long for Clemson is the pressure up the middle of the protection. Not just winning on the edge, but pressure right up the middle. And Cade Klubnik that time, part of the issue was Broughton didn't really even have to jump to get that deflection, but he was getting pressure from Trey Moore off the edge.
Aiden Swanson, both of his punts have been short ones, just a 32-yard average so far. He needs a booming punt here. He runs up to punt this one, another short kick. It's fielded at the 42-yard line in traffic by Silas Bolden. That was a dangerous play by Bolden to come up there and field it, but it looked like a clean catch, and he's got the ball after a 37-yard punt and no return on the play. We're getting another look at this as Bolden made the catch in the sunshine. He ran into his own defender and dropped the ball, or his own player rather, and dropped the ball for a moment, but did get it back. That was Juan Davis that ran into Bolden, but Bolden was able to get both arms around it, and Texas maintains possession.
Dangerous play, though. The punts have been so poor from Clemson that really a couple of times Bolden has had to run up, make diving catches that proven to be very dangerous.
That's the voice of Matt Stinchcomb, the College Football Hall of Famer. I'm Taylor Zarzer. Dana Boyle is on the field. This seems like a dangerous spot for Clemson because Texas gets the ball first in the second half. Ewers is running around trying to find an open receiver, and he throws behind the line of scrimmage to Quintravion Wisner, who's going to be tackled for a loss by the Clemson defenders. Wade Woodaz has been there on each play, and he was there again. It's a loss of 6.
That was an exceptionally slow developing screen pass. As you see now, 2 Longhorn players on the field, on the turf. Can't quite tell which 2 there are. But that ball, Woodaz did a great job of triggering upfield. Nice tackle. If he triggers a little bit earlier, there's a chance that he picks that football off, and it looks like it's right tackle Cameron Williams for Texas that's still on the turf.
He's down on the ground. Quintravion Wisner is up off the field, but he looks like he's in some pain as he has an arm around one of the managers for Texas. But the big right tackle Williams is still on the ground. This offensive line has been one of the best in all of college football. Started the same 5 on their offensive line in all 12 regular season games before Kelvin Banks missed the SEC championship game. Those same 5 that started the regular season are back out there today. But again, Williams, the big junior from Duncanville, Texas, is needing some help on the ground, and he's still down.
Got rolled up on, did Williams, who was trying to get a second bite at the apple. Missed on the block on Wade Woodaz initially. Woodaz able to make the tackle on Wisner. And Wisner just ended up getting pounded. That's what happens when defenses read the screens well. He kind of just got held up. And then comes the cavalry. 4 or 5 Clemson Tigers end up dogpiling him. I'll be surprised if we don't see Cameron Williams back in this game. Got big braces out there on their knees. Got rolled up a little bit. He looks like he's putting some weight on that right leg of his, but we will definitely see what looks to be a backup at right tackle now for Texas.
And as Williams is helped off the field by 2 people, Wisner went off under his own power, but did look like he was in some pain. Wisner, 10 carries for 80 yards and 2 touchdowns here in the first half carrying the football. 2 catches now for no yards after that 6-yard tackle for loss. The score's 21-7. Texas leading Clemson. 3:19 to go here in the first half. Texas will get the football first in the second half. So it's a big drive here for both teams. Clemson forcing a 6-yard loss on the first play of this drive. It's now 2nd and 16 as they still help Williams off of the field before Texas will snap this play. Full playoff coverage with Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, and Michelle Smallman on Unsportsmanlike Monday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern, followed by Greeny until noon on ESPN Radio. Break down what the quarterfinal matchups will look like after this game and tonight's Ohio State-Tennessee game determine what those matchups will be. Texas is ready now on a 2nd and 16 with Ewers in shotgun, 2 receivers to the right and 1 back next to Ewers. Ewers looks downfield, throws. That ball is deflected and intercepted. Clemson takes it the other way. Inside the 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown, R.J. Mickens. Off of the deflection, goes 45 yards for a pick 6, but there are 2 flags down on the field. So let's see what that's about. Also have a Texas offensive lineman, the center, Jake Majors, that's injured on the play.
It looks like this penalty is going to be after the play was over, or at least I should say after the interception was established.
After the interception, personal foul, illegal blindside block, intercepting team number 8, 15-yard penalty, first down Clemson.
I mean, what a costly penalty by Trey Williams. So you want to get a cleanup shot on a center? You got a guy that's going to take it back possibly for a touchdown. Did. And instead you're going to look for a kill shot and get it. I will say, you got to be smart. And watching this play again, you had a chance to just shield the guy. You know, the opportunities to blow guys up on picks, those are over. You just can't do it anymore. And you end up taking points off the board, much needed points. Still a great opportunity for Clemson, but a stupid play to do it that way.
So that play deflects off of the receiver, DeAndre Moore, into Barrett Carter's hands, and Carter couldn't make the grab, and it went into R.J. Mickens' hands, and the graduate player from Southlake, Texas, back in his own state, one of 6 Clemson players, ran it in for a touchdown, but it's called back because of that penalty. And now Jake Majors, the center, who's making his 55th career start, tying a Texas record, he's helped to his feet. And that's 2 consecutive plays where a Texas offensive lineman's been injured. It was Williams 2 plays ago, and now it's Jake Majors. And Kelvin Banks, the left tackle, is not 100% either. So regardless of how the outcome of this game goes, this is a nightmare for Texas with one of the best offensive lines in college football.
I mean, costly, no doubt. We'll see if we see either one of those back. Jake Majors leaving the field under his own power, unlike his teammate Cameron Williams on the preceding play. Majors just got decleated on that blindside block by Trey Williams. Now, Trey Williams, in his defense, I got to tell you, I don't know how else he could have executed this block. He just too much force.
And because of that penalty, it's a 54-yard penalty instead of an interception for touchdown. So Clemson will start this possession back in their own territory at their own 46-yard line. It's Cade Klubnik in shotgun. He has Keith Adams next to him as his tailback. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Brings 1 receiver, Antonio Williams, in motion, and Williams goes across the formation, makes the catch down inside the Texas 40, and he's marked down at the 36-yard line. 2:30 to go in the first half. Clock running after Williams makes an 18-yard completion. Catch there across the middle. And, of course, Clemson will go quickly. Empty backfield. Ewers will take off on a design run, and Quinn goes straight ahead, meeting Texas defenders at the 31-yard line. 2:15 to go. Let's see if Clemson can get the ball off here. Just 1 timeout before the 2-minute timeout. 2:05 left in the half. But it looks like the clock will go down to the 2-minute timeout. It will, as Clemson is on the march here on a 2nd and 5 at the Texas 31. They trail the Longhorns 21-7 at the 2-minute timeout.
You know, the thing that is the upshot here, right, is that if you get a pick six, you score quickly and you give the ball back to Texas with a chance to maybe even answer with time on the clock. Instead, obviously you take the points off the board, but if Clemson ends up scoring right here, you are shortening the half by taking that offensive possession and maybe even potentially keeping Texas's offense off of the football field with an inability to at least have time to answer here with the time on the clock here in the second quarter. Now, obviously, if you don't get points out of this, which you should if Clemson doesn't go backwards as they had earlier in this half, you've got maybe a field goal in your back pocket at this point. You've got to be smart with negative yardage plays and turnovers, but you could also bleed clock because those points came off of the scoreboard.
Let's go down to the field in Dana Boyle.
Just an update on right tackle Cameron Williams, who we watched limp off the field in a significant amount of pain. He is out of the athletic training tent, walking off on his own will, but appears to be in a good amount of pain on the sidelines right now.
And, of course, Jake Majors followed him into that injury tent, Dana, on the next play. I know you'll give us an update on him here momentarily, too. So those offensive line injuries now factor for the Texas offense. Is off the field now after the 2-minute timeout happened. And Clemson has the ball at Texas' 31-yard line as one of the three most important people in the history of this state, Buster Welch, and I believe the almighty of the other two, George Strait, is singing to us right now in Austin, Texas.
You're the king of country, man. It seems appropriate. Now, keep it in mind, so regardless of what happens with this possession for Clemson,
Hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you out there listening to Texas and Clemson in the college football playoffs here on TSI. Thanks for hanging out with us. We really appreciate it. Now, why haven't you hit that subscribe button yet? Turn on that bell, hit that subscribe button, and become an insider. Join this awesome community of sports fans we have here on TSI, making a difference in our community. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button. Now let's get back to Texas Longhorns football. Clemson Tigers, let's go. See you back in the chat.
Of daylight, about a quarter of the field is still in sunshine, with the other 75% in the shade. Clemson's in that small portion of sunlight going into the shade at the 31-yard line as they're ready to snap it here on what will be a 2nd and 5 from the Texas 31, trailing 21-7 at this 2-minute timeout. Klubnik in shotgun as Keith Adams behind him, 2 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. Fakes to Adams. Klubnik looking left, throws against his body. It's caught at the 21, out of bounds at the 20. Goes Bryant Wesco. That's a pickup of 12 by the freshman from Midlothian, Texas, back in his home state.
You know, that time Texas was committed to stopping the run. Got a play action by Clemson, so the play call could not have meshed better with what the defense was trying to do to the Tiger offense, and Wesco able to get that yardage needed to the left side of the formation.
1st and 10, Clemson at the Texas 19, 1:53 to go in the first half. Clemson has 1 timeout. Adams next to Klubnik. Klubnik takes a snap, rolls right, throws back to the left, almost intercepted. He was trying to swing it out of the backfield there, but Ionga Lefau almost intercepted it as he was looking for Jake Brenningstool, his tight end, but Brenningstool was covered up, and Lefau almost took it to the house.
It's a really odd play. You know, Clemson's offensive line did not move at all. Just snapped the ball. They were trying to see if they could get, I think, defense to just sit there, to think that maybe it was a dead play. Really odd execution right there, and nearly a pick going the other way.
2nd and 10 now at the 19. 2 receivers left to the right. Another design draw play for Klubnik, and he's weaving his way through defenders down to the 15-yard line. 1:43 left, and Texas is going to use the first of their 3 timeouts.
Their first, a 30-second timeout.
And it'll be a 3rd and 5 for Clemson. If Texas can get Clemson off of the field, they'd like to score some more points because they get the ball first in the second half.
And Taylor, I have to wonder, you know, for Clemson personnel-wise, if Phil Maffa isn't in the game in this situation, are we going to see him again? Because you think on that run, on a QB-designed draw, it was a lead draw. Keith Adams was in there at running back. He leads Klubnik up into the hole. He didn't block a soul. Find somebody and block him up, and instead Klubnik gets tackled, 5-yard shot.
Let's go down to Dana about that.
More on Phil Maffa. He hasn't taken his helmet off on the Clemson sideline, and he appears to be rotating his left shoulder to avoid it getting stiff at all. I know Clemson fans want to see him back in the game.
He's dealing with a bad shoulder that was injured about a month ago. He will have surgery on it as soon as Clemson's season is over. Not on the field here on a 3rd and 5 for Clemson at the Texas 14-yard line, trailing 21-7 with 1:43 to go here in the second quarter. Keith Adams is next to Klubnik, who's in shotgun. 2 receivers to the right and 1 to the left. Klubnik in shotgun, drifts straight back, has time, nothing open. He'll roll to his right, and he short hops his intended receiver, Bryant Wesco. It'll be 4th and 5 with 1:37 to go in the half. And Clemson will send out the field goal team.
Just nowhere to go with the football on that one, Taylor. Excuse me. It was just very well covered. Every single route stopped at the sticks. Texas sitting there just waiting on it. And Klubnik, once again, had to leave the pocket. And as you mentioned, was short, well short on that throw.
Nolan Hooser, the hero of the ACC championship game that made the 56-yarder to put Clemson in this game, will attempt a 32-yard field goal. Good snap, good hold, and the kick is up and good as well. Philip Florenzo with the snap. Clay Swinney of the Swinney trilogy of holders at Clemson with a good hold. And Hooser makes another field goal, cutting into the Texas lead. 21-10 is the lead now for Texas over Clemson with 93 seconds to go in the first half.
And right now, in the first half, to me, it's 2 plays that were somewhat pivotal. One was Phil Maffa getting shoved out of bounds just shy of the line to gain. You punt the football away and ends up giving up a touchdown the other way. The other is the blindside block to take a pick 6 off of the board. It's a 4-point swing for Clemson with those 2 plays. Now, who knows, right? If Clemson maintains possession, all the things. But you're talking about small elements, details. Maffa, you get the first down, you maintain possession there. You don't get a blindside block. You keep the touchdown on the board. Instead, if you're Clemson, you just forfeited 4 points in what otherwise could be a 1-possession football game.
And the kickoff will go through the end zone, or out of bounds, rather. And that will give Texas an even shorter field here with 1:33 to go in the half. Texas does have 2 timeouts left to work with here. So if Texas can score some more points, remember,
kicking team, the ball be placed at the 35-yard line, first down.
They also get the ball to start the second half, a critical time coming up for Clemson.
You think on that 3rd down, it's 3rd and 5. You throw the football, you burn very little time. So that entire possession we talked about, all right, the upshot is you could score a touchdown, burn clock. Clemson only burned 1:07. It's 1:33 left in this half. Texas has got those 2 timeouts. That's an eternity.
And they're at the 35 with Ewers in shotgun. Jaden Blue to his right, 3 receivers in the pattern. He throws to the left, and that ball is almost intercepted. There was some confusion on the route run there with his receiver, Ryan Wingo, and Avion Terrell almost picked it off. Instead, it falls to the ground. That's a loud incompletion.
I don't know how Terrell doesn't make this interception. I mean, it very much should have. That ball came out very oddly out of Ewers' hand. I don't know. It almost looked like it was tipped. It was not. Terrell should have made that turnover.
2nd and 10 now for Ewers. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Ewers drifts back, throws a little bubble screen, and it's ahead to Blue. Blue still on his feet into Clemson territory, and he's tackled down at the 45, near the 44-yard line. Blue out of the backfield, picks up 21 yards, and he's in Clemson territory. 1:20 to go here in the first half. Clock will stop momentarily for the chain gang to get in position. And now a handoff to Blue. Blue goes inside the 40, down near the 38-yard line. Clock ticking with 1:10 left in the half.
Here's the thing. With that amount of time and on the heels of an explosive, you got your whole playbook effectively available to you. Still with the 2 timeouts and in plus territory.
Now 1 minute left in the half. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Ewers looks right, nothing open, throws across the middle. That was a dangerous ball into traffic. It's incomplete. He was looking for his big tight end, Gunnar Helm, who was covered up by R.J. Mickens. 53 seconds to go. Clock stopped after the incompletion. It'll be 3rd and 3 for Texas at the Clemson 37.
Dangerous throw indeed. You can never be late over the middle. And I swear, if the umpire wasn't in the way on that one, that could have been picked off by Mickens.
Bert Auburn has made a 54-yarder. That's how long this field goal attempt would be if Ewers can't move the ball, but he can. He runs for it. A first down run. He gives himself up down inside the 27 at the 26-yard line. It's a pickup 11 for the Texas quarterback, using his legs to move the chains there. 46 seconds to go.
There's the scramble game that you just haven't seen a ton of since his injury. Clearly looked healthy there.
Clock moving, 40 seconds left in the half. Ewers looking, throws underneath. It's complete inside the 20, down near the 19, maybe even the 18-yard line to DeAndre Moore. Timeout Texas with 33 seconds to go in the half. Now, Texas is operating with a couple of backups on their offensive line. For more on that, we go down to the field and Dana Boyle.
Yeah, Texas is playing without their starting center, Jake Majors, who went into the locker room just a few minutes ago and has not returned. I will keep you updated on that.
Well, you got to think that's got to influence what they're trying to do up front. Ball's coming out quickly. They've had a couple of runs. The question will be, what does the pass rush look like? Can Clemson force a drop back pass? Right now, it's second and playbook. So you can do what you want to do if you're Sarkisian. You still have that timeout in your pocket. With 33 seconds on a short field, there's plenty of opportunities so far. Clemson not able to capitalize right now on the new faces up front.
Hayden Connor moving over from left guard is at center now. And they've got Cole Hudson that's come in to play left guard. It is 2nd and 3 for Texas. Snapping this inside the Clemson 20. Ewers throws, end zone, wide open receiver, touchdown! Gunnar Helm in the back of the end zone. Makes the catch, and it's a 19-yard touchdown for Texas.
We talk about Gunnar Helm and how good he is. We just hadn't seen a ton of him this game. Really wasn't a big impact player for Texas in the championship game. And in this game, if nothing else, heretofore, he's kind of been a little bit of a decoy. But right now, that drive by Texas, this entire end of half sequence, couldn't have gone any better given the turnover.
Yeah, painful finish for Clemson here. 28 seconds to go in the half, and Bert Auburn makes another extra point. It's now 28-10. Texas on top of the Clemson Tigers after another touchdown drive for Quinn Ewers. This time finding one of the best tight ends in all of college football, Gunnar Helm. Over 50 catches on the season. He's been the team leading receiver all year. Senior from Inglewood, Colorado. Destined to play at the next level, too.
The guy's pretty on the hoof. I mean, when you get out on the field, you look at Gunnar Helm, you're like, my goodness. He is, every inch is 6'5". They've got him listed right now at about 250 pounds. He looks a lot bigger than that. He's plenty long. That's a big target. That's an athlete. A guy that they use all over the offensive formation. Just a coverage bust by Clemson in the back end. Safety did not know who they had. Gunnar Helm was open. The only concern was, did Ewers put too much air into that football and he was going to run out of real estate?
Steve Sarkisian, his 11th year as a head coach, is 4th at Texas. 2nd consecutive trip to the college football playoff. Lost in the semifinals to Washington last year. Trying to win this first round matchup. And Stone will kick it to Randall. Randall calls for a fair catch. 28 seconds to go. That's plenty of time given there was, 17 seconds left, I believe, in the first half in the ACC championship game to get their kicker, Nolan Hooser, in range. But now Texas lead is 18 points over the Tigers as Cade Klubnik comes back onto the field. 11 of 18 passing is Klubnik for 107 yards. He has a touchdown pass and an interception off a deflected ball. Clemson only 58 yards rushing, and Phil Maffa was only in the series for a couple of games. He only has 9 of those yards. Klubnik has 4 receivers to work with here on a first down. Instead, will hand it in the backfield to Jarvis Green on a draw play, and Green will only get a few yards up to the 28-yard line. The clock is still moving. Now 15 seconds to go in the game as Klubnik quickly gets his team back over the football. Claps his hands, snaps the football. Klubnik moves up in the pocket, throws underneath. That's a first down ball up to the 37, 38-yard line where Jarvis Green makes the catch. And the clock will stop momentarily with 6 seconds to go in the half. And Clemson, in fact, will use its final timeout.
When you think about, going back to the ACC championship game, they don't have the benefit of the great return off of the change of possession after the kick. You run the football, clock burns on that first one. So now you got 6 seconds. You got time to run one play. I mean, there really is not much that you can do now in this circumstance if you're Clemson.
And there's also about a 10-mile-per-hour breeze that's directly into Hoosier's face as the wind is against him here. So while he did make a 56-yarder on a cold night in his hometown of Charlotte, I need to get a little closer than that to give himself a reasonable chance dealing with the conditions here. Clemson will snap this from their own 38-yard line. And Texas will only have 4 players on the line of scrimmage. The other 7 on defense are moved many yards behind the play here to try to keep Clemson in bounds and in the half. Klubnik will hand it off to Jarvis Green. Green runs straight ahead, and he'll get up to the 44-yard line, and that's where the first half will end. Clemson scored first on a 12-play, 75-yard drive. Since then, Texas has scored 28 points and leads the Tigers 28-10 here at the end of the first half, and the Longhorns will get the ball first to start the second half. Coming up in just a moment, Chris Villani has the halftime report in the studio here during the college football playoff here in Austin, Texas at Darrell K. Royal Stadium. Let's send it back to Chris now in the studio.
Thank you very much. A 28-10 halftime lead for strong showing, 28 points, the most Clemson's allowed in a first half this season. Texas with 3 rushing touchdowns for the second time this year in one half. For the first time in a first half, they had 3 rushing touchdowns in the second half earlier this year against Louisiana Monroe. So the Longhorns with a double-digit advantage. It'll be a hole for Clemson to try to climb out of if they're going to move on in the college football playoff and advance to take on Arizona State in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. Coming up next on the College Football Live Halftime Report, we get you caught up on all the playoff action to this point. This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Are you ready to make a difference?
Your favorite college football coaches are listening to Full Ride on Sirius XM College Sports Radio.
Clemson coach Dabo Swinney.
I hear you on the radio all the time.
Brent Venables, Oklahoma Sooners.
Coach Neuheisel, you've been an 8-foot giant to me in this profession.
I'm sorry that I'm not 8 feet tall.
Coaches, they're just like you.
Okay, yeah.
Full Ride with Chris Childers and Rick Neuheisel. Weekdays from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on Sirius XM College Sports Radio. Channel 84 and on the Sirius XM app.
Kick off the college football playoff with a chance to score a VIP trip to the...
What's up, football fans? Thank you so much for hanging out with us, keeping it classy, chatting it up, cheering on your team as we watch Texas and Clemson go at it in the college football playoff. Just by being here, you're making a difference. We have a partnership with Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto. We are opening up a campaign for the football, all the football games, Bills games that we do every single week, the college football playoffs, which we're going to do every single game, as well as the NFL playoffs, the Sick Kids Hospital Football Frenzy here on TSI. Watch out for the link in the next game. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Good luck to your team, Texas, Clemson. Let's see. I'm going to go. I'm thinking I can't make a call. We'll see you back in the chat.
In the car and on the Sirius XM app.
Deck the home
with boughs of holly.
With a channel featuring generation after generation of country stars.
'Tis the season to be jolly.
And their heartfelt holiday sounds.
Have yourself a merry little Christmas.
From back then to right now.
It's officially Christmas.
Country Christmas, now through December 25th on Channel 58 and on the Sirius XM app.
This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
I'm Chris Villani. It's halftime in Austin. The 5th-seeded Texas Longhorns with a 28-10 advantage on the number 12 Clemson Tigers. Winner trying to move on to the next round of the college football playoff. Half of the quarterfinal field is already set. Earlier today at a 6-11 matchup, it was Penn State and SMU from Happy Valley. Frigid temperatures, 106,000 and change in the stands. SMU trying to move the football early in quarter number one, ball deep in their own territory.
Three receivers right. Keyshawn Smith solo left. Back to throw out of the shotgun. Jennings flips it over the middle. And it's intercepted. Picked off. Running right. Dominic DeLuca. He's at the 10. 5. Pick 6. Touchdown. Penn State scores on defense. And they've got the early lead.
You heard it on ESPN Radio. 7-0 Nittany Lions take it to the second quarter. This time the Mustangs moving the ball into Penn State territory, and Kevin Jennings trying to get his team towards the red zone.
3rd down and 16, early second quarter in plus territory. Kevin Jennings out of the pocket, rolling to his right at midfield. Dumps one right, intercepted. Wide open, Tony Rojas, and he breaks a tackle at the 40, down to the 30-yard line, in the open field to the 20, to the 15, 10, 5, touchdown! It's another pick 6!
SMU quarterback Kevin Jennings is the 3rd quarterback this season at FBS to throw multiple pick 6 in a single half. He's intercepted 3 times total in half number 1. 14-0 Lions still in the second quarter. This time Penn State with the ball on the SMU 25.
And now they run quick. Running left is Allen. He's got a lane to the 10, 5, touchdown. A quick snap after the trick play failed, and SMU wasn't set defensively. And Katron Allen finds a 25-yard lane to the end zone for a Penn State touchdown.
The route is on at that point. Penn State, a 38-10 winner over SMU. Nittany Lions move on to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. They'll take on Boise State on New Year's Eve on ESPN Radio and ESPN. Against SMU, Penn State became the 3rd team to win a college football playoff game without a passing touchdown. Our Dr. Pepper trivia question: who was the last team to do so? It was this year. It was Michigan, the 2024 national championship. We said bonus points if you know the other school to do it. That was Alabama back in the 2016 Peach Bowl. The first playoff game was last night. Notre Dame and Indiana, the Fighting Irish, establishing their dominance.
And the snap is back. Leonard, a keeper up to the right, wide open, and he strides into the end zone for a capper on a fantastic Friday night for the Irish. Touchdown Notre Dame, and it's 26-3 over Indiana, and Notre Dame is already thinking about January 1st and a matchup against Georgia.
And that's exactly where the Fighting Irish are going in the All-State Sugar Bowl after a 27-17 win over Indiana that wasn't all that close. The Irish, 201 pass yards, 193 rushing yards, 8th straight game with at least 150 in each of those categories. Longest active streak in FBS and the team's longest streak in 20 years. Look inside the numbers, brought to you by GNC. At GNC, they're not waiting on the sidelines. Let them help you build more muscle, lose weight, or hit your wellness goals. Fuel your fitness at GNC. So half the field is set, still half to go. And coming up next at the College Football Live Halftime Report, we give you some players to watch in the nightcap. You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
We're talking college football on ACC Today.
Bill Belichick has agreed to a 5-year deal. He's hitting the ACC at a time where the ACC has put more teams in bowl games than any other conference. The league is expanding. It's got different vibe to it. It's coast to coast. It's going to be really, really interesting to see where the impact is for Carolina and where the impact is on the bigger scale for the ACC.
How Bill Belichick does at Carolina is going to be a story for as long as he's at Carolina.
ACC Radio, Channel 371, and the Sirius XM app.
Kick off the college football playoff with a chance to score a VIP trip to the 2025 National Championship in Atlanta from SiriusXM. Entering is easy. Just post a photo or video to Instagram showing your tailgate or watch party, tag and follow at SiriusXM College and include the hashtags TakeMeToTheCFP and SiriusXM Sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. Ends January the 5th, 2025. Visit SiriusXM.com/CFP2025 for official rules and complete entry instructions.
College basketball is back, and the road to the championship starts now on Sirius XM.
Knock it down!
Catch all the top games, the buzzer beaters, and the rivalries you live for in both men's and women's college basketball.
RJ Davis!
Whether you're driving, at home, or on the go, follow your favorite teams in every unforgettable moment. College basketball lives on Sirius XM. Anywhere you are, go to SiriusXM.com/sports to find out where to hear your favorite team.
Tis the season to be jamming. With the channel stuffed full of holiday hip-hop and R&B from the 90s to now. In the winter wonderland. Take your gift wrapping to a whole new level. Jingle Jams. One of dozens of holiday channels available anytime in the SiriusXM app.
We're talking college hoops on SEC This Morning.
Who could win the league this year? Not an easy question to answer. You look at how good Tennessee is. You look at how good Auburn is. Obviously, Alabama is up there. What Mark Pope is building Kentucky into. There's so much domination. There's so many great coaches, and there's so much great talent. It's going to make for some incredible games for the SEC tournament, but also the month of March is going to be awesome.
Listen live weekdays 8 to 11 a.m. Eastern on SEC Radio Channel 374.
Every fantasy football player has a date with destiny, and this week is yours. The Fantasy Football Playoffs are here. Listen to SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio and dominate your competition with expert analysis from a fantasy perspective to help you set a winning lineup.
And he spins his way into the end zone.
Go home a champion, or just go home.
At this point of the year, I want to be invested in teams that are playing for something.
The Fantasy Football Championship, Channel 87, and on the SiriusXM app.
And Disney Plus.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
I'm Chris Villani, halftime in Austin with number 5 Texas in front of number 12 Clemson, 28-10. Tigers will try to dig out of an 18-point hole in the second half. Winner moving on in the college football playoff. That's exactly what Ohio State and Tennessee are trying to do in the 8-9 matchup from Columbus with kickoff just about 2 hours from now. It's been quite the road for Tennessee. They haven't won a national championship or even an SEC title since 1998, the year after Peyton Manning left, but they're in the playoff this year, and our college football insider Jordan Reed says they've got some good players to watch.
The Tennessee Volunteers.
The 9th-seeded Tennessee Volunteers entered the college football playoff with a 10-2 record. The offensive head coach Josh Heupel is led by first-year starting quarterback Nico Iamaleava. Iamaleava has over 2,500 passing yards, 19 touchdowns, and only 5 interceptions. The best player offensively has been running back Dylan Simpson, as he was recently voted as SEC Offensive Player of the Year. With nearly 1,500 rushing yards and 22 touchdowns, he has surpassed 100 rushing yards in 10 of 12 games played this season. On the defensive side of the ball, the Volunteers are led by defensive end James Pierce Jr., who has 7.5 sacks this season and also has the highest pressure rate in all of the FBS. Pierce is considered to be one of the top defensive ends and defensive players in the 2025 NFL Draft and is in contention to be a top 10 selection in next year's draft.
College Football Insider brought to you by Regions Bank, official bank of the SEC. The winner will get Oregon in the Rose Bowl presented by Prudential. Of course, the Ducks beat Ohio State by a point back in October. Once again, Jordan Reed with who to keep an eye on for the Buckeyes.
The Ohio State Buckeyes.
The Ohio State Buckeyes, led by head coach Ryan Day, finished this season with a 10-2 record. They entered the college football playoff as the 8th seed, offensively led by Kansas State transfer quarterback Will Howard. He finished this season with over 2,800 passing yards, 27 touchdowns, and only 8 interceptions. In the backfield, they have one of the best duos in all of the FBS, which includes Quinshon Judkins as well as Travion Henderson. Out wide at wide receiver, they are led by freshman sensation Jeremiah Smith, as well as senior and Mr. Reliable in Emeka Ibuku. On the defensive side of the ball, they have a very senior-laden unit that is led by the defensive end duo of JT Tuimoloau as well as Jack Sawyer. On the interior, defensive tackle Tyleik Williams is the anchor in the middle. The Buckeyes are looking to rebound after a disappointing loss to end the season against Michigan, but they are without question one of the best teams in all of the college football playoff, as they have a very talented roster looking to win the national championship.
Well, the Buckeyes were a top 5 team for most of the season, but as you heard Jordan say at the end there, they're still reeling from that 4th straight loss to Michigan. But both Ohio State and Tennessee trying to prove today is a day for doing. Brought to you by the Home Depot. Watch the game, not the grill, with Traeger Timberline XL from the Home Depot. Ryan Day, Ohio State head coach, joined College Game Day earlier, talking about turning the page after the latest loss to the Wolverines.
Everything was about moving forward. Everything is in front of us right now, and we have an opportunity to go win a national championship, and that starts tonight. Building momentum in the playoffs, and the playoffs is different. It is, and where we are right now is different than where we were in the middle of the season, the beginning of the season. And every team's going to have issues going into the playoffs. The teams that know how to address them and get them fixed going into the playoffs is going to give themselves the best chance to win. And so our guys coming into this game have had a great week of practice, great focus, and are fired up to play in this game.
Coach, since you guys had some extra time to prepare for this Josh Heupel offense, what are some of the adjustments and concerns you may have defensively trying to defend? They go tempo, they spread you out wide. What are some of the adjustments you have to make defensively to defend that offense?
Well, the first thing is they're trying to get you out of alignment. So you got to get lined up. That's the first thing they're trying to do when they go fast.
Yeah.
So that's the second thing is they're trying to get you to not communicate very well and get everybody on the same page.
Yeah.
The third thing is they're spreading you out and trying to create space and trying to get explosive plays out of that. So you got to get lined up, you got to communicate, and you got to make sure you're keeping things in front of you and not allow for explosive plays.
From an offensive standpoint, being able to create balance and to be able to run the ball.
Right.
And some of the issues you had against Michigan with the inside guys, you're going to have the same kind of issues with the same kind of guys Tennessee has. So what's the plan to try to be able to run the ball, create balance so you don't become one-dimensional?
That's it.
offensively?
That's it. And they're built similar. They're big up front. They have really good corners, and they're a very good defense statistically. And when you watch them play, they run to the football and play physical. So to your point, we have to make sure that we're maximizing our strengths and minimizing our deficiencies. And so, without getting into the scheme of all that, we have to make sure that we're doing that and finding that balance. And a big part of that's going to be running the football. But, we have great skill players, and we got to make sure that we get them the ball in space.
Right.
It's amazing. You go back 2 years ago, you guys had a disappointing game against Michigan. You put it behind you. Go to Georgia, and everybody's like, they can't deal with Georgia. But the mindset of that Ohio State team, you guys were like, pretty much screw the world. We're going in there we're going to be the aggressor. We're going to attack. Do you sense that kind of energy as far as the week and the prep and the mindset of you and Chip and the approach?
There's no question. I mean, that's what we have to do in this game. You have to go attack. You have to bring it right from the jump, set the tone early in the game. But that's really what football's all about. You're going to have wins, you're going to have losses, but how you respond to those things ultimately define what kind of season you're going to have. And so we have to respond in a big way. I feel like we have the way we've practiced, and I feel like we are going to go attack tonight.
The Buckeyes and Ryan Day about a touchdown favorite against Tennessee. The kickoff about 2 hours from now. The game yours on ESPN Radio, ABC, and ESPN TV. I'm Chris Villani. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Join me, Dusty Dvorak, and Danny Cannell Monday morning at 6 Eastern as we break down all the action from the weekend on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Coming up on the College Football Live Halftime Report, we get it back out to Austin for the second half kickoff. This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted it close to town with a picture window overlooking a yard. And you found it. Now when you sit down to dinner, you've got front row seats too. Your neighbor's daily pickleball game. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Great game. You got into the end zone again and again. How'd it feel?
Awesome. Like getting a new iPhone again and again. I just got the new iPhone 16 Pro today.
Really?
Yeah, and with AT&T Next Up Anytime, I can upgrade early every year.
Very nice.
Feel like an MVP again. Learn how to get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us and the latest iPhone every year with AT&T Next Up Anytime. AT&T. Connecting changes everything. Offer subject to change. Additional fees, terms, and restrictions apply. $0 offer may not be available on future iPhones. Next Up Anytime feature may be discontinued at any time. See att.com/iPhone for details.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
FX's Say Nothing.
We thought joining the IRA was the noblest thing a person could do.
Northern Ireland, 1971.
They could beat us, they could shoot us, but the one thing they could never get us to do was talk.
Based on the true story and the New York Times bestseller.
You were taught that you were fighting in the name of the people. And I think people should know that it's all lies.
FX's Say Nothing. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
At the Home Depot, we know you can't control everything, like when your guests arrive too early for Saturday college football. But you can control your grill. With the Traeger Timberline XL, you can watch the game, not the grill. Monitor your football feast from anywhere using the Traeger app. With the Timberline XL, you can bake, smoke, sear, fry, and sauté. That's Desmond Howard level versatility.
Huddle up, the food's done.
Defend your game time with Traeger and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
It is 2nd and 3 for Texas, snapping this inside the Clemson 20. Ewers throws, end zone, wide open receiver, touchdown! Gunnar Helm in the back of the end zone, makes the catch, and it's a 19-yard touchdown for Texas.
Quinn Ewers, 141 yards in the first half on an efficient 11 of 14. He threw a pick, but also that touchdown in the closing seconds of half number 1 to Gunnar Helm to make it a 28-10 halftime advantage for the number 5 Texas Longhorns ahead of the 12th seeded Clemson Tigers. Our first half check-in brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Visit allstate.com or call a local agent for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Time for the second half kickoff from Austin, so let's get it back out there now. Once again with Dana Boyle on the sidelines and alongside Matt Stitchcomb, here's Taylor Zarzer.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate you, my friend. Matt, it was 21-7 Texas, and Quinn Ewers threw an interception that was picked off by R.J. Mickens. Mickens returned it for a touchdown, but there was a penalty on Clemson on the play that negated the touchdown. Clemson would kick a field goal to make it 21-10, and then Texas got the ball back, and you just heard the touchdown call, and the score is 28-10. But it was so close to being 21-14 with just a couple minutes to go in the first half.
Should have been, right? You think about it. Now, looking back, how else do you do it? Do you just allow Majors to make that tackle? You otherwise probably would have. But you think about that penalty that Trey Williams had, takes those points off the board. Then Texas goes right down the field. It's an 11-point swing at minimum that otherwise would have kept Clemson in this game. Now, they're still in it, right? But the momentum, and you talk about the possession game, just the one possession waiting.
For more on what the coaches are thinking, we send down to the field in Dana Boyle.
Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian is really pleased with the balance that he saw on offense, and they don't plan on taking their foot off the gas anytime soon or playing conservative. On the flip side, Dabo Swinney and Clemson said they need to account for Quinn Ewers' legs, and they have to find a way to stop Texas, and he told Cade Klubnik, just keep playing, have a little bit of that mistake amnesia to start the second half.
To your point about Texas offense, Dana, Ewers 11 of 14 passing, 141 yards and a touchdown. Big tailback Quintravion Wisner, 10 of 80 for 2 touchdowns on the ground. Jaden Blue had a 38-yard touchdown run. Texas has been terrific throwing and running, and they'll get the ball to start the second half
as Robert Gunn's kick sails over Matthew Golden's head, and Texas will start at the 25-yard line. How can Clemson's defense start stopping the Texas offense?
Well, you saw the turnovers they were able to generate. There have been a couple of times where they've got them in third and long scenarios, but then they've just either conceded the edge defensively, that was on a run on the opening possession, or they've allowed Texas to find a way to get a completion, a much-needed completion. But they've got to find a way to get them in an obvious passing down on third down.
They do have injuries, Texas does, across the board on their offensive line. First play, second half, Ewers throws on a slant to Matthew Golden, but Avion Terrell got his hand in there. Incomplete, second down. Good play by the sophomore from Atlanta at cornerback.
Well, that'll help. You get a couple of plays like that. Terrell, who did not have a great first half, didn't get burnt, but made a couple of plays that otherwise could have been difference makers.
Ewers in shotgun, two receivers to the right. He has a back next to him in Wisner. Hands to him on an inside carry. Wisner, so physical, could have been stopped for a yard or two. Instead, he picked up 7. It'll be 3rd and 3.
We've seen this. This has been a common theme carrying over now into the second half from the first 2 quarters, where Clemson has a defender in place to make a play. They just have not been able to make that first tackle. If it's not Wisner, it's been Blue who's been able to run through would-be tackles. It'll be interesting to see if Texas continues to have success on the ground with this kind of remade offensive front.
Ewers in an empty backfield. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Short throw, completed ball, first down as he finds DeAndre Moore, the sophomore from Anaheim, California, for a 5-yard pickup. It'll be a fresh set of downs for Texas now at their own 38-yard line. By the way, Matt, Hayden Connor, who started the game at left guard, has moved over to center. Cole Hudson, a backup guard, is now playing left guard. And Trevor Gooseby, who started the SEC championship game at left tackle, he's now in the game at right tackle. So a bunch of different faces in there with a couple of injuries to some Texas offensive linemen in the first half. Ewers in shotgun, wants to throw underneath. He's got Gunnar Helm, and Helm makes the catch. He's up to the 47-yard line where Barrett Carter, the linebacker, makes the tackle. A 9-yard completion to Helm, who's having another big day. 4 catches now for 47 yards, including a touchdown.
And again, a great ball from Quinn Ewers that time, hitting one of his favorite targets.
On 2nd and 1, Ewers inside handoff to Wisner, and he's tripped up in the backfield. Won't gain a yard there. Instead, R.J. Mickens was in the backfield there for the tackle. It'll be 3rd and 1 for Texas at their own 47-yard line. And the Longhorns are 3 of 5 on this down today.
We've seen Clemson find a way to get a stop, and we've got a sub now with Arch Manning in at quarterback.
He's in shotgun. We saw him on a 3rd down earlier in the game, unable to convert it. 3 receivers to the left and a back. He's going to throw. Manning looks around. No one's open. Will take off. He eludes a tackle. Gets the first down. Steps out of bounds near midfield into the Texas bench. And the backup quarterback moves the chains for the Horns. He stays on the bench, and Ewers comes back in on this first down.
It's the eludes the tackle that's been the problem for Clemson. T.J. Parker has a chance to make a play on Arch Manning. Would have been a negative yardage play. Instead, Manning does a great job of dancing right out of that would-be tackle for the first down.
Arch's family is here. His little brother goes to school here. His mom and dad in the stands watching as he goes back to the bench. Ewers fields a low snap, throws, and a great catch by Helm with one hand, just stuck an arm out and made the catch and gets the first down. What a big play by the tight end down to the 36-yard line. That play was destined to fail. Instead, it picks up 14 yards.
What an incredible play by Ewers as well. Staring down the face of pressure. I mean, it's coming. No pickup. He comes off of his play-action fake. Mickens is right on top of him, and he delivered a strike to Helm.
And now they're at the Clemson 36-yard line. Another low snap. Ewers still has the ball in his hand. He fakes the throw, takes off, and he gives himself up back at the 40-yard line. That's a loss of 4 on the play. Don't understand why he didn't just throw it away there. Instead, he takes a 4-yard loss. It'll be 2nd and 14.
Really odd end to that play, Taylor. I'm with you. I don't understand. You had a chance to either continue to run and throw it away, and instead giving himself up for the negative yardage play. Burn it, dirt it, throw that ball on the ground, just find a receiver or continue to roll out. Really odd finish.
Almost 4 minutes, Matt, into the second half. Texas up 28-10, and they have the ball at the Clemson 40-yard line. Ewers turns, hands to Wisner. Wisner bangs into his own players and gets only a yard on the play, up to the 39-yard line. But it'll be 3rd and 13 for Texas from there. They need to get past the Clemson 26 to convert a first down.
I think it's clear that Ewers just lost track of where he was on the field on that slide. He's still kind of dejected, shaking his head at that decision. And last time, what we've seen, Texas is an excellent screen team. 3rd and 10 plus. You see screens, you see QB runs.
Receivers to each side of the formation. Ewers in shotgun, pocket breaking down, throws a deep ball into heavy traffic down there, and it's going to be a flag. It's going to be pass interference on Avion Terrell. He was trying to cover up Matthew Golden, and he made contact with Golden before the ball got there.
Pass interference, defense, number 20, 15-yard penalty, first down.
Yeah, we mentioned it, Terrell, who's subbing out of the game after that penalty. And Golden just got a good jump off the line of scrimmage. And Terrell, they were kind of hand fighting, and then Terrell is grabbing that jersey. Easy call for the official. Now the near side corner, Jaden Lucas, is Terrell's getting coached up by Dabo Swinney on the sideline.
So this gives Texas a fresh set of downs now at the Clemson 24. Tigers didn't commit a penalty in the ACC championship game. They have 3 that they've committed so far today, and they have been costly. Fresh set of downs for Ewers, who hands it off to Wisner. Wisner makes a cut back towards the 15, the 10, the 5, and that's where he'll be marked down. 1st and goal from there for the Longhorns. A 19-yard run for Wisner, who's now over 100 yards on the day.
That was a trick play. So Texas makes it look like they screwed up the shift. Gunnar Helm stood up, looked at the sideline like he didn't know what was going on.
Going quickly, it's Wisner again trying the left side. He runs into Clemson defenders and takes them on and gets inside the 3. It'll be 2nd and goal from there. Man, this is a physical tailback, this Wisner kid. Sophomore from Glen Heights, Texas, has been running so physically throughout the entirety of the season, carrying the ball almost 30 times a game against Kentucky and against Texas A&M. Quinn Ewers and Wisner will go to the sideline, and Arch Manning is back in the game on a 2nd and goal from the 2. He has Jaden Blue next to him, 2 receivers to the left. Texas fans are so excited. Arch says, calm down, quiet. Let me hear this. Snaps it, takes it, runs forward into his right tackle. Might have gotten half a yard inside the 2. It'll be 3rd and goal from there.
The QB sweep. And Clemson was well schooled on that attempt, because Arch Manning was met with about 4 defenders just waiting on him at the line of scrimmage.
And Manning will go back to the sideline, and Ewers will come back in on a 3rd and goal just inside the Clemson 2-yard line. This opening drive of the half has taken more than 6 minutes. And it'll be the 13th play for Texas here on offense. Ewers turns, hands in the backfield. It's Gibson stopped. Gibson loses yardage. Jarrett's back near the 4-yard line. Peter Woods and friends were in the backfield there. Clemson forces a field goal try.
How about this stop by the Clemson defense? As you said, Taylor, Texas takes this opening possession, and they are just marching, able to withstand and defend inside their own 5-yard line.
Instead, a chip shot field goal attempt by Bert Auburn, a 22-yarder. Auburn on the season is 14 of 21 kicking field goals. He's made the most field goals in Texas history, and he's made another. And the new score is 31-10, Texas over Clemson with 8:10 to go in the 3rd quarter. You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Kick off the College Football Playoff with a chance to score a VIP trip to the 2025 National Championship in Atlanta from SiriusXM. Entering is easy. Just post a photo or video to Instagram showing your tailgate or watch party, tag and follow at SiriusXM College, and include the hashtags TakeMeToTheCFP and SiriusXM Sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. Ends January the 5th, 2025. Visit SiriusXM.com/CFP2025 for official rules and complete entry instructions.
Hey football fans, thank you for hanging out with us tonight for Texas and Clemson for the college football playoffs. We really appreciate you being here. Now is the time for us to find out how many people, where are you all gathering from, listening to the best radio feed and hangout on YouTube. Man, we have USA covered. We probably have all 50 states. Let us know your city and state and those USA flags in the chat. Canadian flags in the chat. Do we have any Canadian fans in here? Or are you all hanging out at the Leafs game that's live right now as well? Thank you guys. And international, so many people from all over the world. Let us know in the chat. Thank you. Now let's get back to the football. Good luck to your team.
All overtime with Denton Diggs.
He's an alien. He's a freak. He's a mutant. He's the best player in college football.
Every Saturday starting at 11 p.m. Eastern on Sirius XM College Sports Radio Channel 84 and on the Sirius XM app.
Starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
It's a privilege to be in Austin, Texas today for the first round. Darrell K. Royal, Texas Memorial Stadium with the College Football Hall of Famer Matt Stinchcomb and Dana Boyle on the field. I'm Taylor Zarzer. Texas goes on a 14-play, 71-yard drive that took 6 minutes and 50 seconds off the clock, but they only scored 3 points. They now lead Clemson 31-10. Clemson, Matt, scored a touchdown the first time they possessed the ball in the game. They went 12 plays, 75 yards, but they haven't scored a touchdown since.
You think about the way they were able to march down the field, too. Largely paced by the passing game. Only had 3 runs on that drive. One of those was a scramble on third down by Cade Klubnik. Otherwise, and Phil Moffitt was still in the game. Have not seen him really since. Very sparingly. Was in on another third down. Could have gotten a first down and didn't. Clemson's got to find a way to start winning, especially versus this zone coverage that Texas has had. The problem has been negative yardage plays. Some of these possessions where they're going backwards, they got to stay on schedule and stay out of the obvious passing game.
And Cade Klubnik's one of the better quarterbacks in college football. 12 of 19 passing, 117 yards. That touchdown on the first drive. He has also thrown an interception in the game. In his return to his hometown of Austin. The kickoff by Stone is fielded by Randall at the goal line. It's a fair catch, and Clemson will get it at the 25-yard line. The problem for Klubnik, as you just referenced with Maffa, is there is a large difference between Phil Maffa being on the field and any other tailback Clemson puts out there.
Yeah, we got guys, we're sitting here talking. We got Jay Haynes, who's out with an ACL. You've got Mume, who's, when he gets in there, is a true freshman and is a protection liability, a guy who hasn't had a ton of touches all season long. You've got converted receivers and Adam Randall in the backfield.
This time it's Jarvis Green, the freshman from Irmo, South Carolina, that stands next to Klubnik on this 1st and 10 in shotgun. Klubnik throws underneath ball. Brenningstool, the big tight end, the school record holder with 125 catches in his career by a tight end at Clemson, needs to get more involved. Good positive play there on first down for Clemson that nets 8 yards. 2nd and 2 for the Tigers at their own 33. 4 receivers in this pattern, 2 to each side. This time, Klubnik throws towards the Texas bench. It's complete past the 40-yard line to Bryant Wesco. Freshman receiver gives Clemson a fresh set of downs out to their own 42.
How about that? A 15-yard out from the opposite hash. It's a long throw. Cade Klubnik puts it right on the money to Wesco to open this drive. 2 passes, 2 quick ones, incidentally, getting the ball right out of his hands quick.
Still has 4 receivers out there, 2 to each side. And Klubnik takes the shotgun snap, will drift back. He's under pressure, though. He's going down. Yes, down back at the 30. Tried to throw the football as he was going down, and he lost control of it. It's back at the 27-yard line. Jalen Gilbo and Bill Norton made contact with him, and that is a devastating play for Klubnik. It stands as a loss of 14 yards.
Well, you put that on left guard, Marcus Tate. They're running play action. He pulls from his left guard position, and he's being asked to block a cornerback. Go blow him up. And instead, he wants to dance with him in space. You end up getting all over Klubnik for a huge negative yardage play.
All the way back to their own 28-yard line. It's now 2nd and 24. Klubnik, the pocket's going down again. He rolls, he throws, It is a good ball up to the 36-yard line where TJ Moore makes the catch to make it somewhat more manageable, but it'll be 3rd and long for the Tigers here.
To start the possession, Clemson's following the formula they needed, right? Get the ball out quickly, attack that zone coverage, avoid that negative yardage play. They couldn't get there. They end up forfeiting it, going right back on a really poorly protected play. Now 3rd and 10 plus. And you have to be smart right here. You do in an empty backfield, still have your quarterback as a potential runner.
5 wide receivers are in the pattern on a 3rd and 15 for Klubnik from his own 37-yard line. Klubnik goes back, facing pressure, drifts out to the right, throws against his body, incomplete, and it was almost intercepted. He was looking for Antonio Williams, and there was a defender, Andrew Makuba, the former Clemson Tiger, that almost picked it off. Instead, it goes to the field as an incompletion. 4th down. Clemson will have to punt again.
Well, once again, we talk about getting the ball out quickly, but when you're in that 10-plus territory, it takes a while for routes to develop. Klubnik having to leave the pocket once again, rolling to his right, trying to throw a little bit back over to the left and caught him.
Instead, Aiden Swanson back on the field to punt again. Oh, this is the best punt for Swanson of the day. It makes Silas Bolden scoot back near his 20-yard line. It's a 42-yard punt. No return. Texas has the lead over Clemson 31-10 with 5:34 to go in the 3rd quarter, and they have the ball. It's the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recover from and made it like it never even happened. Like when Boise State trailed by 7 points with 18 seconds to play and faced a 4th and 18 in the 2007 Fiesta Bowl. With a win probability sitting at 0.1%, the Broncos pulled off a 50-yard hook and ladder play to force overtime and then won it in overtime 43-42.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
Harry Douglas here. Say goodbye to bulky, clunky shavers that clutter your bag.
What's up, football fans? Thank you so much for hanging out with us, keeping it classy, chatting it up, cheering on your team as we watch Texas and Clemson go at it in the college football playoff. Just by being here, you're making a difference. We have a partnership with Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto. We are opening up a campaign for the football, all the football games, Bills games that we do every single week, the college football playoffs, which we're going to do every single game, as well as the NFL playoffs, the Sick Kids Hospital Football Frenzy here on TSI. Watch out for the link in the next game. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Good luck to your team, Texas, Clemson. Let's see. I'm going to go. I'm thinking. I can't make a call. We'll see you back in the chat.
Shop our full collection of flavors and online exclusives at GNC.com. GNC, live well.
This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The locals say we're at the 40 acres, and it is a beautiful evening. 4 days before Christmas in Austin at Darrell K. Royal Texas Memorial Stadium with Matt Stinchcomb and Dana Boyle. I'm Taylor Zarzer. Steve Sarkisian in his 4th season at Texas, 36-16 record, 2nd consecutive trip to the college football playoff. We all wondered, coming from the Big 12 to the SEC, what would that transition look like? Well, they had the best conference record of all 16 teams in the regular season. They lost to Georgia here in the regular season, their only blemish, and then lost to the Dogs again in overtime in the SEC championship game. They give up less points on defense in the SEC than they did in the Big 12. Everyone believes this is Sark's best team.
And it may very well be. You know, they had a pretty welcoming schedule here in the first year in the SEC. I don't know that it could have laid out any better. Their trip to College Station, the only real challenging road trip of the entire season amongst their conference schedule.
31-10 the lead. They have the ball at their own 22-yard line. Ewers in shotgun as Jaden Blue behind him. Turns and hands to Blue. Blue runs straight ahead and does not get much. If there's something to be concerned about, though, Dana, it's the health of their offensive line.
Majors left at the end of the second half, did not return, but did come out for warm-ups to start the third quarter, but he is on the sidelines right now holding his helmet. Not expected to return, but I'll keep you updated if so.
And that's a big deal, Matt, because that guy's made 55 consecutive starts, which ties a Texas record. If he can play in the next game, that would break the record. One of the better centers in all of college football. Kelvin Banks is out there after missing the SEC championship game. Ewers eludes trouble, throws deep down the field, and it's caught. What a catch by, no, incomplete. Ryan Wingo had it and then dropped it. He had a step on Ashton Hampton, but couldn't bring it to his body. Instead, it's just an incompletion. It'll be 3rd and 9.
I gotta say, Quinn Ewers has amazing touch on his deep ball. And really, this ball should have been caught by Wingo. Had a real chance at it. Ashton Hampton got his hands in there to divide the receiver's hands, but otherwise could have been another explosive downfield throw.
Instead, 3rd and 9, Quintravian Wisner back on the field next to Ewers on this 3rd down. Ewers drift backs, wants to throw the bubble screen, and that's blown up, almost picked off. He tried to get the ball to Wisner, and instead, the defender was right there next to him. Wade Woodaz again. That's a quick 3 and out for Texas. So Clemson will get it back with 4:45 to go in the 3rd.
Texas is lucky that this didn't end up being a turnover. Wade Woodaz read this exceptionally well. He came all the way across the formation. He was on the opposite side to read that screen and nearly picked it.
And if you're wondering if Texas has a punter, they do. His name is Michael Kern, a freshman from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Here's his first attempt of the game with 4:45 to go in the 3rd quarter after Texas's first 3 and out of the game. Good kick. Antonio Williams waits his 36. On the run, he drifts, forces a missed tackle, and gets up to the 45-yard line. So Clemson will have good field position with 4:34 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Clemson trails Texas 31-10 as you listen to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
In Chinatown, nothing ever changes.
I feel like I'm a background character. I think that's called being a loser.
Based on the bestseller by Charles Yu.
Police are investigating a missing woman.
Willis Wu. I'm a detective. I need your help.
Why me?
You know Chinatown better than I do.
And from visionary director Taika Waititi comes a mind-bending new series.
If you want to be a part of this, why not be the hero?
In Chinatown, Kung Fu can break on any moment.
The Hulu original series, Interior Chinatown. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
I'm Kevin Winchell. Let's go inside the opening round of the college football playoffs on ESPN Radio, brought to you by Regions Bank, official bank of the SEC. 3rd and final game of the day. 4th and final game of round 1 comes your way from Columbus between Tennessee and Ohio State. Temperature expected to be in the high teens for Tennessee head coach Josh Heupel.
This is playoff football weather, and it's a great night to have a night. So elements won't be a factor in this game. How we play will have a factor in this game. You got to go do your job. You got to play assignment sound. You got to play with great fundamentals and technique. But you got to play hard and smart in this one, too. It's going to be a great game.
Josh Heupel, the head coach of the Volunteers. Vols and the Buckeyes winner against Oregon in the Rose Bowl game presented by Prudential. That's the 4th and final game in round 1. Right now, we send you back to Austin with Matt Stinchcomb and Dana Boyle. Here's Taylor Zarzer.
Kevin, great to hear from you, my friend. We got to find a good barbecue spot and watch that. tonight, and listen here on ESPN Radio. We can confirm it's cold in Knoxville also.
Yeah.
The Tennessee Volunteers aren't worried about the cold. I don't know that I was ready to predict that all three of these first games would be double-digit victories for the winning team, but the game tonight was the one we had marked that would be the closest. Here, Clemson trails by 3 touchdowns. Adam Randall takes the handoff from Cade Klubnik, and Randall does not get much, maybe a couple yards, 2 yards officially. Randall had never carried the football before this game. He's an emergency tailback here after playing receiver most of the season because Phil Maffa is injured. His shoulder has been bothering him the last month. Tried to give it a go early, ended up only with a couple of carries for 9 yards, and he's unable to go now. Here is Klubnik drifting back, throws down the field. Brenningstool with a great catch, and the tight end puts Clemson in business inside the 30, down at the 25-yard line. That's a 28-yard throw from Klubnik to Jake Brenningstool.
This is what Clemson was trying to do on the previous possession. Run play action and see if they can pull the secondary up.
Down to the 25 of Texas. Klubnik throws out of the backfield. It's dropped. He's trying to get that ball to Randall, and Randall couldn't make the catch. Incomplete second down for Clemson now with 3:35 to go in the third quarter, down 3 touchdowns.
You know, Taylor, we talk about guys that don't normally play the running back positions that show up in protection, but also shows up on some of these routes where you're just not typically running like a swing route if you're a wide receiver. You don't have a ton of reps. That ball was there. Randall got his head around, just wasn't ready for it. The incompletion came in a good time for Texas, on their heels right now after the big play.
Randall goes to the bench. Jarvis Green comes in the backfield. Klubnik to throw out of the backfield to the end zone. Touchdown, Jarvis Green. The freshman was wide open on a little wheel route, and Clemson's in business. A 25-yard touchdown, and now it's a 2-score game.
And you could see it right now. Again, play action look in the backfield. And Cade Klubnik just puts it right on Jarvis Green. You mentioned it, Taylor. He runs the wheels almost like a double wheel. He also had out there on the same side of that offensive formation that ends up being wide open in the end zone.
Hoosier on the field to attempt the extra point, and it's 31-17 now. And just like that, here come the Tigers. 4 plays, 55 yards. Klubnik found Brenningstool on a big play to put Clemson in position, and then threw a perfect ball to Jarvis Green, the freshman from Irmo, South Carolina, out of the backfield. And now it's a 14-point cushion for Texas, who will get the ball back with 3:29 to go here in the third quarter.
A different ball game, right? When we think about it, 2-possession game. Fantastic opportunity for Clemson to climb back into this one. You think back, a big stop. The opening drive coming all the way down the field. For Clemson to force that field goal attempt, I know that it's conceding points, but to just stem the tide the way the first half ended, it couldn't have come at a better time when Texas was just bludgeoning its way down the field for the Clemson defense to get a stop and then the offense to find a way to answer.
And now Texas will get the ball back on offense. And Dana, the big question is, who will be out there in front of Quinn Ewers to snap him the football?
Well, spending time on the Texas sideline, 65, the starting center for Texas, Jake Majors, was receiving Theragun treatment on his lower right back, and the athletic training staff gave him his helmet and he walked down the sideline, so there is a chance we will see him out on the field for that snap.
And Dana, that's not something that Texas had to deal with in the first 11 games of the season. Just about every other team in college football does deal with that at every position, but especially up front with their offensive linemen. Kelvin Banks over in College Station hurt his ankle and could not play in Atlanta in the SEC championship game at left tackle. He's back today, but now Majors banged up at center. Cameron Williams is out of the game at right tackle. That's a huge concern for Steve Sarkisian.
Yeah, I do have to wonder if Cameron Williams isn't capable of coming back. We saw down there earlier, he was taking pass sets, did not have his helmet on at the time when we saw it, but he was down there trying to work on what looked to be that right knee injury. We got rolled up earlier on the screen pass attempt. The chance that Texas might be made whole. The problem is as it is right now, they had to make a double switch. You got to move your left guard to center. You got a new guy in there at right tackle. That's 3 guys now, 2 injuries, but it impacts 3 different positions because of the need to slide one of your existing starters.
Let's go back to what Dana was just saying, just to update what she was talking about. Jake Majors is on the 40-yard line right now with his helmet on. So maybe an indication that center Jake Majors is going to try to come back into the game here on this next possession. That'd be a big deal for the Horns. 31-17 the score. Clemson trailing the Longhorns with 3:29 to go here in the third quarter. The sun is just about set here in Austin at 5:37 local time on what is a beautiful Saturday night, 4 days before Christmas. Over 105,000 people are here in Darrell K. Royal Memorial Stadium to watch this first ever on-campus playoff game between the Texas Longhorns and the Clemson Tigers. 2 rich programs that have never played each other in over 125 years of competing in this sport. Robert Gunn kicks it to Golden, and Golden will let it go into the end zone. And so Texas will start at the 25-yard line on offense here. And we'll watch closely as Quinn Ewers goes into his huddle to see who comes out of there on the offensive line with him. Ewers is 14 of 20 passing for 170 yards, a touchdown and an interception. On the ground, the Horns have run for 175 yards in the game. And it still will be Hayden Connor at center. Jake Major stays on the sideline as Connor goes back on the field, converted from left guard to center. Ewers is alone in his backfield with 5 receivers in this pattern. Ewers surveys, throws, and it's a good ball in the middle of the field at the 35. Making a cut is Gunnar Helm, and he gets over to the 40-yard line. Helm now 6 catches for 76 yards and another Texas first down.
The other thing that you love about Gunnar Helm is that he almost always picks up yards after the catch and contact. So it's not just like he's some possession receiver at tight end. He's a playmaker.
Up past the 40-yard line, Ewers fakes the handoff, throws off his back foot, way down there with a flag down, looking for Matthew Golden, but Golden was tripped up on his way down the field. Avion Terrell thinks that this should be on Texas, not on him.
Pass interference, defense, number 20, 15-yard penalty, first down.
He's dejected by it, but it's called on Terrell again.
As we know, some of these controversial pass interference calls. Wow. And I got to tell you, we're watching a replay. Y'all can't see it, but we can tell you what we just saw. And I'm surprised that was not offensive PI. Golden rode him all the way to the ground. It was physical. They were hand fighting. And Terrell's like, look, I got thrown onto the ground. You're reminiscent somewhat of a pass interference call earlier in the season here in DKR versus Georgia.
Texas, no penalties called against them today. Clemson's been called for 4. Here's the handoff to Jaden Blue, and Blue rides defenders down to the 36-yard line. That's a pickup of 8 on the play. Woodaz on the tackle, but not before the Texas tailback picks up 8 more.
Well blocked once again by Texas up front. A little counter action where they're pulling their backside, sometimes a tight end, sometimes an H-back, and a lineman. And Jaden Blue today, numbers aren't as much as Wiseman. Boy, he's been explosive.
He got a 38-yard touchdown run earlier. Here's a whistle, and it could be the first penalty called on Texas today.
False start, offense, number 74, 5-yard penalty, second down.
It's on Trevor Gooseby, redshirt freshman from Melissa, Texas. Big 6'7", 315-pounder. Started the last game at left tackle, in a reserve role at right tackle in this game. That cost the Horns 5 yards, so it'll be 2nd and 7 back at the Clemson 41. Ewers in shotgun, a receiver to the left, 2 to the right. Turns, hands to Blue. Blue following lineman behind the left side, gets past the 40 up to the 39-yard line. So it'll be a pickup of 2. It'll be 3rd and 5 for Texas here with 2 minutes to go in the third quarter.
That time really well defended by the Clemson defensive front. They're doing a better job. Maybe it's owing to the absence of Majors at center and that double switch they had to make at left guard and center. But Clemson in the run game, up the middle anyway, doing a better job of not getting bounced off the line of scrimmage.
Texas is 4 of 8 on third down today. They hand it off here on a 3rd and 5, and it's Blue in traffic that's going to be marked short. He gets up to the 36-yard line, but Barrett Carter on the tackle. It'll be 4th and 2. Play sheet, making the call into the helmet of Quinn Ewers here on this 4th down with just over a minute to go in the 3rd quarter.
The play call alone would imply that Sark had already decided in his head, look, I'm going to go for it here if we come up short.
4th and 2 from the Clemson 36. They need to get past the Clemson 34. Ewers in shotgun. 2 receivers to the right. Here's the snap. Ewers looks across the middle, and he threw behind his intended target, Matthew Golden, who was open, incomplete. Turnover on downs. Clemson gets the ball back with 55 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter, trailing 31-17.
Back-to-back stops now by the Clemson defense, albeit this one took a little bit longer, but they were able to force a 3-and-out on the previous possession, able to get excellent field position and a score. Then the defense finding a way to bow its neck on 4th down. Texas saying, look, we're not going to gain that much field position were we to punt this ball away. A chance to come up with that catch. Matthew Golden, albeit behind him, could have helped his quarterback out on that one.
Clemson takes over at their own 36-yard line, trailing by 14. 55 seconds to go here in the 3rd quarter. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Keith Adams is in the backfield with Klubnik. Adams just caught that touchdown pass on the last Clemson offensive play. Klubnik claps his hands to Adams. Adams runs straight ahead behind his center and gets past the 40 up to the 41. It'll be a pickup of nearly 5 for the sophomore from George, Utah.
Big physical run that time by Adams, and really a well-blocked one at that on an inside downhill tech.
Of course, it was Green that caught the touchdown pass on the previous play. Now Adams is in the backfield. Klubnik throws to the sideline, wide open receiver in Texas territory. That's TJ Moore. Moore with a 12-yard completion. And the Tigers are in business again at the Texas 47, 1st down.
And you can see Texas defenders frustrated, saying they got to get the calls in faster. Malik Muhammad was confused as to what coverage was being played on that one. He's gesturing to his own sideline. Get the call in faster.
Clemson does not have to snap it if they don't want to. 5 seconds to go in the quarter. Let's see if they get it off here. They do. 2 seconds left, and Klubnik on the last play of the 3rd quarter will throw, and that's over the head of his intended target, Bryant Wesco. And at the end of the 3rd quarter, Texas leads Clemson 31-17. It's the college football playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy.
What's up, football fans? Thanks for hanging out with us tonight for Texas and Clemson in the college football playoff here on TSI. Please take a second, hit that like button down below. As well, please share this link out. Social media, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, whatever you got. Any social boards, send it out. That's how we get more football fans here in the chat, chatting it up, cheering on your team, whoever you're going for. So thank you for doing that. We have 4,000 people in the chat right now on the SMU and Penn State game live at the half because people are doing exactly that, liking and sharing. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for being here and being a part of our awesome community. Now let's get back to the football.
Finger sticks to read your blood sugar? What are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
We start the fourth quarter in Austin, Texas, with the Longhorns leading Clemson 31-17 with the College Football Hall of Famer Matt Stinchcomb and Dana Boyle on the field. I'm Taylor Zarzer, Owen Murphy, Dave Snipp, Russ Moore, Kevin Maloney, all here on site to help us with our team, and Kevin Winter is back in the studio. Clemson has a little momentum here after winning the third quarter 7-3, and they have possession of the football, down 2 scores. Texas is 11-2 on the season, Matt, so you know they've dominated the competition all year. They've outscored opponents by over 200 points in the first half, but only 80 in the second half. They've given up a lot more points in the second half of these games, and that includes today.
Yeah, you have to wonder how much of that was, was play backups, get depth, and how much of it was competitive football. And here, for sure, in a 2-possession game with a full quarter to play.
2nd and 10 for Cade Klubnik, the Clemson quarterback in Texas territory at their 47, has an open receiver, and he finds him. Did he stay in bounds? Antonio Williams made the catch. Yes, he got a foot down near the Texas 26-yard line. What a grab by Williams on the play, and yes, he did get that left foot down. That is a completion of 18 yards.
Fantastic play by Antonio Williams. They're reminiscent of a play we saw in the first half where he narrowly missed making a catch on the boundary.
It was caught at the 29-yard line, so it's an 18-yard completion down to the Texas 29. That's where Klubnik is in shotgun. 4 receivers in the pattern. Cade looking each side, nobody open. Throws, and that ball's caught. Good catch down at the 21 made by T.J. Moore. Moore able to come back to the football, make something out of nothing. It's an 8-yard completion, 2nd and 2 Clemson at the Texas 21.
And continued confusion in the Texas secondary. That time it was Jedi Barron looking at his fellow secondary players going, hey man, what's going on with this coverage?
Klubnik over 200 yards passing and 2 touchdowns in his hometown for the Tigers. On 2nd and 2, he calls his own number, and he goes inside the 15 down to the 11. 1st and 10 Clemson from there.
Well, I tell you what, that time, I mentioned earlier Keith Adams not blocking on the QB lead draw. This time he did. This time he did a great job leading up, covering up the linebacker, picked up another 4 or 5 yards instead of a 5-yard gain, a first down conversion in the red zone.
And Adams goes out. Jarvis Green comes back in to the game to stand next to Klubnik, who will have 2 receivers to each side in this pattern on a 1st and 10 with 13:20 to go in the game. Clemson trails Texas by 14. Klubnik drifts back, still looking, throws, and this is through the end zone, and he almost hit Bevo for a completion there. It's incomplete. It'll be 2nd and 10.
And Bevo almost noticed.
He didn't move at all. Did not move at all.
That's right. Face down in the sweet feed, or whatever it is. I don't know that cow has looked up the entire game. That said,
if Uga was here, that gets Bevo's attention, evidently.
That's exactly right. Although you'd have to wake Uga up first, then get Bevo's attention. Either way, missed opportunity on that one. Klubnik had an open receiver, just was unable to get it to him. Couldn't identify it fast enough.
Play clock at 2, at 3, at 2, at 1. Klubnik gets it off, hands it off, and here goes Adams. Adams with speed gets inside the 5, down to the 4. A little handoff from Klubnik to Adams, and it'll be 3rd and goal for the Tigers. 3rd and 3 for the Tigers from the Texas 4-yard line.
Narrowly got that ball off. I mean, almost a delay of game, which has been an issue getting the play in time for Clemson in this contest. Really all afternoon, multiple times with very little time on the play clock when the ball snapped.
Can get a first down inside the 1. Snapping this from the 4 on a 3rd and 3. Klubnik in shotgun. He's going to go on a draw, and he's not going to make it. He was taken on by Texas defenders immediately. They could see it coming. Vernon Broughton was there to make the tackle. It'll be 4th down for Clemson. And let's see if their offense stays on the field. It's 4th and 6 from the Texas 7-yard line. The Tigers trail by 14 points with just over 12 minutes remaining. And Dabo Swinney and offensive coordinator Garrett Riley keep the offense out there. Klubnik goes to the line of scrimmage, alert his teammates of what will be called here. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Adams stands next to Klubnik. Play clock down to 3, 2. Klubnik snaps it, gets the ball, rolls right, throws to the end zone, touchdown, wide open. It's TJ Moore. Clemson is trailing by 1 score. 11:43 to go in the game.
What a great job by Cade Klubnik of just keeping his eyes alive. Not just extending that play, scrambling around, evading the rush of Colin Simmons, true freshman who's an excellent pass rusher. He was all over Klubnik. Klubnik able to get just enough time to throw back across his body to the middle of the field, and TJ Moore got it right on the H in Longhorns in the end zone.
Nolan Hooser for the extra point. It's good. With 11:43 to go in the fourth quarter, it's Texas 31, Clemson 24. You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Sports Grid Radio on Sirius XM has you covered this NFL season.
The Saints and Packers wrap up Week 16 of the NFL season on Monday Night Football. The Packers open as a massive 14-point favorite with a total of 42. Can the Saints pull off a massive upset, or will the Packers keep rolling? Make sure you tune into Sports Grid Radio to stay up to date on all the latest.
The place to get the winning edge over the sports books this football season is Sports Grid Radio. Channel 159 in the car and on the Sirius XM app.
Kick off the college football playoff with a chance to score a VIP trip to the 2025 National Championship in Atlanta from SiriusXM. Entering is easy. Just post a photo or video to Instagram showing your tailgate or watch party, tag and follow at SiriusXM College and include the hashtags TakeMeToTheCFP and SiriusXM Sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. Ends January the 5th, 2025. Visit SiriusXM.com/CFP2025 for official rules and complete entry instructions.
Deck the halls with boughs of holly. With a channel featuring generation after generation of country stars. 'Tis the season to be jolly. And their heartfelt holiday sounds.
Have yourself a merry little Christmas.
From back then to right now.
It's officially Christmas.
Country Christmas, now through December 25th on Channel 58 and on the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM Channel 80. You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
We've got a football game, ladies and gentlemen. Dana Boyle, Matt Stinchcomb, Taylor Zarzer with you here in Austin, Texas, where the Longhorns lead has been cut to 7 over the Clemson Tigers. Let's go down to the field and Dana.
Matt, Taylor, you have to wonder if that last defensive series by Clemson gave the Clemson offense a much-needed spark. There's been a shift of momentum on the Clemson sideline. Wes Goodwin, the defensive coordinator for Clemson, telling his defense as they take the huddle, you just have to find a way. So a lot of positivity on the Clemson sideline.
And to your point, Dana, they forced a 3-and-out in a Texas punt. Then they forced a turnover on downs, and Clemson's offense.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you out there listening to Texas and Clemson in the college football playoffs here on TSI. Thanks for hanging out with us. We really appreciate it. Now, why haven't you hit that subscribe button yet? Turn on that bell, hit that subscribe button, and become an insider. Join this awesome community of sports fans we have here on TSI, making a difference in our community. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button. Now let's get back to Texas Longhorns football. Clemson Tigers, let's go. See you back in the chat.
Excuse me, his right foot into this one. Matthew Golden standing back in his own end zone, ready to receive it. And Gunn kicks it right to Golden, who on the move 5 yards deep in the end zone will take it out, and that's a mistake. He's down at the 17-yard line. Cost his team 8 points. Puts his hand up. Texas gets it at the 25. Instead, they'll start at the 17-yard line. Matt, this isn't the first time we've seen Klubnik play Ewers. Westlake versus South Lake Carroll for the 2021 Texas State Championship game. Klubnik beat Ewers. Westlake beat Southlake that day, 52-34. Klubnik was the MVP, 18 of 20 passing, 97 yards rushing. Ewers threw for over 300 yards, but also 3 turnovers. Ewers would love to exact some revenge today. In shotgun, Quinn throws just an easy pitch and catch ahead to Matthew Golden, and Golden picks up 7 yards on first down.
Yeah, they want to make sure if you're Texas, look, playing with the lead, just the 7 points, obviously. They got to find ways to stay ahead of this and keep moving, chipping away offensively. You don't have to make the play. Just make a play right there. 7-yard gain to Golden. Clemson has been conceding some of these access throws most of the game.
Up near the 24-yard line is where this ball will be snapped by the center. Let's snap back to Ewers, handed off to Blue. Blue gets daylight, and he breaks tackles, and he's free. 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown. Jaden Blue, 77 yards. The Horns are up 2 scores. That's Texas's longest play of the entire season. A 77-yard run by the tailback, Jaden Blue. And Texas is up double digits again.
And again, poor tackling by Clemson. A chance to get a negative yardage play. And instead, once again, Jaden Blue just explosive all game long. He's looked as if he was a step faster than anybody on the field.
And the extra point by Bert Auburn is also true, and it's now 38-24, a season high 265 rushing yards now today for the Longhorns. The lead is 38-24 over Clemson with 10:48 to go here in the fourth quarter. It's the college football playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Join me, Danny Cannell, and Dusty Dvorak Monday morning at 6 Eastern as we break down all the action from the weekend.
What's up, football fans? Thank you so much for hanging out with us, keeping it classy, chatting it up, cheering on your team as we watch Texas and Clemson go at it in the college football playoff. Just by being here, you're making a difference. We have a partnership with Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto. We are opening up a campaign for the football, all the football games, Bills games that we do every single week, the college football playoffs, which we're going to do every single game, as well as the NFL playoffs, the Sick Kids Hospital Football Frenzy here on TSI. Watch out for the link in the next game. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Good luck to your team, Texas, Clemson. Let's see. I'm going to go. I'm thinking I can't make a call. We'll see you back in the chat.
The SEC Bank, Regions, official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
If it's hot, it's at GNC, and we bring you the best new stuff first. GNC has this winter's newest in weight loss, muscle building, and wellness, and the best energy drink flavors anywhere. If it's at the top of your feed, it's already at GNC. Ask a GNC coach about the newest drops from Rise, Mutant, Alani Nu, Drip Drop, and more at your local GNC store, or shop our full collection of flavors and online exclusives at GNC.com. If it's hot, it's at GNC. Live well.
I'm Kevin Winter with the opening round of the college football playoff on ESPN Radio. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Clemson in Texas on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Once the games are over, relive the biggest plays of the day with me, Denton Day, on College Football Overtime on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Third and final game of the day coming up an hour from now. Ohio State and Tennessee. Ryan Day's message to his Buckeyes against the Vols.
I want to play with poise early on, especially. looking at some of these games, it looks like it's a little helter-skelter early on in the game. So this will be an electric atmosphere in here. So we're going to have poise early on. And then we got to just trust that everyone's going to do their job. Be aware of the situations. When you're in games like this, you got to win the situations. You got to be aware of the down and distance. You got to be aware of, the clock. But at the end of the day, we just got to be more physical than there.
Ryan Day, the head coach of the Buckeyes. Taylor Zarger back to you at Austin, where I'm sure there's a huge sigh of relief.
After that 77-yard run, Kevin, by Jaden Blue, and the Minister of Culture, Matthew McConaughey, is leading 101,000 Texas Longhorns in a Texas fight cheer that's going on during that commercial timeout. Texas lead is 38-24, 10:48 to go here in the fourth quarter. And it has been the ground attack today for the Horns. It's been the big story. When Travion Wisner and Jaden Blue each have over 100 yards rushing.
And you think about it, that's a career high for Jaden Blue, the 146, Wisner with 110, just carving Clemson up defensively.
Will Stone kicks it over Adam Randall's head, and Clemson comes back on offense, down 14 with 10:48 to go in the game, as they'll start at the 25-yard line. Clemson's offense has proven that it can move the ball and score here in the second half. But that sort of takes the wind out of your sails a bit.
And to come out there and give an explosive run-up like that, you just think it was kind of a flat defense. Clemson had a lot of defenders committed to the line of scrimmage. If you don't fit your gap, you're not playing in the right spot up front, once you get past the line of scrimmage, there's not a lot of help to be had.
Cade Klubnik has played a good game back home in Austin. He has 240 yards passing. You might need 400 in order to win this game. At his own 25-yard line, he takes the shotgun snap, drifts back, throws into traffic over the head of his intended target, T.J. Moore, who did have tight coverage on, and Gavin Holmes was right there. It's incomplete, second down.
The hard part, you take shots on early downs. You want to try to kind of loosen the defense up a little bit. You miss it. You're in a tough spot where you're sitting there going, okay, how do I get this to where I'm at the very least left with third and manageable? Has not been much of run game assistance at all from anybody in the Clemson backfield not named Cade Klubnik.
Shotgun snap for Klubnik at the 25. Klubnik throws to the sideline, caught at the 30-yard line by T.J. Moore. Moore tackled by 4 Horns after a 5-yard completion. Moore, one of several young receivers that the Tigers have at their disposal, a freshman. Most of this Clemson 2-deep that Dabo Swinney has are freshmen and sophomores, meaning Clemson could be back in the college football playoff picture next year, but he wants these young bucks to help him win this football game. Down 14, it's 3rd and 4 here for Klubnik. The Tigers are 2 for 9 on 3rd down today. 2 receivers to the left and now 2 to the right. Klubnik looks right, throws downfield, caught past the 45, dropped it in a bucket to T.J. Moore over Malik Muhammad's head, and that puts the ball into Texas territory after a 29-yard completion.
Man, what a ball. Just a beautiful pass from Klubnik. Dropped it right in the bucket. And Malik Muhammad, frustrated. He's constantly out there complaining about something. He must be thoroughly confused, but he got worked on that route that time by T.J. Moore.
1st and 10, Clemson at the Texas 40-yard line. Moore has 86 yards receiving on the day. Play clock down to 1. It's off, and Klubnik steps up, throws over Adam Randall's head out of the backfield into the Texas bench. Incomplete. Klubnik was under some pressure again there. 9:20 to go in the game. 2nd and 10, Clemson from the Texas 40-yard line.
And Klubnik has had to play under pressure just about the entire afternoon, really. The Texas defensive front has had its way largely with Clemson in pass protection. Klubnik was really just trying to swing the ball out wide. Again, Texas able to get upfield, get their hands up in the passing lane.
Klubnik in shotgun, 2 receivers to each side from the 40-yard line. Takes the snap. He's under pressure. He's going to throw down the field to Moore again. Moore again makes the catch. Again had players all over him and found a way to make the grab down near the 10-yard line. A 30-yard completion.
The same concept as what he hit before to T.J. Moore. He's got printing stool underneath. and he finds a one-on-one outside with Muhammad. They clearly like this matchup.
Klubnik took a hit from Colin Simmons as he threw the ball perfectly there to Moore. First and goal from the 10 for Clemson. From the 10 to the end zone, and again it's Moore, but incomplete. This time Muhammad was able to make the play. Second down.
How about Garrett Riley?
There are flags, though, down, Matt. Back near where the ball was thrown. Here's referee Ron Snodgrass.
Roughing the passer. Defense, number 11. Half the distance to the goal. First down.
What do you think now, after what has largely been a pretty clean game for Texas? They get a personal foul there, a couple of PI. You think about the impact that can have, especially here in the second half as the score tightens. It's just a bad decision. Every opportunity to pull up on that shot and didn't. Back-to-back plays where Klubnik gets hammered.
So instead of second and goal from the 10, it's first and goal from the 5. Klubnik in shotgun. Looks left, throws that way on a slant, incomplete at the 1-yard line. Was looking for Bryant Wesco. Well, Wesco was covered up. Gavin Holmes put the seatbelt on, and it's second and goal from the 5.
The seatbelt's got to get retired. Gavin Holmes is lucky on this one. Wesco wasn't able to corral that pass. Had a chance. Just Wesco couldn't quite get his hands in front of it. That ball was coming in hot.
David Ezio-Mume, the true freshman tailback, forced into action with Phil Moffa's shoulder injury, stands next to Klubnik in shotgun. Play clock down to 2. Klubnik gets it off, looks left, will take off at the 5, at the 2, down near the 1. It'll be third and goal from the 1 where Klubnik is tackled. Preventing a touchdown on the play was Alfred Collins for Texas.
So on a 3rd and 1 from the 1, this is where you miss your 230-pound senior running back, graduate even, in Phil Moffa. If you don't have something that you can just hammer it in there. You think about the 4th down conversion that Clemson had earlier. There's no way settling for a field goal here.
You nailed it. 8 minutes to go, and now instead of getting the playoff, Clemson will call timeout with 8:09 to go in the game. They trail Texas 31-17, but they are at the 1-yard line. It's the college football playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
How do you feel when you switch to Geico and save on your car insurance? It's like trying to remember the name of that neighbor who's lived on your block for 10 years.
Oh, hey, you. How are you?
Is it Diane or Diana or possibly Dina? But then you just take a leap and somehow get it 1,000% correct on your very first try.
Daphne, it is so good to see you, Daphne, which is such a lovely name.
Snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. Yep, switching and saving with Geico feels just like that. Get more with Geico.
With Eckrich,
What's up, football fans? Thanks for hanging out with us tonight for Texas and Clemson in the college football playoff here on TSI. Please take a second, hit that like button down below. As well, please share this link out. Social media, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, whatever you got. Any social boards, send it out. That's how we get more football fans here in the chat, chatting it up, cheering on your team, whoever you're going for. So thank you for doing that. We have 4,000 people in the chat right now on the SMU and Penn State game live at the half because people are doing exactly that, liking and sharing. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for being here and being a part of our awesome community. Now let's get back to the football.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
With Dana Boyle and the College Football Hall of Famer Matt Stinchcomb, I'm Taylor Zarzer. Stinch loves the in-game music selections that they make here at Darrell K. Royal Texas Memorial Stadium, trying to get the Horns fans hyped up on a 3rd and goal for Clemson from the Texas 1-yard line. Texas is up 38-24 with 8:09 to go in the game. You said before the timeout was called by Clemson, this is unequivocally 2 plays to get 1 yard.
No question. Now, what we do have to wonder, how are you going to get there, right? We're missing, from a personnel standpoint, we just don't have the heft. Now, the reason they called timeout, they had the wrong personnel in the field. They had like 12 or 13 guys in the huddle. They're probably going to get penalized. They ended up taking a couple of guys back off. And we'll see who ends up in the backfield with K. Klubnik.
Klubnik has Keith Adams next to him, and he's got 2 receivers to his left and a tight end to his right. Now Adams moves to Klubnik's right. On the toss, on the snap, it's Klubnik stopped at the 1-yard line. He didn't make the toss. He had the option to do it, and he was tackled by David Benda. It's now 4th and goal for Clemson at the 1-yard line.
It looked a lot like the play call that Texas had with Arch Manning and earlier. QB sweep. As you mentioned, looked like there was a pitch concept there. I don't know if it was a decoy, because it looked to me like Adams was not ready to take a pitch there. You get a late substitution now. Cole Turner coming into the game for Clemson at wide receiver.
Clemson is 1 of 1 on 4th down. They have 3 players in the backfield. Jake Brenningstool and Olsen, Pat Henry are back there, and instead it's Adams who gets it behind him, and he's not going to make it. He's stopped at the 1. Texas with a goal line stand. Bill Norton on the tackle, and the Longhorns will take over at their own 1-yard line. 7:24 to go in the game, and Texas is up 38-24.
And that's the challenge you have when you're shorthanded at running back. You've got a big pounder, 230-pound back, not in the game. So what about the backup? What about Jay Haynes? Trashed his ACL. So you got guys that aren't regular guys in your backfield trying to get a score on the 1-yard line. Bill Norton, great job by Texas's nose tackle of just anchoring in the center of that offensive front. Nowhere to go. Fantastic defensive line play.
And now Ewer stands 5 yards deep in his own end zone, will turn and hand it to Jaden Blue, and Blue didn't get anything. He might have gotten back to where that ball was snapped at the 1-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 10 for Texas from there.
Well, the challenge, right? Coming out offense. All you want to do is try to get a little bit of room to operate. Texas was not successful in doing that on that first snap. But here's Clemson's big challenge. Defensively, you got to find a way to get a stop. You have to stop them in 3 downs right here, not only to preserve field position, but also clock. Get the ball back for your offense. Texas gets a couple of first downs. There's a chance for them to shorten this football game and salt it away.
The clock is under 6:45 to go in the game. Texas up 2 touchdowns. Ewers again turns. This time he fakes the handoff, throws, and there's a flag that comes in at the end of the play. Ryan Wingo was the intended target. Avion Terrell has been called for pass interference twice. This might be the 3rd one. Let's see what the call is by Ron Snodgrass, the referee.
Pass interference, defense, number 20, 15-yard penalty, 1st down.
It has been a rough day for the sophomore from Atlanta, Avion Terrell.
Yeah, Texas decided to come after him. Kind of reminiscent of what Clemson was doing, going after Malik Muhammad. It was an easy call. Terrell all over, grabbing, hands in contact, balls in the air. Easy call to make.
And now Texas is at their own 16-yard line. Blue takes the handoff, and he only gets a couple of yards up near the 18-yard line. Under 6:30 to go in the game. Peter Woods with the tackle for Clemson. And Texas would try to take as much time off this clock as they can. 6:20 and running. 38-24, Texas with the lead by 14 points. Their defense with a goal line stand to give them the ball back. Play clock now is under 10 seconds, and the clock is under 6 minutes to go in the game. Ewers eluding tacklers, takes it on defenders and doesn't get anything. He's back to where that ball was snapped from at the 18-yard line. Nothing open down the field. Clock will continue to run, 5:45 to go.
The smart decision by Quinn Ewers there. To climb up in the pocket. He had 2 hands on the football. Make sure ball security is paramount. You can't afford for a catastrophic mistake right here.
Quintravion Wisner is on a bike over on the sideline. He's not in the game. Jaden Blue is still. Blues with 146 yards rushing today. Wisner with just 110. Steve Sarkisian just telling Quinn Ewers, hold on a second, I'm going to call a timeout. And he's going to do that with 5:13 to go in the game.
Timeout, Texas, they're first.
3rd and 9 coming up for Texas here as they'll snap this from their own 17-yard line.
And, you know, it's interesting, too. You know, Texas never really substituted back in. Jake Major's been down there, helmet on. He's been in all the huddles. Cameron Williams has not. With 56, the right tackle. So you do think that clearly they're comfortable with that line of scrimmage as it is as far as their offensive line lineup is concerned. And the big piece here, you know, you get that PI, you give them, you concede that 15 yards. You had a chance to not only keep Texas pinned, but get a quick turn and get the ball back. Now you got obviously a 3rd and 9. If you're Quinn Ewers, what Sarkisian just told him is, hey, look, negative yardage plays, 2 hands on the football.
I could sell you a map to Clemson still having a chance in this game if they get a stop here.
No question.
Can't if they don't. 3rd and 9 for the Horns at their own 17. Need to get just past the 26-yard line to convert it. Ewers in shotgun, 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Ewers looks left, now looks right. No one's open, but still has time, throws underneath, caught right near the first down marker, and it's a good ball. It's a completion. It was Jaden Blue left open out of the backfield for a Texas first down.
Completion in front of Avion Terrell, who, as we mentioned, had a tough afternoon at corner. Jaden Blue caught it right at the yardage needed.
And so that by a yard gets the first down, and the clock will still run. Now 4:40 to go in the game, and much more difficult for Clemson to get back into it now. Down 2 scores. Jarrett Gibson in the backfield with Ewers. Receiver to each side, handoff to Gibson. Gibson taking on defenders, a big physical tailback, gets up to the 30 where he's tackled by Barrett Carter. Gibson, only a freshman, has some size to him, a bit bigger than Wisner or Blue in terms of weight. And he used all 205 pounds of his frame to pick up a few yards there. Under 4 minutes to go in the game now. 2nd and 7 for Texas at their own 30-yard line.
He's chewing away at this clock as Clemson's opportunities leech away on the clock. As you see in the big screen, huge in the end zone from basically one side of the stadium to the other. And if you're on the Clemson sideline, you're watching your season come to an end slowly.
1 second on the play clock. Play clock just barely hit 0 as the ball was snapped, and they turned and handed to Gibson. Wade Woodaz on the tackle at the 30-yard line. 3:30 to go now in the game. It'll be 3rd and 7 for Texas now at their own 30-yard line.
2 possession ball games. See wholesale substitutions by Clemson. Goes without saying, key 3rd down now. I mean, before what we saw was Clemson rushed only 2. Everyone else is effectively spying. They almost had 4 spies. Not sure why you commit that many to a guy who can run in Ewers but not really hurt you, and still got the completion to Blue for the first.
Matt, under 3 minutes left now in the game. Play clock down to 3, and the handoff to Gibson. Another first down run. He is into Clemson territory past the 50-yard line. He only needed 7 for a first down. He got 21, and that will just about do it.
Once again, an ideal play call. So they're running a stretch zone to the right, and Clemson is stunting to their right. So basically to Texas's left, they're accommodating the run. Could not have meshed any better. Clemson incredibly active, as we've said, all game long. And more often than not this afternoon, it has hurt them defensively. Texas able to take advantage of it.
Clemson does have 2 timeouts, and they have the 2-minute timeout, but they're down 14 points. Gibson will take on defenders and get up past the 46-yard line to the 45, still on his feet to the 44.
Wow.
And they whistle it down. The clock is now at 2 minutes. And that is the 2-minute timeout. Clemson did not call timeout before the 2-minute timeout hit. So that's the first stoppage. Clemson can stop it 2 more times. Gibson picking up 5 yards. It'll be 2nd and 5. So Quintravion Wisner, 15 carries, 110 yards. Jaden Blue, 14 carries, 146 yards. And then they go to the third guy, Jarrett Gibson, to put the game away. And all Gibson has done is get 31 yards, all on this carry, including a 21-yarder that just about put the game away a moment ago.
And Jarrett Gibson channeling his inner Earl Campbell. Maybe they're Ken somewhere. Had the entire Clemson defensive front on his back, seemingly. Picked up another 4 or 5 yards in that pile surge. We saw Gibson earlier in that I formation, got a quick handoff, dove right downfield to pick up a first down before Texas's first touchdown of the game. And right now, he's got an opportunity to salt this thing away. If you're Clemson, massive missed opportunities. That's what you have to look back at. You needed help in this game. You kind of made your own breaks, and then you undid whatever opportunities those breaks created.
And it has turned into a big party here in Austin, Texas. Brad Paisley playing on the big screen, and this place is going crazy with horns up in the air everywhere as Texas can taste it. 2 minutes away from playing Arizona State. Get to go back to Atlanta, where you just lost to Georgia, and try to beat Arizona State in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl.
Yeah, different opponent in that one. I'm sure they'll be eager to find an Arizona State team waiting on them. And I want to go back to that, the in-venue music, because the Kelly Clarkson, since you've been gone, for them to play that right before the 3rd and 1 and then a 4th and 1, just a fantastic song selection. Who would have thought that the players and even the fans who had kind of a muted response, boy, on the field was exactly what they were looking for.
Big Bill Norton, who's played for 3 schools,
loves
Georgia.
Kelly Clarkson.
He gets to play. He played for Arizona. Clearly, he's a Kelly Clarkson guy with the big 4th and goal stop at the 1 for the goal line stand. Motivated by Miss Clarkson. Must love Brad Paisley. Minister of Culture Matthew McConaughey screaming Texas fight at everybody. George Strait's been playing. It's been a big party in the ATX today at DKR. These on-campus games, you have to say, are the best thing about this new creation, the 12-team college football playoff. And going into this weekend, I think most people, certainly the odds makers, had this game marked as the most one-sided game. It hasn't been through the first 3. The one last night, Notre Dame Indiana, never really a contest. And today, Penn State whipped SMU. Clemson is giving Texas a game here today.
No question. I mean, we just got done talking about it. Could have been a 1-score game were it not for the Kelly Clarkson-inspired goal line stand. And instead, we end up with what could.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you out there listening to Texas and Clemson in the college football playoffs here on TSI. Thanks for hanging out with us. We really appreciate it. Now, why haven't you hit that subscribe button yet? Turn on that bell, hit that subscribe button, and become an insider. Join this awesome community of sports fans we have here on TSI, making a difference in our community. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button. Now let's get back to Texas Longhorns football. Clemson Tigers, let's go. See you back in the chat.
A team that got blown out by Georgia to start the season, lost at home to Louisville, lost at home to South Carolina, found a way to beat SMU in the ACC championship game with a lot of inexperienced young players. If they can bring Cade Klubnik back as a senior around all this young talent, Clemson is clearly the team to beat in the ACC next season.
No reason to think that Klubnik wouldn't come back, frankly. I mean, you'd have to think the way that kid fights that he'd want to be in a Tiger uniform once again.
Matt, let's see if Texas puts it away here. 3rd and 2. Ewers trying to draw the Clemson defense off sides. He still has 10 seconds left on the play clock. Receiver to each side. Gibson behind Ewers in shotgun. Quinn will turn, hand to Gibson. Gibson patiently looks for space. He gets near the first down. He is right at it. He's inside the 40. He had to get to the 39. The fans think he got there. Let's see. It's right at that marker. Gibson is pointing towards a first down. The officials haven't made the determination just yet. The game is over if he got it. And the officials are going to ask for a measurement here.
Officials timeout for a measurement.
With 1:27 to go in the game. Again, if he got it, Matt, it's victory formation.
Well, we don't get to see the chains come out that much anymore, do we? It's interesting. Bring this bad boy out and see if they got it. A lot riding on it, albeit, look, you don't get it right here. Regardless of what your fourth down decision is, if you're Clemson, Dabo Swinney's going to come out and make sure that they look super close at where that is.
It's short. They're about 2-3 inches short. So Dabo comes out, and he's going to ask for his last time out here, I believe. And we'll see what they decide to do with the clock, too. There's Dabo saying you got to put some more time on the clock because it took you.
The previous play is under further review of the ruling of the field that the runner was short of the line to gain.
Well, before Dabo pleads his case about the time, they'll take a look to see if Gibson, in fact, gained enough yards to overturn this call. As it stands right now, it's about 4th and 6 inches. And so they'll put the headset on to take a look. We are taking a look at the replay right now. And Gibson, with the help of 3 or 4 of his offensive linemen, was driven forward against Clemson defenders. And it sure looked like, Matt, he is at the yellow line that we're looking at on television, which, of course, is unofficial.
That does, so he ends up, Jared Gibson, and what we can see and can only describe for you all, that ball's in his left arm, and it looks the final surge. He kind of, drifted to the right a little bit before he got that final surge. And once again, the in-game review, boy, this big board, you don't need that hood for the officials. They can just look at the board.
Yeah, it's the biggest, everything's bigger in Texas, and that board is massive. He had to get to the 39-yard line. And it sure looks like he did. If he did, it's victory formation time for the Texas Longhorns. Steve Sarkisian, watching the replay, sure thinks he got enough. Again, originally marked short, but the officials are conferring. Ron Snodgrass is looking at the monitor on the field, talking to the replay official, Thomas Kissinger. And they're still having a look at it. If Texas wins the game, they're in the quarterfinals. They will play that on New Year's Day. That's the early game on New Year's Day, the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl against Arizona State. We know that the nighttime game will involve another SEC team. Georgia Bulldogs will play Notre Dame New Year's night. Penn State earlier today advanced to the Fiesta Bowl. That's on New Year's Eve in Glendale, Arizona. Penn State will play Boise State. And the winner of tonight's Ohio State-Tennessee game receives the final spot in the quarterfinals New Year's afternoon.
After review,
the Rose Bowl.
the field stands.
Wow.
Please reset the clock to 1:46. It's 4th down.
I get it. I actually do get, having seen it, was it clear? Was it indisputable? No. It looked like it was likely, but you couldn't really see the ball, where it ended up. It did look as if Gibson fell far enough forward, but you couldn't see where the ball was at that point.
So you heard him say 1:46 is left on the clock, and Dabo Swinney, I believe, will call his last time out here. He sure was acting as if he was about to do that. We have not received word yet if, in fact, that's going to happen. Now they whistle it, and now Dabo calls it. And 1 second, actually 2 seconds go off the clock. And now there's 1:44 to go in the game as Clemson calls its final timeout. So it's 4th and inches for Texas here. They need about a half yard, maybe a few inches to convert for the first. And before Dabo Swinney called that timeout, did you see who was at quarterback? Arch Manning came back onto the field to try to put this game on ice. Fans love to see that. Quinn Ewers has had a terrific career and season. And if you're going to mention why Texas is going to the quarterfinals, you have to mention him.
Sure.
But the fans love the backup from maybe the first family of football, the Mannings.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, a couple uncles. Maybe the most popular backup in the game. Definitely the most popular backup in the game.
Visit with his dad, Cooper, before the game today. So proud of his oldest boy. His youngest boy, Height, also goes to school here in Austin. And let's see if it's Ewers or if it's Manning. It's Arch, 4th and inches, need to get the 39-yard line. Manning takes the snap, he drops the ball, it's fumbled, he picks it up, but Clemson's going to get it back. 1:43 to go in the game. 2 times in this game, Arch Manning has had trouble taking the snap from the center, Hayden Connor, and Clemson gets a stop.
And keep in mind, backup center, right? Hayden Connor slid over from left guard. No Jake Majors. They were clearly going for the QB sneak, and it almost looked like Arch was a little too eager. I don't know if he ever got that snap. You know, a lot of times it's tricky. I've been there. You're trying to just get a quick surge at center, and sometimes what you got to do at quarterback, you got to keep up with that center. He's surging away from you, and that ball just squeaked right out of there.
And so Cade Klubnik goes back on the field, down 14, 1:43 to go, no timeouts. Klubnik doesn't find anything, now steps up, throws, great ball to Brenningstool. Brenningstool in Texas territory, down near the 30, gets out of bounds. Texas can't tackle him. That's a pickup of 27 yards, 1:33 to go in the game, and Clemson's down to the Texas 30.
No timeouts for Clemson. Brenningstool had to find a way, muscle his way over there out of bounds, otherwise the clock would only stop momentarily for the Chains.
Now Klubnik in shotgun, 2 receivers to each side of the pattern. Throws out of the backfield to Adams. Adams takes the football, gets out of bounds. Up to the 27-yard line. Be a pickup of about 3.5, 1:28 to go in the game.
See if they look to go to TJ Moore, number 1, once again. They loved that matchup versus Malik Muhammad. He was lined up to the right of their formation. They went after him repeatedly, 3 straight times on that possession where Texas was able to get the goal line stand.
He's had a whale of a game, 9 catches, 116 yards, and a touchdown. Klubnik's thrown for 336 back in his hometown. He takes the shotgun snap, drifts back, throws across the middle, incomplete. Was looking for Brenningstool, who had 3 Texas defenders on him. It'll be 3rd down and 6 with 1:25 to go. Clemson has the ball at the Texas 26.
Cade Klubnik's old buddy, Michael Taft, he read his pal's eyes, knew exactly what he was thinking. Go to one of his favorite targets. Taft almost snags that interception. He was underneath that route. A great read by the safety.
They both played at Westlake High School and remain good friends. Clemson 3 of 11 on 3rd down today. It's 4-down territory now. Klubnik throws to the end zone, or just short of the end zone. It's caught down there by Bryant Wesco, but it's incomplete. Wesco was out of bounds. He did not get a foot down. So it'll be 4th down with 1:20 to go in the game. And again, Clemson has the ball at the Texas 26.
Wesco, I got to tell you, they got to look at that one more time.
It looked like his left foot came down. Let's see if it comes down on the chalk.
He's out of bounds.
Yep.
Just barely. Great job by the side judge. Once again, was all over it. Right call.
This would be a lot more interesting if Clemson converted that 4th and goal from the 1 to make it a 1-score game. Instead, it's a 2-score game with 80 seconds to go. Clemson has it at the Texas 26. Klubnik drifts back on 4th down, throws short, incomplete, and that'll do it. He was looking for TJ Moore in a crossing pattern. He was blown up by the aforementioned Michael Taft. Klubnik's old teammate puts it on ice for the Texas Longhorns, who are going on to the quarterfinals.
Michael Taft read that all the way. And you got to think about the familiarity between those 2 old teammates, trained during those COVID years. He had a great feel for where his old buddy was going to go with the football, and was able to run right up. It was not going to get the 1st down yardage to get that conversion on a 4th and 6. And what a battle for Cade Klubnik, trying to get his team back into position.
Victory formation now for Quinn Ewers and the Longhorns with 1:16 to go. Ewers takes the snap and takes a knee. Matt Stinchcomb, who's your big monster energy player of the game?
You know, you could have gone with either one, I think, of the running backs. I'm going to go with Jaden Blue. The guy was able to put together a career-high performance, couple of touchdowns, was incredibly explosive, was able to finish the game. I think he was the difference maker in this one. Could have put it in a lot of different places, I think. I think it was the ground game for Texas that was the difference.
Jaden Blue, brought to you by Big Monster Energy, ready to take it to the next level. Unleash the beast this college tailgate season with Monster Energy. Tear into a can of the meanest energy drink on the planet. Monster Energy, unleash the beast. That's the last snap of the game. Another kneel down for Ewers in Texas. They defeat Clemson 38-24 in the first round of the college football playoffs here in Austin. Texas will move on New Year's Day to play the Arizona State Sun Devils in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. Texas is now 12-2 on the season. That's their 11th win by double figures. Clemson finishes the year 10-4. They will start next season at home against the LSU Tigers. There'll be high hopes for Dabo Swinney's young team.
No question. It's a team's going to be obviously incredibly experienced, postseason play, conference champion. A lot of those young contributors, especially at receiver, they will be a year older. Had a couple of guys pressed into service, especially in the offensive backfield because of the injuries that were incurred at the running back position. Clemson is set up to be a strong football team again next year, and incidentally, active in the portal all of a sudden.
Let's go down to Dana Boyle with Jahdae Barron.
Jahdae, there's been a consistent messaging from Coach Sarkisian, a real buy-in from the players this season. Why was this team capable of getting the win tonight?
Just buying in, dealing with adversity, SEC championship, but he always tells us how we respond, and I think us as a collective team, we got back together and we trusted Sark. Sark's been in situations like he's been in the playoffs, so just fully trust him and we'll be good to go.
You punched back on the defensive end. What did your defense prove tonight?
That we continue to fight. We know how to fight. Even if you go take us the length of the field, you still got to get in the end zone. We protect our end zone. I love these guys. I love these defense. They fly around. Everybody just making plays. And shout out to Michael Taft. That's how you finish the game. I wore a Taft and Andrew McCuba shirt today. Drew, he was at Clemson, and Taft, he's from the city of Austin. So just like that, they make big time plays, and big time players show up in big time games.
What kind of relationship does that show on the field with the chemistry when you have that connectiveness with Michael Taft?
Just good. So I know Michael Taft, he trusts me to be in position. I trust Michael Taft to be in position. On that play, I knew Taft was going to make. It's funny. I knew Taft was going to make a play. Just with the concepts that the offense was doing, a lot of mesh, a lot of switch routes, and things like that. But I love Taft to death, and Taft's going to keep showing up to make big plays.
You made a conscious decision to come back for one more year. What legacy do you hope to leave as you continue this playoff run?
I want to lead a big legacy. It's always honor the ones that paved the way for me and leave a legacy to the people that's coming after me. This whole year, I just put my trust in God and put my faith in God, and I was leaning on his understanding and not my own. In Psalms, he always says, just keep going and just keep attacking, and then that's what I would just keep doing.
Congratulations on the win. Go celebrate with your team.
Thank you.
Terrific stuff there from Dana and from the Thorpe Award winner, Jahdae Barron. Matt, a final word on what has been the most compelling of the first three first-round playoff games that we've seen so far.
Yeah, relatively low bar. If even it was a high bar, this game would have matched it, right? You think about the way the game started. You both go down the field. Clemson goes down the field, scores. Texas does it. There was kind of that lull there for a little bit, but Clemson was never out of it, and they fought their way back in the second half. Just missed on some opportunities. You take advantage of those, maybe a different outcome instead. A resilient Texas team found a way to get this victory in a ground game that reemerged after being shut down in the conference championship game. That might be the engine they need to make a deep playoff run and maybe even a championship.
They play Arizona State next in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl on New Year's Day. Ohio State and Tennessee is the nightcap. That's coming up at the top of the hour. Once again, our final score, Texas 38, Clemson 24. For Matt Stinchcomb and Dana Boyle, along with producer Owen Murphy, spotter Russ Moore, statistician Kevin Maloney, and engineer Dave Smith, our entire terrific team. I'm Taylor Zarza from Austin, Texas. Now, here's Kevin Winter in the studio with the postgame show.
Taylor, Matt, Dan, a great job. What a win for the Texas Longhorns. So 3 of the 4 spots are set. We have only one more position remaining. A spot in the quarterfinals between Tennessee and Ohio State to take on the Oregon Ducks. It's all that remains. Coming up next in between games, we'll give you the highlights and let you know how Texas got it done. We'll hear from Steve Sarkisian, quarterback Quinn Ewers. That's all next. This is the first round of the college football playoff on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app.
How do you feel when you switch to Geico and save on your car insurance? It's like trying to remember the name of that neighbor who's lived on your block for 10 years.
Oh, hey, you. How are you?
Is it Diane or Diana or possibly Dina? But then...
What's up, football fans? Thank you so much for hanging out with us, keeping it classy, chatting it up, cheering on your team as we watch Texas and Clemson go at it in the college football playoff. Just by being here, you're making a difference. We have a partnership with Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto. We are opening up a campaign for the football, all the football games, Bills games that we do every single week, the college football playoffs, which we're going to do every single game, as well as the NFL playoffs, the Sick Kids Hospital Football Frenzy here on TSI. Watch out for the link in the next game. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Good luck to your team, Texas, Clemson. Let's see. I'm thinking, I can't make a call. We'll see you back in the chat.
Ready to unleash the beast. Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
With Eckrich, the official smoked sausage and deli meat of the college football playoff, it's super easy to score big flavor, even when you have no time between the laundry, your laundry list of responsibilities, and kickoff. You're still ready to go with perfectly seasoned smoked sausage you heat up and eat up. Whether it's Grandpa's famous chili dogs or your famous almost forgot the potluck deli sliders, Eckrich makes every game day taste and feel like a win. For extra delicious game days, just add Eckrich.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recover from and made it like it never even happened. Like when Texas Tech found themselves down 38-7 with under 8 minutes left in the third quarter of the 2006 Insight Bowl. The Mike Leach-led offense scored 31 unanswered points to force overtime, and then won it in overtime by a score of 44-41.
Serve Pro. Like it never even happened.
From ESPN Podcast and Omaha Productions.
Ready? Here we go.
Coach, the new groundbreaking educational football podcast hosted by NFL legends Bill Belichick, Matt Patricia, and Michael Lombardi. In each episode, the coaches break down game-changing situations and front office management tactics, sharing insights from decades of coaching experience and opening up the Bill Belichick Encyclopedia of Football Knowledge. Created by football legends for football fans. New episodes of Coach drop weekly. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
I'm Kevin Winter. Round one almost in the books. Only one spot remains in the quarterfinals. Last night, Notre Dame takes out Indiana 27-17. This afternoon on ESPN Radio, Penn State wallops SMU 38-10. And moments ago, Clemson and Texas just had their duel in Austin. Our game flow brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. At ESPN Bet, Clemson and Texas was the most lopsided game here in round one. The Longhorns closing as almost 2 touchdown favorites, but right off the bat, Cade Klubnik would engineer a touchdown-leading drive of the opening possession for the Clemson Tigers. They led 7-0. And then they didn't.
Weisner is behind Ewers. Weisner patiently to the end zone. Touchdown. Extra effort by the big sophomore from Glen Heights, Texas. And Texas responds to Clemson's opening drive score with their own. Down to 1. Here's the turn and hand to Blue. Burst past the 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. Jaden Blue, 38 yards. Weisner again inside carry. Nothing but green grass in front of him. Touchdown, Texas. Weisner wasn't touched on a 16-yard touchdown run, and now Texas is up 2 scores.
21 unanswered for the Texas Longhorns. They led 28-10 at the half. It was 31-10 in the third quarter when Cade Klubnik would have a touchdown pass made at 31-17, and then all of a sudden,
Klubnik snaps it, gets the ball, rolls right, throws. Is trailing by 1 score. 11:43 to go in the game.
And if you were a Longhorn fan, you were saying ruh-roh. However, 2 plays later, breathe deeply.
Snap back to Ewers, handed off to Blue. Blue gets daylight, and he breaks tackles, and he's free. 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown. Jaden Blue, 77 yards. The Horns are up 2 scores.
The Texas Longhorns on the day rushed for 292 yards. Jaden Blue ran for $146. Quintravion Weisner ran for $110. What a day for those two. It was still a 14-point Texas lead. 4th and 1 at the goal, time winding down.
And instead it's Adams who gets it behind him, and he's not going to make it. He's stopped at the 1. Texas with a goal line stand. Bill Norton on the tackle. And the Longhorns will take over at their own 1-yard line.
Texas could not run up the clock there. They actually gave it back with $146 to go, but a turnover on downs for Cade Klubnik and the Clemson Tigers. 38-24 is your final. Texas is moving on. They get a round 1 victory. Steve Sarkisian with Taylor McGregor.
The defense coming down to Michael Taft, making that play at the end of the game. What does he mean to your group on defense?
Well, he made 2 good plays in a row right there. Almost got the interception, and then that play right there on the crossing route. But, hey, they made it hard on us. Cade had a heck of a game, heck of a goal line stand right there earlier in the fourth quarter, and then making that stop on 4th down.
What made your rushing attack so effective tonight?
Well, we committed to it. That's probably halfway my fault before this, but we committed to it. I thought we blocked things really well, and the runners trusted it, and they were hitting it.
What did Quinn Ewers show you tonight that will be important for him to carry as you guys continue on in this playoff run?
Well, he made a lot of plays for us when they were on time, and he made a couple plays off schedule, which are critical for us as well. But I thought he managed the game beautifully. Had bad luck again on the interception, unfortunately.
When you think back of this playoff round and playing this game here, what will you remember about this scene?
I mean, it's amazing. This is great for college football. I watched those other games last night and earlier today, and for us to have this environment today, I think this is amazing for college football.
Thank you, Coach. We're going to go to Laura Rutledge with Quinn Ewers.
All right, thanks so much, Taylor. Quinn, what does it mean to you tonight to get this win?
Let's go.
To get this win in front of your home crowd and be advancing in the college football playoff?
Yeah, I mean, it's an unbelievable feeling. Just so proud of this team and how we come to work every single week. We dealt with some adversity in the SEC championship game, and I think we came out here and showed everybody that we earned a right to be here and deserve to be here.
Some adversity tonight, even with your O-line and Weisner dealing with injuries. What can you say about the way that the run game continued to show its power throughout this game?
Yeah, we knew if we wanted to be in a good position to win this game, we had to be able to run the ball. And, I mean, we harped on it all week, and I'm just so proud of how our front 5 guys and some tight ends just put in the work the past 10 days and really took heart to running the football.
We were told that you wouldn't wear your brace on your ankle, and then we saw it on there. How are you feeling?
I feel good. I feel great. I just did. I mean, it's not going to hurt, so I just decided to put it on.
And then now you're going to advance to the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. You take on Arizona State. I'm not going to ask you to scout them, but what does it mean to you to know that you've got more life and the dreams are still ahead of you guys to win a national championship?
Yeah, man, it's everything. It's just a testament to how hard we work every single day. I'm so proud of how our defense is playing. So proud of how all these guys are playing. And like you said, we get to play more ball.
Enjoy it, Quinn.
Thank you. God bless.
Quinn Ewers with Laura Rutledge, Steve Sarkisian with Taylor McGregor. So it's a 38-24 victory for Texas. They will get the Arizona State Sun Devils. That'll kick off tripleheader coverage of the quarterfinals on New Year's Day, and the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl will start our coverage on New Year's Day beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern Time at ESPN Radio. Games also available on ESPN Television. I'm Kevin Winter. College football's opening round of the playoff is on ESPN Radio. Is brought to you by Dr. Pepper. Don't forget to tune in to today's trivia question airing later on in the broadcast. brought to you by Dr. Pepper. So only one game remains. It is Tennessee and Ohio State. We'll kick it off coming up 20 minutes from now from the Horseshoe in Columbus with a look at the players to watch for the Tennessee Volunteers out of the SEC. ESPN Radio draft analyst Jordan Reed.
The Tennessee Volunteers.
The 9th-seeded Tennessee Volunteers entered the college football playoff with a 10-2 record. The offensive head coach Josh Heupel is led by first-year starting quarterback Nico Iamaleava. Iamaleava has over 2,500 passing yards, 19 touchdowns, and only 5 interceptions. The best player offensively has been running back Dylan Simpson, as he was recently voted as SEC Offensive Player of the Year. With nearly 1,500 rushing yards and 22 touchdowns, he has surpassed 100 rushing yards in 10 of 12 games played this season. On the defensive side of the ball, the Volunteers are led by defensive end James Pierce Jr., who has 7.5 sacks this season and also has the highest pressure rate in all of the FBS. Pierce is considered to be one of the top defensive ends and defensive players in the 2025 NFL Draft and is in contention to be a top 10 selection in next year's draft.
ESPN Radio draft analyst Jordan Reed going inside the numbers for the Volunteers, brought to you by GNC. At GNC, they're not waiting on the sidelines. Let them help you build more muscle, lose weight, or hit your wellness goals. Fuel your fitness at GNC. The head coach of the Tennessee Volunteers, Josh Heupel, a short time ago with ESPN Radio's Ian Fitzsimmons.
Coach, 2 weeks to prep for this one. College football playoff. What do you see from your man as far as prep coming into this game?
Man, team's done a great job. They've been focused in their preparation, how we've practiced. Nico's done the same thing. Tonight's not going to be perfect. Doesn't have to be. Playing a really good team, they'll make plays. It's about the next play and having that mindset, competing our butts off for 4 quarters, then you got to go take it in the end.
A lot of people have made a ton about the weather. It's going to be single digits wind chill here at the Shoe. Your reaction to playing in these kind of conditions as you laugh?
This is playoff football weather, and it's a great night to have a night. So elements won't be a factor in this game. How we play will have a factor in this game. You got to go do your job. You got to play assignment sound. You got to play with great fundamentals and technique, but you got to play hard and smart in this one too. It's going to be a great game.
You're no quarterback. How important is it to be able to run the rock in a game like this tonight?
Yeah, the line of scrimmage is always important when you're playing good football teams, and certainly in this one, the line of scrimmage will be important. That's us offensively, having some balance to what we're doing. Defensively, controlling the line of scrimmage, got to get them in some 3rd and longs, and then got to get off the field.
Good boy, healthy.
Appreciate it.
All right, so there's Josh Heupel, the head coach of the Tennessee Volunteers. 2 things. Number 1, you talk about running the football. We just had that with Texas. The Longhorns racking up 292 yards on the ground. Speaking of the weather conditions, temperature's going to be in the high teens tonight in Columbus. Shortly after Ian Fitzsimmons spoke with Josh Heupel, a handful of Tennessee's big uglies all came out and took the field to warm up. No shirts on. That didn't last long, and it's not because they got cold. There's actually an NCAA rule that says you got to have a shirt that has your number on it, so an official went around telling them, put your shirt on. But a handful of Tennessee's big uglies said, don't fear us. We're not concerned about the weather. They came out shirtless to warm up. That's what happened. We'll see what happens as the game progresses, whether or not the weather's a factor. Tennessee and Ohio State with a look at the Buckeyes players to watch for tonight that you're going to be hearing a lot of. Once again, ESPN Radio draft analyst Jordan Reed.
The Ohio State Buckeyes.
The Ohio State Buckeyes, led by head coach Ryan Day, finished this season with a 10-2 record. They entered the college football playoff as the 8th seed, offensively led by Kansas State transfer quarterback Will Howard. He finished this season with over 2,800 passing yards, 27 touchdowns, and only 8 interceptions. In the backfield, they have one of the best duos in all of the FBS, which includes Quinshon Judkins as well as Travion Henderson. Out wide at wide receiver, they are led by freshman sensation Jeremiah Smith as well as senior and Mr. Reliable in Emeka Ibuku. On the defensive side of the ball, they have a very senior-laden unit that is led by the defensive end duo of JT Tuimoloau as well as Jack Sawyer. On the interior, defensive tackle Tyleek Williams is the anchor in the middle. The Buckeyes are looking to rebound after a disappointing loss to end the season against Michigan, but they are without question one of the best teams in all of the college football playoff as they have a very talented roster looking to win the national championship.
Jordan, let's pick up on that point because whether Buckeye fans want to understand it, believe it, or hear it or not, the loss to Michigan will be like it never even happened should Ohio State win the national championship. Yes, Buckeye fans, you win the national championship. That loss to Michigan is like it never even happened. I'm serious. Like it never even happened is brought to you by ServPro, the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration. A man with a big target on his back tonight, whether he likes it or not, is Buckeye head coach Ryan Day. How will he respond after that loss to Michigan a couple of weeks ago? Short time ago, Ryan Day with the Fitzsimmons.
Coach, college football playoff, home game here at the Shoe. What's this one mean?
Well, it's an opportunity to win a national championship, and so all of our focus has been on this game for the last couple of weeks. We had a good week of preparation, great day of preparation, and the guys are ready to go.
What did you see from your men getting ready for this game that stood out to you?
I can't say enough about these guys and who they are. They're proud. They're proud to represent the university, this program. They care a lot about each other, and so they're going to fight their ass off tonight.
When you watch Tennessee, what stood out to you on tape?
Very talented players, well coached, certainly try to stress you out on offense. On defense, built, inside out, play a lot of depth. Very good team.
As far as a couple of points of emphasis to come away with a win tonight, what'd you emphasize with your guys?
Well, I want to play with poise early on, especially. Looking at some of these games, it looks like it's a little helter-skelter early on in the game. So this will be an electric atmosphere in here. So we're going to have poise early on. And then we got to just trust that everyone's going to do their job. Be aware of the situations. When you're in games like this, you got to win the situations. You got to be aware of the down and distance. You got to be aware of, the clock. But at the end of the day, we just got to be more physical than there.
Let's go have some fun, man. Let's play some ball and swap some paint.
Sounds good, bro.
All right, there's Ryan Day, the head coach of the Ohio State Buckeyes. Script Ohio is about ready to be performed at Ohio Stadium. Mark Kestisher, Kelly Stauffer, and Ian Fitzsimmons will have our call. Kick from the Shoe comes your way 13 minutes from now. Up next on College Football Live, we look back to Penn State's domination of SMU earlier today. That's next. We count you down to the Volunteers and the Buckeyes. This is the first round of the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Great game. You got into the end zone again and again. How'd it feel?
Awesome. Like getting a new iPhone again and again. I just got the new iPhone 16 Pro today.
Really?
Yeah. And with AT&T Next Up Anytime, I can upgrade early every year.
Very nice.
Feel like an MVP again. Learn how to get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us and the latest iPhone every year with AT&T Next Up Anytime. AT&T. Connecting changes everything. Offer subject to change. Additional fees, terms, and restrictions apply. $0 offer may not be available on future iPhones. Next Up Anytime feature may be discontinued at any time. See att.com/iPhone for details.
With Eckrich, the official smoked sausage and deli meat of the college football playoff, it's super easy to score big flavor, even when you have no time between the laundry, your laundry list of responsibilities, and kickoff. You're still ready to go with perfectly seasoned smoked sausage you heat up and eat up. Whether it's Grandpa's famous chili dogs or your famous almost forgot the potluck deli sliders, Eckrich makes every game day taste and feel like a win. For extra delicious game days, just add Eckrich.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recover from and made it like it never even happened. Like when Boise State trailed by 7 points with 18 seconds to play and faced a 4th and 18 in the 2007 Fiesta Bowl. With a win probability sitting at 0.1%, the Broncos pulled off a 50-yard hook and ladder play to force overtime and then won it in overtime 43-42.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
Harry Douglas here, and if you're constantly on the go like I am, then earbuds are a priority. That's why you need Technique's new noise-canceling AZ80s. Like you, these buds work as hard as they play. You'll get Technique's legendary high-res audio, along with state-of-the-art noise cancellation, so you can stay in your zone. Visit us.techniques.com/sports for special holiday deals on the AZ80s today. That's us.technics.com/sports.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
At the Home Depot, we know Saturdays are for college football. That's why we have everything you need to never miss a play. Like Bear Dynasty interior paint, their most durable one-coat hide paint ever. From a team color statement wall to a fan cave, complete with a mural honoring Nick Saban's 17-year dynasty.
Hey, I like that idea.
Nothing beats Bear Dynasty Interior Paint. It's everything you need all in one can.
Defend your game time with Bear and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Valid only when tinted to colors from the Bear Dynasty and Marquee Interior One Coat Hide Color Collection.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
If it's hot, it's at GNC, and we bring you the best new stuff first. GNC has this winter's newest in weight loss, muscle building, and wellness, and the best energy drink flavors anywhere. If it's at the top of your feed, it's already at GNC. Ask a GNC coach about the newest drops from Rise, Mutant, Alani Nu, Drip Drop, and more at your local GNC store, or shop our full collection of flavors and online exclusives at GNC.com. If it's hot, it's at GNC. Live well.
This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Kevin Ritchie with you. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the first round of the College Football Playoff exclusively on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Join me, Dusty Dvorak, and Danny Cannell Monday morning at 6 Eastern as we break down all the action from the weekend on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Earlier today, Penn State and SMU, we kicked off our triple-header coverage from Happy Valley, frigid Happy Valley, whiteout conditions. SMU had a golden opportunity early on.
They line up in the I for 4th down and 1 after the timeout. Jennings under center. Takes the handoff. Bootleg out to the right. He's got room. Throws one right. At the goal line, it's bobbled and dropped incomplete. Hibner, the intended receiver. It looked like Jennings could cruise for the first down. Instead, he threw it down to the goal line.
Remember last night when Indiana got picked off at the 3? You wondered how the game might have been different had they not thrown that interception. What if Kevin Jennings ran for that first down? Because he had all day to do so. Yeah, questions that could be asked.
3 receivers right. Keyshawn Smith solo left. Back to throw out of the shotgun. Jennings flips it over the middle. And it's intercepted. Picked off, running right. Dominic DeLuca. He's at the 10. 5. Pick 6. Touchdown. Penn State scores on defense, and they've got the early lead.
Oh, no.
3rd down and 16, early second quarter. In plus territory, Kevin Jennings out of the pocket, rolling to his right at midfield, dumps one right, intercepted, wide open, Tony Rojas, and he breaks a tackle at the 40, down to the 30-yard line, into the open field to the 20, to the 15, 10, 5, touchdown! It's another pick 6!
2 pick sixes in the game for the Penn State Nittany Lions. This thing was church early.
And now the 2 sidelines start to empty and the crowd starts to celebrate as this one officially goes final. Penn State advances with a win in round number 1 of the college football playoff. They will move on to take on in the quarterfinal round in the Verbo Fiesta Bowl the 3-seed Boise State with a dominant performance over SMU.
38-10 is the final. Bob Ashusin, Lewis Riddick, Don Davenport at the call at ESPN Radio. December 31st, the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. The quarterfinals get underway. New Year's Eve, Penn State and Boise State. We go inside the Nittany Lions win over SMU, brought to you by Regions Bank, official bank of the SEC. Quint Kesnick with the head coach of the Nittany Lions, James Franklin.
Congratulations, Coach. Win number 100. Really special. How do you best describe the play of your defense, especially in the first half?
I thought our defense played lights out. Obviously, when you're able to create 3 turnovers and 2 for touchdowns, took us a little time to get going on offense, but as good of a first half of defensive football as I've seen.
You said this game meant everything, the ability to survive and move on. How would you describe the feeling of this victory?
Yeah, a lot of college college programs talking about it's a 4-game season. We didn't approach it that way. It's a 65-play season on average on offense, defense, 20 on special teams. Depending on how we handle those plays, we'll get another opportunity, and we got another opportunity.
Congratulations, Coach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quinn Kestig with James Franklin. Penn State, Boise State, December 31st. Notre Dame, Georgia in the All-State Sugar Bowl to cap off New Year's Day. Triple-header coverage. It'll be Texas and Arizona State to open up triple-header coverage on New Year's Day. Nico Iamaleava, he tried to say, the quarterback for Tennessee, he has to prove that today is the day for doing for the Tennessee Volunteers. Help cover all your home safety gaps with Kidda smoke alarms from the Home Depot. Why do I say that? Look at the two quarterbacks, Kevin Jennings and Rourke, last night for Indiana. If you think the stage is too big for you, you can get run out of the building and look like you don't belong. That can't happen for Tennessee tonight. Script Ohio has been dotted twice with the call of the final game in round 1. Tennessee and Ohio State. We go to the Shoe in Columbus, Ohio State, and we join our broadcast team with Ian Fitzsimmons and Kelly Stauffer. Here's Mark Kestecher.
Kevin, thank you very much. A scene that has played out from South Bend, Indiana to State College, Pennsylvania. Round 1 of the new CFP 12-team playoff from the northern climates of the Midwest. And on this December 21st, by the way, the shortest day of the year. Happy winter, everybody. The sun already set here in Columbus almost 3 hours ago. We're at 25 degrees and dropping. Feels like 17. The last spot into the quarterfinals is up for grabs between two 10-win teams from the SEC and the Big Ten. Tennessee, the 2-loss at-large that finished 7th in the final CFP voting, visiting number 6 Ohio State, which missed out on a spot in the Big Ten title game with that crushing home loss, Kelly, to rival Michigan here 3 weeks ago. But the Buckeyes get to wipe the slate clean. Winner take all to go to the Rose Bowl, and Ohio State gets to be at home.
Yeah, and there was certainly a time of mourning. There isn't any question about that. But first of all, Kesty, what a scene to take college football playoffs onto campuses in the first round. This is extraordinary what we're witnessing. But back to this game. Ohio State has a chance to turn the page. They don't get to beat Michigan for 4 years in a row, but they do get to advance if they play well tonight, and it's all, to me, about Will Howard. He's essentially
for TV purposes, but Tennessee, it appears, has won the toss. Here we go.
Tennessee has won the toss, deferred to the second half. Ohio State will receive.
All right, fellas. That's the deal. Thanks, Matt. And each first down that Ohio State picks up today. Brought to you by Kroger. Kroger Pickup, the easy way to get what you want right when you need it. Try Kroger Pickup today in the Kroger app or at Kroger.com. Tonight's game time temperature brought to you by Atlas Butler. Allegedly 25 degrees. Atlas Butler is proud to serve Central Ohio for over 100 years. Their technicians are scheduled day and night, 7 days a week, including holidays. And since Atlas Butler is always open, you never pay any after-hours service fees. For all your heating, cooling, and plumbing needs, call 1-800-FURNACE. Some of the keys to the game tonight, Jim?
Well, obviously for Ohio State defense, they got to stop the run. They got to get after Dylan Sampson, and they can't have any missed tackles for the D. Number 2, protect Will Howard. Now you got to move the pocket a little bit, change the launching point, but the Buckeye offensive line has to protect Will Howard so they can get after Tennessee a little bit in that passing game. And then finally, an ode to Jim Tressel, superior special teams. Got to make our field goals. Got to be good on punt returns, kickoff returns, field that football. Make sure you come up with the ball in your hands.
Well, as we like to mention when Ohio State's about to begin a game and take the opening kickoff, the last time the Buckeyes had a kick return for a touchdown was 2010. Jordan Hall did it against Michigan. Let's add another note to that, Jim. In Tennessee's last game, which was a win over Vanderbilt, the Vandy Commodores returned the opening kickoff for a touchdown.
That's a good way to get started. Then you got to finish that ball game. So maybe the Buckeyes see something on film, can block it up, and have an opportunity for a return. Of course, the way these kickers kick, usually that ball was 5 or 6 yards deep into the end zone, and just looking at the American flag, doesn't appear to be too much of a breeze here inside the stadium.
Josh Turbyville will kick off for Tennessee, who's wearing all white with orange trim. As Matt mentioned, Ohio State wearing all scarlet tonight. Scarlet jersey, scarlet pants with white numerals, and the silver helmets. Lorenzo Styles and Emeka Ibuka are back deep for Ohio State to return the kickoff. We saw Travion Henderson handle some of that in the Michigan game, but Ibuka, who's been a regular in that role, will be back there with Styles. Lorenzo Styles has not had an attempt to return a kickoff. A former wide receiver at Notre Dame turned defensive back here at Ohio State. Well, Turbeville approaching the football, kicking right to left for Tennessee, and he boots it in the air. And Emeka Ibuka waving for a fair catch. He'll gather it into the one. The Ohio State offense averaging 423 yards per game, led by senior quarterback Will Howard, 72% completions, 2,860 yards, 27 TDs, 8 interceptions, and 7 rushing TDs. He's fourth best in the nation in completion percentage, going up against a Tennessee defense that's fourth best in the nation in total defense. So Ohio State takes the field. Quinshon Judkins will be the opening tailback as the Buckeyes work 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. Tennessee loading up the defensive line, at least that's the way it appears as they come out of it. Buckeyes break the huddle. Jeremiah Smith and G. Scott will go wide to the left. Wide to the right with Emeka Ibuka. Kazmarek is wide to the left with Smith, Will Howard in a shotgun. Judkins off his right hip. 1st and 10, Ohio State working for their own 25. Now 3 receivers out wide to the right. Howard gets the snap. Howard screens it right side. Emeka Ibuka. He'll scoot all the way to his 30 and taken down at his 32-yard line. Tennessee has defensive back Will Brooks making the stop.
Yeah, 3 receiver side. They come with a little bubble screen to get the completion of Ibuka and get a positive play of 8 yards. Excellent job spreading them out a little bit and making the completion on 1st down.
38-game catch streak for the senior Emeka Ibuka. 2nd and 2, Ohio State working from their own 33-yard line. Down on the defensive front for Tennessee. Carnell Tate, single receiver White, and back is Howard to throw. Looking, fires middle of the field, and it is caught, then dropped by Emeka Ibuka at the Ohio State 49. He nearly had an amazing grab. Went in the air to try and gather it in. Linebacker Khalid Perry was there to cover him.
Looked like he got his right hand up, tipped it to himself, looked like he was going to come down with it, but then it bobbled and went down and hit the turf. So Ohio State will have their first 3rd down attempt here. Pretty good protection there by that offensive line, allowing Will Howard time to get to a couple reads there.
It'll be 3rd and 2, Ohio State working from their own 33-yard line. Carnell Tate, Jeremiah Smith, and Emeka Ibuka will go wide to the left. Tight end Kazmarek on the left side of the line. And Will Howard set up in a shotgun. Changes on both sides, mostly for Tennessee as they have defenders running off late. 3rd and 2, Ohio State with the ball at their own 33-yard line. Now Ohio State takes a timeout. 14-17 to play here in the first quarter. No score.
First charge, timeout. Ohio State. It's a 30-second timeout.
I don't know if Ohio State substituted late there, but Tennessee guys are just jogging off the field. There was about 12 seconds left on the play clock when they started jogging off the field, and by the time they got off, there was maybe 2 seconds left on that play clock, and